Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Emma. I hover over the pot, narrowing my focus to the bubbling tomato-based sauce that's been simmering for the past 2 hours. The rich garlicky aroma fills my small apartment kitchen, and I inhale deeply, letting the scent guide my next move. Something's missing, a depth that needs to be coaxed out. "Come on, you stubborn sauce. Talk to me," I mutter, grabbing a spoon to sample the blend. The flavor hits my tongue, and I analyze each note like a sommelier with fine wine. Good, but not extraordinary, not flavor fusion worthy. I reach for the spice rack, fingers dancing across bottles until I find what I need. There you are. I twist open a jar of smoked paprika, adding just a pinch, then stir clockwise 3 times. My mother's ritual for good luck in cooking. And a touch of this. I add a splash of balsamic reduction, watching as it swirls into the crimson mixture. The sauce bubbles appreciatively, and I lower the heat to maintain the perfect simmer. My kitchen counter resembles a war zone. Cookbooks lie open, sticky notes protruding from the pages like colorful flags marking territories of culinary inspiration. Recipe drafts, crossed out, rewritten, and annotated, are scattered between them, casualties of my perfectionist streak. Near the refrigerator, a stack of hospital paperwork waits for my attention. Insurance forms, treatment schedules, and pamphlets about chemo side effects. Mom's latest scan results sit on top, partially hidden beneath a grocery list. The juxtaposition feels symbolic of my life right now. Culinary ambition tangled with family obligation, neither getting my full attention. Focus, Emma. One thing at a time. I grab my chef's knife and pull a cutting board toward me, positioning a red bell pepper in the center. The knife makes a satisfying thunk against the wood as I dice the vegetable into perfect, uniform cubes. Chef Blackwood expects finesse. Technique is everything, I remind myself, switching to julienning carrots with practiced precision. The plating needs to tell a story. The sauce is the protagonist. The garnish, a surprising plot twist. My hands maintain their rhythm while my mind runs through my opening night presentation. I've mentally rehearsed it a dozen times, but the stakes keep getting higher in my imagination. Ladies and gentlemen, I present my signature dish, seared halibut with roasted pepper coulis and charred lemon foam. I rehearse aloud, gesturing with my knife to an invisible audience. The contrast between the delicate fish and the bold sauce represents the balance between tradition and innovation that defines Flavor Fusion's philosophy. My heart drums against my ribs as I imagine Chef Olivia's critical gaze assessing not just the dish, but my worthiness to stand in her kitchen. The opportunity to work at her new Manhattan location is the break I've been waiting for. A chance to learn from one of the few Black female executive chefs to earn a Michelin star. The sauce pops, sending a scalding droplet onto my wrist. I grab a kitchen towel and wipe it away, then rush back to adjust the heat. No distractions. Not now. I return to the vegetables, slicing an onion with mechanical efficiency while my mind continues its presentation rehearsal. The knife moves in a blur, my muscles operating on memory from thousands of previous cuts. The sauce incorporates elements from both French and West African cuisine, symbolizing the cultural fusion that makes our restaurant unique. The words sound hollow in my empty kitchen, and I shake my head. Too pretentious. Keep it authentic, Emma. A pile of mail on the counter catches my eye. Another stack I've been avoiding. The past due notice for Mom's medical bill peeks out between grocery flyers. I scoop the onions into a bowl and wipe my hands on my apron, trying to push away the anxiety that threatens to bubble over like my sauce. Working at Flavor Fusion's new location means stability, better pay, prestige, everything I need to support both my mother and my ambitions. Chef Blackwood is known for demanding excellence, but also for nurturing talent. Her message when she offered me the position still replays in my mind. "Your flavors tell stories that people want to hear," she'd said after tasting my audition dish. I need that voice in my new kitchen. I returned to the stove, giving the sauce another stir and adjusting the seasoning with a pinch of salt. The pressure to live up to Olivia's expectations mingles with the excitement of this new beginning, creating an emotional cocktail as complex as my sauce. I glance at my phone for the third time in 15 minutes, still no notifications. The screen remains stubbornly blank, reflecting nothing but my own worried face. No text from the hospital, no update on Mom. "Come on," I whisper, tapping the screen to make sure it hasn't frozen. Something. Anything. The device springs to life, displaying the time and a photo of Mom and me from last Christmas, both of us wearing ridiculous sweaters and grinning like we hadn't a care in the world. Before the diagnosis. Before everything changed. I set the phone down with more force than necessary and turned back to the sauce. My fingers grip the wooden spoon tighter than they should, knuckles protesting as I stir with renewed vigor. Stop checking every 5 seconds. They'll call when there's news. But what if there's a problem? What if they tried calling while I was focused on this damn sauce and missed it? What if Mom needs me right now? The questions swarm like angry bees, stinging at my concentration. I press my palms into the counter's edge, grounding myself against the cool granite. "This is your shot, Emma." Focus. My phone sits silent. Each passing minute without it buzzing chips away at my composure. Last night, Mom had mentioned feeling more tired than usual, a possible side effect of the new medication, or something worse. The nurses promised to check her blood counts this morning and call with results. I absently adjust the temperature on the stove, my thoughts 1,000 miles from halibut and presentation techniques. Mom insisted I concentrate on preparing for Flavor Fusion's opening night instead of accompanying her to treatment. "Your career won't wait, baby girl," she'd said, patting my hand with her increasingly fragile one. "I've got nurses fussing over me constantly. I'm fine." But the shadows beneath her eyes told a different story. I reached for the container of fresh herbs I'd prepped earlier, sprinkling thyme into the sauce. The movements feel automatic, my muscle memory taking over while my mind spirals. Is this really the right time to be taking on something this big? The question surfaces before I can stop it. Chef Blackwood's offer came the same week Mom's doctors recommended a more aggressive treatment plan. The universe's timing has always been questionable, but this feels particularly cruel. I pick up a lemon and press my thumb against its skin, releasing oils that perfume the air with bright citrus notes. The scent momentarily cuts through my anxiety, bringing me back to the present. Mom taught me that trick, how certain smells can reset your mind when you're overwhelmed. "Breathe through the sour moments," she always says. They make the sweet ones taste better. My throat tightens. What if I'm not here when she needs me? What if I'm hunched over a hot stove while she's facing the worst alone? The knife trembles slightly in my hand as I score the lemon's flesh. But if I turn down this opportunity? The thought remains unfinished, but I know where it leads. If I step back from Flavor Fusion now, I might never get another chance like this. The culinary world doesn't offer second chances often, especially not to Black women from neighborhoods like mine. Mom would be furious if she knew I was even considering passing on this opportunity. She's been my fiercest advocate, setting aside money for culinary school when we barely had enough for rent, driving me to competitions in our old car that sometimes needed to be pushed to start. I slide the scored lemons onto a baking sheet, preparing them for the charring that will create the complex flavor base for my foam. Each precise movement feels like a promise to her, to make all her sacrifices matter. You didn't fight for me to give up when things got hard, I say to the empty kitchen, imagining her sitting at the counter, watching me work like she used to when I was learning. You taught me better than that. I retrieve my phone again. Still nothing. But instead of feeding my anxiety, I prop it against the cookbook stand and pull up a photo of Mom in her garden last summer. Her smile, wide and genuine despite the chemo that had just started, reminds me of her resilience. If you can smile through that, I can handle this, I tell her image. My shoulders straighten as I return to the stove with renewed focus. The sauce needs my attention. The lemons need charring. The fish must be prepped. Chef Blackwood needs a chef who can deliver excellence despite personal challenges. Mom would want me to shine. She'd want me to push through.
Chapter 2. William. To William's triumphant return. My father raises his glass of 30-year-old Barolo, the ruby liquid catching the light of Marcello's ornate chandeliers. 3 years abroad, and the European expansion exceeding all projections. The crystal glasses clink together, the sound ringing hollow like this entire performance. I offer my practiced smile, the one that's graced countless magazine covers and charity galas, while mentally calculating how many more hours I need to endure this charade. The Grimaldi name now reigns across 2 continents. Mother dabs the corner of her mouth with her napkin, her diamond bracelet catching the light with each precise movement. Your grandfather would be proud. I take a generous sip of wine, savoring its complex notes while ignoring the subtext beneath her words. Grandfather might be proud of the expansion, but he'd be less impressed with my continued bachelor status at 28. A fact my parents won't let me forget. Manhattan welcomes you back with open arms, Father continues, cutting into his veal scallopini with surgical precision. The board is particularly pleased with how you've positioned us against the French houses. The creative team needed direction. I shrug, downplaying 3 years of 18-hour days and cutthroat negotiations. They were stuck in last decade's aesthetic. Mother places her hand on mine, her grip firmer than her Botox-frozen smile suggests. Now that you've established yourself professionally, it's time to focus on personal matters. There it is, barely 15 minutes into dinner. I've only been back in New York for 48 hours, I say, withdrawing my hand to reach for my wine. Might I have a moment to reacclimate before you start planning my wedding? Father's expression hardens. Your mother is simply expressing what we both believe. 28 is an appropriate age to settle down, especially for someone in your position. The waiter approaches with our next course, his timing impeccable. I use the interruption to compose myself, watching as he sets down plates of handmade pappardelle with wild mushroom ragout. The pasta is perfectly al dente, the sauce rich and earthy, a small consolation for this Inquisition disguised as a homecoming dinner. The Preston's daughter returned from London recently, Mother continues once we're alone again. Remember Caroline? She's done marvelously with her interior design firm. Caroline who wore white to her own brother's wedding. I twirl pasta around my fork. Subtle. William. Father's tone carries a warning. Your position in the company comes with expectations beyond profit margins. And your 3-year exile to Paris wasn't just about expanding the brand, Mother adds. We hoped you'd mature, develop some sense of responsibility beyond your next conquest. The pasta suddenly tastes like cardboard. I exceeded every business target you set. Business was never the concern. Father sets down his silverware. Your personal conduct was. The memories from 3 years ago resurface. The tabloid scandals, the model on each arm, the nightclub incidents, youthful indiscretions that apparently warranted banishment. Let's be clear. Father leans forward, lowering his voice despite the privacy of our corner table. Your return to New York is conditional. Either demonstrate you're ready to settle down, or the board will require your continued presence in Europe indefinitely. An ultimatum wrapped in pasta and expensive wine. Typical. You want me to find a wife to secure my position? I laugh, though there's no humor in it. How romantically Machiavellian. We want you to grow up, Mother hisses. Find someone substantial for once. Someone who understands our world and can stand beside you at galas without embarrassing the family name. My mind flicks through the roster of potential candidates, socialites and heiresses I've dated over the years. Melissa with her performative charity work. Sophia, who could barely hold a conversation beyond Fashion Week gossip. Rebecca, who tracked our relationship status through Instagram likes, each more vacuous than the last. Women who wanted the Grimaldi name, the access, the lifestyle, not me. 6 months, Father pronounces the deadline like a judge issuing a sentence. Show us you're serious about your future, or you'll return to oversee Milan's restructuring. Milan's restructuring. Corporate speak for another exile, this one potentially longer than the last. I drain my wine glass, signaling the hovering sommelier for a refill. And if I find someone, what then? You'll finally consider me worthy of the New York office? This isn't punishment, William. Mother's voice softens, though her eyes remain calculating. It's about legacy. About ensuring the person who will one day lead Grimaldi Luxury Group understands the importance of family. The irony isn't lost on me, being forced to create a family to prove my worth to my existing one. I plaster on my press conference smile and raise my glass. Well, if it means that much to you both, of course I'll settle down. In fact, I'll marry the next homeless woman I see on the street if it pleases you. William? Mother's mouth tightens into that familiar line of disapproval, but Father surprises me, resting his elbows on the table and leaning forward. If this hypothetical homeless woman is kind, intelligent, and can stand tall beside you without embarrassing the Grimaldi name, then by all means. He takes a measured sip of his wine. The pedigree matters less than the character. You can't be serious. I search his face for signs of the joke, finding none. Your mother and I care about substance, William. Something your previous companions have notably lacked. The weight of their expectations settles across my shoulders like one of our overpriced wool coats. Heavy, constraining, perfectly tailored to make me uncomfortable. 6 months, I repeat, stabbing at a mushroom. I'll add find wife to my calendar right after quarterly projections and before choose fall collection palette. Mother sighs. Your flippancy does you no favors. Neither does your ultimatum, yet here we are. I drain my second glass of wine, the alcohol doing little to dull my irritation. The conversation mercifully shifts to safer topics. Father's latest acquisition of a small leather goods manufacturer in Florence. Mother's chairmanship of the upcoming Metropolitan Museum Gala. I contribute just enough to appear engaged while my mind wanders to more pressing matters. Like how exactly I'm supposed to find a suitable life partner in the same time frame it takes to develop a seasonal collection. By the time we reach dessert, a tiramisu I'm too annoyed to properly appreciate, I'm mentally drafting a text to Leo Blackwood. If anyone understands navigating family pressure while running an empire, it's him. The tech mogul might operate in a different industry, but he's managed what my parents now demand of me, a respectable marriage that doesn't interfere with business. Leo accomplished this years ago when he married Olivia, now a celebrated chef with her own restaurant empire. Their marriage started as something of an impulsive decision, if rumors are to be believed, yet they've built something genuine, something enviable. You seem distracted, Father observes, interrupting my thoughts. Just contemplating my new assignment. I set down my espresso. It's not every day one's parents issue a marriage mandate. This isn't about controlling you. Mother insists, though her tone suggests otherwise. It's about seeing you fulfilled in all aspects of your life. Right, I say, not bothering to hide my skepticism. My fulfillment is your primary concern. Mock us if you must, Father says. But remember, we've given you 3 years to sow your wild oats. Now it's time for responsibility. I check my watch, only 9:30. The night's still young enough to salvage. If we're finished with both dinner and my personal intervention, I have some calls to make. International business at this hour? Mother raises a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. Something like that. I signal for the check, knowing Father will insist on paying but needing to expedite our departure. As we stand to leave, Mother straightens my tie in that maddening way she's done since I was a child. Just find someone real, William. Someone who sees beyond the Grimaldi name. I'll add authenticity to my spousal requirements list. Outside Marcello's, the September air carries the first hint of autumn. As the valet brings around Father's Bentley, I make my excuses about having my own car and needing to swing by the office. At 10 on a Friday? Father looks dubious. The Milan team has questions about the transition. Different time zone, I shrug. Duty calls. Once they're gone, I loosen my tie and pull out my phone, scrolling to Leo's contact. He answered my distress calls during my Paris exile. Surely he can offer insight into this new predicament. All I wanted was to drink away my jet lag and enjoy being back in Manhattan. Instead, I'm standing outside an overpriced Italian restaurant, contemplating marriage like it's another business acquisition that needs to be completed by quarter's end. Only you.
Chapter 3. Emma. I grip my knife with laser focus, the familiar weight grounding me as chaos swirls through Flavor Fusion's bustling kitchen. The clatter of pots, sizzle of pans, and staccato commands from Chef Olivia Blackwood create a symphony I've trained years to dance to. Richards, how's that duck confit coming? Chef Blackwood's voice cuts through the kitchen din. My hands move with practiced precision, flipping the duck leg to reveal perfectly crisp skin. Ready for plating, Chef. Excellent texture. She nods, the briefest flicker of approval crossing her face before she moves to the next station. Even that small acknowledgement from Olivia Blackwood, the woman who revolutionized modern American cuisine and shattered glass ceilings for Black women chefs across New York, sends a thrill through me. Tonight's special event, Global Fusion, showcases international techniques with local ingredients, and I'm determined to prove I belong here. Emma, that sauce is insane, Marcus whispers as he slides past me, balancing a tray of heirloom vegetables. What'd you put in it? Liquid gold? I smirk while adding the final touches to my plating. Duck fat, star anise, and a secret ingredient I'll take to my grave. Selfish! He bumps my hip with his as the kitchen erupts with renewed energy when the next wave of tickets comes in. Sweat beads along my hairline as I pivot to my next dish. The intensity should feel overwhelming, but instead, it electrifies me. This kitchen, with its gleaming steel counters and precisely arranged mise en place, feels more like home than my own apartment these days. Fire table 7, Chef Blackwood calls out. Yes, Chef. 6 voices respond in unison, mine among them. I reach for the tarragon, fingers dancing across my station to grab exactly what I need without looking. There's magic in this synchronicity, in knowing precisely where everything is without having to think. Richards, your plating technique has improved. Chef Blackwood murmurs as she passes behind me. More refined. The compliment warms me more than the roaring flames from the grill station. I've studied Olivia's cookbook since culinary school, dissected her techniques, and now I'm here, in her kitchen, earning her respect dish by dish. Thank you, Chef. I keep my voice steady despite the inner celebration. 3 minutes on desserts, calls Danny from pastry. I glance at the clock. 3 hours into service and the night feels like it's just begun. My muscles should ache, but adrenaline keeps me floating through each movement. Emma, can I steal some of that cardamom you're hoarding? Javier asks, his station next to mine a controlled explosion of spices. Only if you share that harissa you brought back from Morocco? I pass him the spice jar, our hands performing the practiced dance of kitchen exchanges. Never dropping, never fumbling. Deal. Though I think you could make better harissa in your sleep. I laugh, the sound almost foreign in this high-pressure environment. Flattery will get you everywhere, Javi. For a moment, as I whisk the sauce for my next dish, my mother's face flashes in my mind. Her proud smile when I told her about working with Olivia Blackwood. Her voice, weaker now but still determined, saying, "Show them what my girl can do." The memory tightens my chest. Her last chemo session left her more exhausted than usual. The doctors say the treatment is working, but watching her grow thinner, her vibrant energy dimming, it cuts deeper than any kitchen burn. Focus, Emma. I whisper to myself, channeling the worry into precise knife work. Mom would hate knowing I'm distracted during the biggest night of my career so far. Behind? Zoe calls out, sliding past with a tray of just seared scallops. The rhythm pulls me back in. This is why I'm here, not just for me, but for Mom too. Every perfect dish brings me closer to the executive chef position I'm gunning for. The salary increase that could help with her medical bills. The recognition that would make her eyes light up with pride. All hands for final push. Chef Blackwood commands, her voice rising above the din. Let's show these guests why Flavor Fusion isn't just a restaurant. It's an experience. My teammates' responding cheer ripples through the kitchen. Marcus catches my eye across the line and mouths, "You're killing it," while Danny gives me a thumbs up from pastry. This right here is what I've worked for. Not just the food, but this sense of belonging, of being part of something extraordinary. The weight of my mother's illness momentarily lightens as I lose myself in the perfect whirl of culinary creation. Sauce needs more acid, Chef Blackwood says, appearing at my elbow to taste my latest creation. I reach for the preserved lemon without hesitation. On it, Chef. I add a splash of preserved lemon to the sauce, the bright acidity cutting through the richness and making the flavors sing. Chef Blackwood takes another taste, her discerning palate assessing every nuance. Perfect balance now. She nods, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Your instincts are spot on tonight, Richards. Pride blooms in my chest as I finish the dish, arranging each element with mathematical precision. The seared duck breast, sliced to showcase its perfect medium-rare center. The sauce, glossy and complex, pooled artfully beneath. The garnish of microgreens, adding height and a splash of color. That's a cover-worthy plate, Marcus murmurs as he passes, eyeing my creation. Thanks. Your lamb looks incredible too, I respond, noticing the beautiful char on his rack of lamb. The service continues at its relentless pace, but I've found my rhythm now. Each ticket, each call from Chef Blackwood, each plate that leaves my station, they all flow together in a dance I've practiced countless times. My hands move almost independently of my thoughts, muscle memory taking over while my mind stays 3 steps ahead, planning each move. 2 hours later, the storm begins to calm. The final dessert orders trickle in, and the kitchen's frantic energy shifts to the steady hum of completion. Chef Blackwood walks the line, inspecting each station with her characteristic thoroughness. When she reaches mine, I stand straight, ready for critique. Instead, she surprises me. Richards, I'd like you to join me in the dining room. Her voice is matter-of-fact, but the request is unprecedented. Line chefs rarely leave the kitchen during service. The dining room? I repeat, making sure I've heard correctly. Yes. The guests have been raving about your duck and that halibut special. I think it's time you met some of our most enthusiastic patrons. A hint of a smile plays at the corner of her mouth. Clean up your station and meet me by the pass in 5. My heart rate kicks up as she walks away. This is not standard procedure. This is recognition. I quickly wipe down my station, ensuring everything is immaculate, before hanging my apron and smoothing a hand over my chef's whites. Look at you, getting the royal summons, Javier teases, but his eyes show genuine happiness for me. Don't get too excited. She probably wants me to face the firing squad for a complaint. As if. Your food was flawless tonight. He makes a shooing motion. Go bask in the glory. Some of us have to stay in the dungeon. I take a deep breath. Check my reflection in the polished surface of a pot. Tucking a few errant curls back into my bun and head to meet Chef Blackwood. She's waiting by the pass, her chef's coat exchanged for a fresh one. Ready? Yes, chef, I say, though my stomach flutters with unexpected nerves. The transition from kitchen to dining room always feels like stepping onto another planet. The dimmed lights, the gentle hum of conversation, the refined atmosphere, so different from the controlled chaos behind the swinging doors. Chef Blackwood leads me through the dining room with confident ease, stopping at select tables. This is Emma Richards, one of my new line chefs. She introduces me at a table of 4 well-dressed women. She created the duck confit special you enjoyed this evening. Absolutely divine, one woman gushes, her diamond earrings catching the light as she gestures enthusiastically. The sauce had such depth, I could have licked the plate. Thank you. The reduction uses a 20-year aged balsamic, I say, warming under the praise. We move from table to table, and the compliments flow like fine wine. My initial nervousness melts away as I talk about the dishes, explaining techniques and inspirations when asked. Chef Blackwood watches with approval as I navigate the conversations, occasionally adding her own insights. Emma also spearheaded our farm-to-table initiative with local producers. She mentions to an older couple celebrating their anniversary, and I'm stunned she's giving me credit for something I'd merely suggested during a staff meeting. We approach a table in the corner, the best in the house, with its panoramic view of the city skyline. A distinguished man rises as we approach, his custom suit screaming wealth even before he opens his mouth. Olivia, my dear, extraordinary menu tonight, he says, kissing Chef Blackwood on both cheeks. Emma, this is my husband, Leo Blackwood, she says, and I try not to visibly react to meeting the tech genius whose skyscraper helps define the Manhattan skyline. Pleasure to meet you, sir. I extend my hand, which he shakes with genuine warmth. So you're the culinary genius Olivia's been raving about. His eyes crinkle at the corners. That halibut dish was remarkable, balanced yet surprising. Thank you. I was inspired by my mother's cooking, but with a French technique spin. As we chat, my attention keeps drifting to the other man at the table. He's been observing our interaction with curious intensity, a half smile playing on his lips. His dark hair has that perfectly tousled look that most men spend hours trying to achieve, and his jawline could cut glass, but it's his eyes, an electric blue that somehow manages to be both piercing and warm, that I can't look away from. Leo catches my glance and smiles knowingly. Emma, this is William Grimaldi, a close family friend and notorious food critic. Seriously? I perk a brow. Who do you write for? Myself in the Notes app, he quips. I work in the fashion industry. Leo, here, is just pulling your leg. William is a big deal in Europe, Olivia remarks. He's been expanding his family's company for the past few years, but now he's joined us back in New York. He's quite an interesting man. Well, I say, meeting his gaze head on. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Grimaldi. He smiles. Likewise, Emma.
Chapter 4. William. I watch Emma as she speaks, transfixed by the passion lighting up her face when she describes the halibut dish. Her hands move with the same deliberate grace I imagine she uses in the kitchen, precise yet somehow artistic. There's something magnetic about her confidence, so different from the practiced charm of the socialites who typically orbit my world. The sauce took 3 days to develop, she explains, her dark eyes sparkling. We fermented the citrus components to balance the richness of the butter emulsion. That explains the complexity, I say, genuinely impressed. There was something I couldn't quite place, a brightness that cut through everything. Her smile widens, revealing a tiny dimple in her right cheek. That's the preserved kumquat. Most people miss it entirely. I never miss the subtleties. I hold her gaze a beat longer than necessary. Chef Blackwood places a hand on Emma's shoulder. We should let these gentlemen enjoy their evening. The kitchen needs final checks before close. Of course, Chef. Emma straightens, professional mask sliding perfectly back into place. It was a pleasure meeting you both. The pleasure was entirely ours, I respond before Leo can speak. She holds my gaze for a moment, curious, assessing, before turning to follow Chef Blackwood back toward the kitchen. I find myself tracking her movement across the dining room, the way she navigates between tables with effortless grace, shoulders back, spine straight. Not once does she glance back. Well, well. Leo's amused voice drags my attention away from Emma's retreating form. That's the first time I've seen you actually interested in something other than your phone all evening. I take a sip of water, suddenly finding my wine too heavy. She's talented. She's exceptional, Leo corrects, signaling for the waiter. Olivia says she's the most promising chef she's worked with in years. The waiter appears with our desserts, an architectural chocolate creation that looks too perfect to eat, and a deconstructed lemon tart that somehow manages to look both chaotic and precisely arranged. And apparently single, Leo adds with calculated casualness once we're alone again. I shoot him a look. Don't start. What? He shrugs, cutting into his chocolate dessert. You've been back in New York for a few days and spend most of it holed up in your office. When was the last time you had a real conversation with someone who wasn't paid to agree with you? About 10 minutes ago, I counter, tasting the lemon dessert. The bright acidity explodes on my tongue, perfectly balanced with sweetness. Leo chuckles, pointing his fork at me. You know, if you want to get married to a girl quick, just choose one. Any woman would want to be with William Grimaldi, rich, handsome, relatively stable. I laugh, the sound hollow even to my own ears. You make it sound like ordering takeout. For some men in your position, it practically is. Leo takes another bite, his expression thoughtful. Your parents would certainly stop pestering you about settling down and continuing the Grimaldi legacy. I also need someone who doesn't mind that I'm not going to be in love with them, I say, swirling the last of my wine. The words taste bitter, despite the sweet vintage. Leo shrugs, dabbing his mouth with his napkin. The money is enough in most cases. I set down my fork, appetite suddenly diminished. Leo's pragmatism isn't wrong. I've witnessed enough marriages in my social circle to know love ranks somewhere below compatible investment portfolios and complementary social calendars. My own parents have occupied separate wings of our family estate for as long as I can remember, their marriage a perfectly choreographed business arrangement. But something about that exchange with Emma, the genuine passion in her voice, the focus in her eyes, makes the idea of such calculated partnership feel hollow. I want to know what drives her, what made her choose the grueling life of a chef, how she developed that quiet confidence that seems to emanate from somewhere deep within. You're thinking about her again, Leo observes, amused. Just appreciating the food, I lie smoothly. The food that's sitting untouched on your plate while you stare at the kitchen doors. I force my attention back to the dessert, taking another bite without really tasting it. She's interesting. That's all. not like the usual crowd. Interesting enough to see again. The question hangs between us, deceptively casual. I consider deflecting with a joke or changing the subject entirely, but Leo knows me too well. Maybe, I concede, surprising myself with the honesty, if the opportunity arose. You know, I could arrange that opportunity, Leo says, a sly smile spreading across his face. He leans forward, lowering his voice as if sharing classified information. Olivia mentioned the kitchen usually wraps up around midnight. The line chefs are typically the last to leave. I narrow my eyes at him. Are you suggesting I loiter outside a restaurant at midnight like some kind of stalker? I'm suggesting you happen to be in the neighborhood when Chef Richards finishes her shift. Leo's eyebrow arches perfectly. Maybe offer her a ride home? It's not safe for a woman to take the subway that late. Because nothing says I'm not a creep. Like a stranger offering a midnight ride. I shake my head, but something about the idea lodges itself in my mind. Not the ambush part. I have more class than that. But the possibility of seeing her again, away from the formality of the restaurant. Leo checks his watch. It's only 10:30. We could grab a nightcap at that new bar around the corner, then circle back. Very casual. You're ridiculous. I drain the last of my wine. I don't even know if she's single. She is. Leo's confidence would be infuriating if it weren't so typical. Olivia says she's too focused on her career for relationships. Sound familiar? I shoot him a glare. You're making this into something it's not. I found her interesting, that's all. When was the last time you found anyone interesting? Leo counters, signaling for the check. His words hit closer to home than I'd like to admit. Since returning from Europe, I felt like I'm sleepwalking through a life I'm not sure I want. The only things that have genuinely captured my attention are the contracts on my desk and, now, this chef with her passionate explanations of fermented citrus. Fine, I concede, not quite believing what I'm agreeing to. One drink, then we'll walk by. But if she's already gone or with people, we keep walking. Leo's grin widens. Deal. After we leave Flavor Fusion and situate ourselves into the bar, I let out a small sigh of relief. The bar is crowded with the usual Thursday night crowd, young professionals and finance types drowning the work week in overpriced cocktails. We grab the last two seats at the bar, and Leo immediately strikes up a conversation with the bartender about their whiskey selection. I check my phone, scrolling through emails without really seeing them. You know, Leo says after our drinks arrive, if you're serious about finding someone to marry quickly, you could do worse than a talented chef with ambition. I nearly choke on my scotch. Who said anything about marriage? I met her for 5 minutes. You brought it up earlier. Leo swirls his drink, ice clinking against crystal. About needing someone who doesn't mind that you're not in love with them. If you're going to go through with your father's ultimatum, you might as well choose someone interesting. I stare into my drink, letting the amber liquid catch the light. My father's suggestion that I find a suitable partner within 6 months wasn't subtle. The implication was clear. Settle down or get sent off to Europe yet again. You're getting way ahead of yourself, I say finally. But if I were going to enter into that kind of arrangement, someone like her would be preferable to the alternatives. Leo clinks his glass against mine. Progress. Now you're thinking strategically. I'm thinking hypothetically, I correct him, and this whole midnight stakeout is still ridiculous. Yet here you are, watching the clock. Leo nods toward my wrist, where I've unconsciously been checking my watch. 11:15. We should probably finish up if we want to time this right. I drain my scotch, feeling the pleasant burn travel down my throat. I'm only doing this to shut you up. Of course. Leo's knowing smile makes me want to punch him and thank him simultaneously, a feeling I've become well acquainted with over 15 years of friendship. As we settle the tab, I find myself oddly nervous, a sensation I haven't experienced in years. Something about Emma Richards has gotten under my skin after just one brief interaction, and I'm not entirely comfortable with it. If she thinks this is weird, I'm blaming you entirely, I tell Leo as we step outside into the cool night air. Fair enough. He claps me on the shoulder. But something tells me she won't.
Chapter 5. Emma. I roll my shoulders, feeling the tension release as I untie my apron. The kitchen has finally emptied, most of the staff rushing out to catch trains or meet friends at nearby bars. Chef Blackwood left 20 minutes ago with a satisfied nod. High praise after the busy service we had tonight. You heading out, Emma? Marcus asks, wiping down his station one final time. In a minute. I gesture toward the pass where a perfectly cooked halibut sits on a plate, the sauce pooled unevenly to one side. Just need to wrap this up first. Marcus glances at the plate and grins. Ah, Thursday night special delivery? Can't let it go to waste. I shrug, already reaching for the aluminum foil. My fingers work quickly, wrapping the food with care despite my exhaustion. You're a good one, Richards. Marcus tosses his towel into the laundry bin. See you tomorrow. The back door closes behind him, leaving me alone in the kitchen. The silence feels like a physical presence after hours of shouting, sizzling, and the rhythmic percussion of knives against cutting boards. I take a moment to breathe it in before grabbing the wrapped plate and my bag. Outside, the night air hits my face with a welcome coolness. My chef's jacket is damp with sweat at the small of my back, and tendrils of hair have escaped my bun to curl against my neck. I'm sure I look like I've been through a war, which, on a busy Thursday service, isn't far from the truth. I turn left out of the alley, heading toward the front of the restaurant. The streets are still alive with the energy that makes New York pulse even at midnight. Taxis honk, late-night revelers laugh too loudly, and the ever-present hum of the city creates its unique soundtrack. He's in his usual spot, huddled in the alcove next to the closed bookstore, 2 doors down from Flavor Fusion. Even in the dim street lighting, I can see his weathered face brighten when he spots me. Evening, Miss Emma. Mr. Joseph straightens up from his makeshift bed of flattened cardboard and blankets. His voice carries the gentle cadence of the South, a reminder of the life he had before coming to New York. Hey, Mr. Joseph. Busy night tonight. I hand him the foil package, warm against my palm. Halibut with citrus butter emulsion. Chef's special. His eyes crinkle as he carefully takes the offering. You spoil an old man. This smells like heaven itself. The plating was off, but the taste is perfect. I watch as he unwraps the foil with the reverence of someone unboxing fine jewelry. The kumquat gives it a little kick. Mr. Joseph takes a small bite, closing his eyes. Lord have mercy. That is something special. He chews thoughtfully. Kumquat, you say? My grandmother used to grow those back in Georgia. Did she cook with them? Made the most wonderful preserves. Sweet with just enough tang to make your mouth water. His eyes go distant with memory. Used to spread it on biscuits on Sunday mornings. I lean against the wall, letting the day's exhaustion settle into my bones. These moments with Mr. Joseph ground me, remind me why I push myself so hard in the kitchen. Food connects us to memories, to each other, to moments of joy, even in difficult circumstances. How's your mama doing? He asks between careful bites. My chest tightens. Good days and bad days. She started a new treatment last week. I'll keep praying for her. He nods solemnly. And for you too, Miss Emma. You work too hard. Pot kettle, I say with a tired smile. You worked construction for 30 years. And look where it got me. His laugh holds no bitterness, just the wisdom of someone who's seen enough of life to find humor in its ironies. I'm about to respond when movement down the street catches my eye. 2 men walking toward us, their confident strides and expensive attire marking them as out of place in this neighborhood at this hour. As they get closer, my heart does a strange little flip in my chest. William Grimaldi and Leo Blackwood walking directly toward me while I'm standing here, looking like I've been dragged backward through the kitchen, hair a mess, face shiny with sweat, and probably smelling like fish and garlic. I straighten up automatically, running a self-conscious hand over my hair, before realizing that's probably making it worse. Mr. Joseph notices my sudden tension and follows my gaze, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "Friends of yours?" he asks quietly, amusement coloring his tone. "Customers," I correct, though the word feels inadequate for the man whose intense blue eyes had held mine across the dining room just hours ago. Important ones. William notices me at the same moment, his stride faltering almost imperceptibly before he adjusts his direction to head straight toward us. Despite my disheveled appearance and the unexpectedness of the encounter, I feel a flutter of pleasure at seeing him again. Leo has a barely suppressed smile that suggests this meeting isn't entirely coincidental. "Well, hello again." I shift my weight, all too aware of my post-kitchen appearance. William's gaze sweeps over me briefly, but there's no judgment in his eyes, only that same intensity from the dining room. "Emma, right? Chef Emma Richards?" Just Emma is fine, especially when I'm not exactly in professional mode. I gesture vaguely at my disheveled state. Leo clears his throat. "I didn't expect to run into you, but glad we did. William was just raving about your food." Mr. Joseph chuckles softly. "She's the best chef in the city." "I don't doubt it," William says, and the sincerity in his voice makes my whole body warm up. "This is Mr. Joseph," I introduce, grateful for the momentary distraction. "Restaurant critic extraordinaire." "Only for Miss Emma's cooking," Mr. Joseph interjects with a wink. Leo checks his watch. "I should get going. Olivia's waiting up, and she'll kill me if I'm any later." He pats William on the shoulder. "You two catch up." Before I can process what's happening, Leo's walking away with a knowing smile thrown over his shoulder. The setup is so obvious that I'd laugh if I weren't suddenly standing alone with William Grimaldi. "Your friend is subtle," I say dryly. William runs a hand through his dark hair. "About as subtle as a brick through a window. Sorry about that." "No need to apologize." I glance at Mr. Joseph, who's focused intently on his halibut, clearly enjoying both the food and the unexpected entertainment. I should probably start heading home. Long day. "Let me give you a ride." William takes a step closer. "That's really not necessary. The subway can get sketchy this time of night." His expression turns serious. "Please. I'd feel better knowing you got home safely." I hesitate. The idea of him seeing my building, with its peeling paint and constantly broken elevator, makes me cringe internally. But the prospect of 40 minutes on the subway versus 15 minutes in a car with this intriguing man. "My car's just around the corner," he adds, as if sensing my wavering. Mr. Joseph looks up from his meal. "Take the ride, Miss Emma. Old bones like mine can sleep anywhere, but you young folks need proper rest." I give him a mock glare. "Traitor." William smiles, and it transforms his face completely. Less intimidating businessman, more genuine warmth. "I promise I'm not a serial killer." Exactly what a serial killer would say, I counter, but I'm already shouldering my bag more securely. "Fine. But just because the N train is running local tonight." "Good night, Mr. Joseph," I say, tucking a $20 bill beneath the edge of his blanket while pretending to adjust it. We have an understanding. I never directly hand him money, preserving his dignity while still helping when I can. "God bless, Miss Emma." "And you too, sir." Mr. Joseph nods at William, who returns the gesture with surprising respect. William leads me around the corner to where a sleek black car waits. The driver's door opens, and I realize he plans to drive himself. Not what I expected from someone with his background. You actually drive in the city? I slide into the passenger seat, immediately self-conscious about my chef's jacket against the pristine leather. Only sometimes, depends on my mood. He starts the engine. Where to? I give him my address in Queens, waiting for a reaction that doesn't come. As we pull into traffic, the silence feels strangely comfortable. The city lights play across his profile, highlighting strong features that fashion magazines would love. Your food was incredible tonight, he says finally. That dessert especially, the caramelized fig thing. Brown butter fig tart with candy thyme. I can't help the pride in my voice. That one's my creation. You should be running your own kitchen. The comment hits close to a dream I keep tucked away. Someday, maybe. He glances at me. What's holding you back? The question is direct, but not unkind. Something about the darkness of the car and the late hour makes honesty easier. My mom. I trace patterns on my knee. She was diagnosed with breast cancer. Stage 3. The treatments are expensive, and our insurance is... I trail off. Well, it's not great. William's hands tighten on the wheel. I'm sorry. She's fighting hard. Some days are better than others. I stare out at the city rushing past. But between her medical bills and rent, opening my own place is a distant dream right now. You take care of her? As much as I can. The words catch slightly. She's stubborn, hates feeling dependent. I practically had to bribe her to move in with me after the diagnosis. Sounds like someone else I just met. William's voice holds a gentle teasing that surprises a laugh out of me. You're an interesting man as is, Mr. Grimaldi, I reply earnestly. You don't need to bribe me to hang out with you.
Chapter 6. William. The steering wheel feels smooth under my grip as I navigate through late-night traffic. Emma's presence beside me fills the car with a subtle scent of herbs and spice, rosemary perhaps, and something else I can't name. The city lights dance across her profile, illuminating the curve of her cheek, the soft line of her jaw. Even exhausted after a full shift, there's something magnetic about her. So what made you fall in love with cooking? I ask, genuinely curious about what drives her. She turns slightly toward me, and I catch the gleam of her smile from the corner of my eye. The first time I made my grandmother's jerk chicken and my mom actually cried because it tasted just like hers. That feeling. Emma's voice softens with the memory. Food connects people across time, across hardship. It's like magic that way. The sincerity in her words strikes something in me. The Grimaldi Empire might connect people through fashion, but it's never felt like magic. Just business, strategy, profit margins. That's beautiful, I say, meaning it. Most people just see it as a job. Oh, it's definitely work. Brutal, exhausting work. She laughs, the sound light despite her words. But worth it. Especially on nights when I can take something destined for the trash and give it to Mr. Joseph instead. I slow for a red light, taking the opportunity to look at her directly. You do that often? The food deliveries? Whenever I can. Food waste in restaurants is criminal when so many people are hungry. Her gaze meets mine, unwavering. Something wrong with that? The opposite. The light changes and I accelerate smoothly. It's admirable. Most people wouldn't take the time. My mom taught me that. Even when we had almost nothing, she'd find ways to help others. Emma's voice carries a weight of love and worry. She'd give you her last dollar if you needed it. Sounds like you take after her. I try. We fall silent as I turn onto her street. The neighborhood is a mix of old apartment buildings and corner stores, most closed for the night. It's not dangerous, exactly, but definitely a far cry from my penthouse downtown. "That one with the blue awning," she directs, pointing ahead. I pull up to the curb, taking in the pre-war building with its faded elegance. Not what I expected, but somehow fitting for her. Character over flashy newness. "Thanks for the ride," she says, reaching for her bag. "Saved me 40 minutes of subway poetry slams and mysterious puddles." "My pleasure." I turn toward her, not ready for our time to end. "How's your mom doing with the treatments?" Emma's expression shifts subtly, vulnerability replacing her easy confidence. "The new protocol is rough." She tries to hide it, but I can tell she's in pain most days. She fidgets with the strap of her bag. "The doctors are optimistic, though. Worth every penny if it works." The words hang between us, and suddenly I'm calculating numbers in my head. What connections I have in top medical facilities, what specialists I could call tomorrow, how quickly I could arrange better care. A wild thought flashes through my mind. If she were my wife, she'd have access to the Grimaldi family's premium health insurance, the best doctors, unlimited resources. The absurdity of considering a marriage proposal to a woman I've just met tonight should shock me more than it does. "William?" Her voice pulls me back to reality. "You okay? You went somewhere else for a minute." "Sorry. Just thinking." I clear my throat. "Is there anything... if you need any help with medical connections or..." "That's sweet, but we're managing." Her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes. "One day at a time, you know?" I nod, knowing better than to push. "At least let me give you my number, in case you change your mind. Or, if you want to continue this conversation sometime." Her eyebrow arches. Smooth. I try. I pull out my phone, handing it to her. "Put your number in and I'll text you so you have mine." She takes it, fingers moving quickly across the screen. "There. Now you can reach me when you need a culinary consultation. I charge exorbitant fees for my expertise, just so you know. Worth every penny, I'm sure." Our fingers brush as she returns my phone, and the contact sends a current through me that has nothing to do with static electricity. I watch as she gathers her things, struck by how rarely I meet someone who affects me this way. Someone genuine in a world where I'm constantly surrounded by calculated facades. "Good night, William." She opens the door, cool night air rushing in. "Thanks again for the ride." I stay parked at the curb, engine humming softly as I watch Emma approach her building. She glances back once, offering a small wave that I return with more enthusiasm than intended. Only when she disappears through the entrance, the heavy door swinging shut behind her, do I put the car in drive and pull away. The city feels different tonight. The same towers and streetlights, the same late-night pedestrians hurrying along sidewalks, but everything seems more vibrant, more interesting. I tap my fingers against the steering wheel, replaying our conversations in my mind. "There's something about her," I mutter to myself, merging onto the main avenue. Emma Richards. Not the type of woman I usually spend my evening with. No designer dress, no family connections, no strategic value to the Grimaldi empire. Just genuine talent and a warmth that makes me want to sit across from her for hours, learning everything about her life. At a red light, I glance at my phone, where her new contact entry glows on the screen. Emma Richards, chef extraordinaire. She's labeled herself. I smile, imagining her typing it with that hint of sass in her expression. How soon can I text her without seeming desperate? Tomorrow? Tonight? What's the protocol when you meet someone who makes you believe that there's more to life than rich parties and fancy jets? The light changes, and I accelerate perhaps a bit too quickly, earning a honk from a nearby cab. I navigate toward downtown, toward my empty penthouse with its perfect views and soulless designer furniture. She needs help with her mother, I say aloud, as if explaining to an invisible passenger why I'm so fixated. I have resources. Connections. But it's more than that, and I know it. The way she talked about food, about her mother, about sharing with those who have nothing. There was a passion there that's entirely foreign in my world of superficial networking and strategic relationships. I could introduce her to people, restaurant investors, culinary event planners. My family name opens doors, even if those doors feel like a cage to me half the time. For Emma, though, I could make those connections work in her favor. And what do you get out of it, Grimaldi? I ask my reflection in the rearview mirror. The answer is embarrassingly simple. More time with her. I make a sharp right turn, cutting through a side street to avoid late-night congestion. My phone buzzes with a text from my father, something about the schedule for tomorrow, but I ignore it. Instead, I think about Emma's mom, fighting cancer with treatments that are worth every penny if they work. The hesitation in Emma's voice when I offered help was clear. Pride, probably, or wariness of accepting anything from a stranger. But I'm not a stranger anymore, am I? She has my number. We've shared food and stories about my grandmother's rules for proper Italian meals, about her mother's resourcefulness during hard times. By the time I pull into my building's parking garage, I've crafted and discarded a dozen potential text messages in my head. Too casual, too formal, too obviously interested. Not interested enough. The elevator ascends silently to the penthouse floor, and I lean against the polished wall, suddenly tired. Not from the hour, but from the weight of playing the Grimaldi air, of maintaining appearances, of calculating every interaction. With Emma, I forgot to calculate. I just talked. Listened, laughed. The elevator doors slide open to my private foyer. I step into the dark penthouse, not bothering with the lights. The floor-to-ceiling windows capture enough of the city's glow to illuminate my path to the kitchen where I pour a finger of scotch. Glass in hand, I move to the windows, looking out at the sprawling cityscape. Somewhere out there, Emma is probably getting ready for bed, setting her alarm for another early morning at the restaurant. I pull out my phone again, type a simple message. Home safe. Thanks for making my night more interesting than a business dinner would have been. Let me know if you need anything. Culinary empire advice, or otherwise. My thumb hovers over the send button. Too soon? Too eager? I down the scotch, the burn traveling from throat to chest. Damn it! I press send. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 7. Emma. The morning sunlight pours through the kitchen window of our fourth-floor walk-up, creating a golden rectangle on the faded linoleum. Mom sits across from me at our small table, wrapped in her favorite floral robe. She's having a good day. I can tell by how she holds her mug with steady hands, how her smile reaches her eyes when she laughs at my stories from work. So there I am, cooking at my station, when Chef Olivia pulls me away to greet the dining room guests. And I meet so many fancy-looking people with their red lips and nice nails. I even meet her husband, and a very rich man named William Grimaldi. I sprinkle a bit more cinnamon on my oatmeal, stirring it absently. You know, of Grimaldi Luxury Group, The people who make those handbags you drool over in magazines? Mom's eyes widen. The Grimaldis? Emma, that's incredible. What was he like? Stuck up? Those rich types usually are. I pause, searching for the right description. William's face flashes in my mind, that genuine smile that transformed his entire face when he talked about his grandmother, the intensity in his eyes when he listened to me. Actually, no. He was surprisingly normal. Funny even. I take a bite of oatmeal to hide the involuntary smile forming. He caught me outside while I was giving food to Mr. Joseph. Then he drove me home. He what? Mom straightens in her chair, suddenly alert like a bloodhound catching a scent. William Grimaldi gave my daughter a ride home? It's not a big deal. The ping from my phone interrupts us. Another text from William. Third one since his home safe message last night. I flip the phone over, trying to ignore the flutter in my chest. He was just being nice. Mom's eyebrow arches perfectly, a skill I never inherited. The heir to a billion-dollar fashion empire, just being nice? By hanging around a restaurant kitchen and playing chauffeur? She reaches for the pill organizer beside her plate, methodically taking her morning medication with practiced motions. What else? He asked about you, I admit, softening. About your treatments. Her expression shifts to something more serious. And what did you tell him? The truth. That they're rough, but we're hopeful. I reach across the table to squeeze her hand, noticing how thin it feels beneath mine. He offered to help with medical connections. And you obviously turned him down. It's not a question. She knows me too well. Of course. We don't need charity. I release her hand and stand to refill our coffee mugs, needing the movement. Besides, it's not like I'm going to see him again. Why not? I turn from the counter, coffee pot suspended midair. Mom, be serious. He's William Grimaldi. I'm a cook living in Queens with student loans and a studio apartment I share with my mother. A talented chef, she corrects, extending her mug for a refill. Who happens to be beautiful, brilliant, and apparently interesting enough that this man texted you 3 times since last night. How did you? Your phone lights up every time, sweetheart. You're not subtle when you check it. Heat rushes across my body as I sit back down. It doesn't matter. Guys like him don't date women like me. They have flings with models and marry socialites with trust funds. And what makes you so sure about what guys like him do? She takes a careful sip of her coffee, eyeing me over the rim. Did he seem like the type who only cares about status when you were talking? The question stops me short. William's face when I described cooking with my grandmother, his genuine interest in dealing with food waste from the restaurant, the way he offered help for Mom without a hint of condescension. None of it fits the stereotype I'm clinging to. No, I admit reluctantly. He seemed real. But that doesn't change reality. We're from different worlds. Different worlds collide every day in this city. Mom sets down her mug with finality. The question is whether you're brave enough to see what happens when they do. My phone lights up again. William's name flashes on the screen, along with a preview of his message asking if I'd consider consulting on a menu for an upcoming Grimaldi event. Mom smiles knowingly. Well, are you? I stare at the phone, torn between practical caution and the undeniable pull I felt toward him. It would be professional, I reason, more to myself than to Mom. He seems to be interested in my cooking. And a consulting gig could help with your medical bills. Very practical. Mom's eyes twinkle with amusement. Nothing at all to do with those blue eyes you mentioned. Twice. I stop, catching her gotcha smile. Fine. He's attractive. And interesting. And way out of my league. Why not let him decide that for himself? She reaches across the table and turns my phone face up. The worst that happens is you get paid to do what you love and make some industry connections. I bite my lip, still staring at the phone. But what if it's too good to be true? Men like William, wealthy men from powerful families, they usually want something in return for whatever they give you. The words taste bitter as they leave my mouth, memories of past disappointments surfacing. Is that what you really think of him based on your conversation? Mom asks, her voice gentle but probing. I shake my head slowly. I don't know him well enough to say. That's the point. My fingers drum against the tabletop as anxiety bubbles up. I've worked so hard to get where I am at Flavor Fusion. Chef Olivia took a chance on me when other executive chefs wouldn't even return my calls. The position at Flavor Fusion means everything, not just financially for Mom's treatments, but for my future. Working under Olivia Blackwood, with her 3 Michelin stars and reputation for mentoring promising talent, is the career break I've dreamed about since culinary school. I can't afford to get distracted or make mistakes right now. What if this, whatever this is, somehow derails everything I've worked for? Mom leans back in her chair, studying me with those perceptive eyes that have always seen straight through my defenses. Emma, honey, you've always been cautious, even as a little girl. Remember how you'd test the water with your toes for 5 minutes before getting in the pool? That water was freezing, I protest with a half smile. And sometimes you missed out on the fun because you were too busy testing. She reaches for her pill organizer again, separating out her afternoon dose with practiced fingers. I understand wanting to protect your job, but maybe this isn't an either-or situation. The sunlight has shifted now, casting longer shadows across our small kitchen. In the distance, I hear the rumble of the 7 train, the soundtrack of our Queens neighborhood. All I'm saying is, consider it when he comes knocking, wanting to see you more. You deserve good things, Emma. I shake my head, a disbelieving laugh escaping. Mom, there's no way that'll be possible. William Grimaldi is probably back to his jet-setting life already, forgetting about the chef he met for one night. If you say so. Mom rises slowly from her chair, her movements careful but determined. I need to rest before my appointment this afternoon. Will you still be able to take me, or should I call Lucia? I'll take you. My shift doesn't start until 6. I begin clearing the breakfast dishes, the familiar routine grounding me. I've already prepped most of tonight's special, so I have time. After she disappears into her bedroom, I finally allow myself to look at my phone properly. 4 messages from William now, each one making my heart beat a little faster, despite my determination to stay level-headed. The first 3 are about the potential consulting opportunity, professional enough that I could almost convince myself this is purely business. But the 4th message, the one that just arrived, dissolves that pretense entirely. Hey, Emma, I know this consulting idea came out of nowhere, but truth is, I can't stop thinking about our conversation last night. Would you be up for coffee sometime soon? No pressure about the consulting if you're not interested. I'd just like to see you again. My thumb hovers over the screen. This is exactly what Mom predicted, him wanting to see me again. The professional opportunity would be amazing for my career and our finances, but the personal invitation feels more dangerous somehow. More real. I glance toward Mom's closed door, imagining her knowing smile if she knew what I was reading. Something about William felt different from the beginning, authentic in a way that caught me off guard. I take a deep breath, staring at his message as the morning sun warms my shoulders through the kitchen window. Then I start typing, my fingers shaking with every word.
Chapter 8. William. I check my watch for the 3rd time in 2 minutes, then scan the coffee shop entrance again. The copper kettle is my kind of place, industrial chic with Edison bulbs dangling from exposed beams, but cozy enough with the leather chairs that don't look like they're trying too hard. far enough from Midtown that I won't bump into anyone from my parents' circle. My phone buzzes again. Sophia's name lighting up the screen with her 5th text in 20 minutes. Need to see you. Dinner tonight? I've missed you so much since you left for Europe. I exhale slowly through my teeth. Of course, she's suddenly interested again. The New York social scene's gossip network probably lit up like a Christmas tree the moment my family announced my return. We should talk about what happened. I've changed. Yeah, I bet you have, I mutter, sliding the phone face down on the reclaimed wood table. Sophia Merriman excels at 2 things: using people to climb social ladders and reappearing in my life at precisely the wrong moments. The bell above the door chimes, and my head snaps up. Emma steps inside, looking around uncertainly. The afternoon sunlight catches in her dark curls, creating a halo effect that stops my breath for a second. She's traded her chef whites for jeans and a simple blue blouse that somehow makes her eyes look even warmer. I stand quickly, nearly knocking over my untouched Americano. Emma. My voice comes out louder than intended, drawing a few curious glances from nearby tables. She spots me and walks over, her smile tentative but genuine. Hi. Sorry if I'm late. You're not. I pull out the chair across from mine. I was early. Nervous habit. You were nervous? She slides into the seat, raising an eyebrow. I find that hard to believe. I lean back in my chair, studying her. Why's that? Because you're... She gestures vaguely at me. You know, William Grimaldi. You probably have coffee with random chefs every day. Actually, you're the first chef I've had coffee with in ever. I motion to the barista, who nods in acknowledgement. What would you like? They make an incredible lavender latte here. Just regular coffee is fine. Black. She sets her bag beside her chair. So about this consulting thing. My phone buzzes again, the screen lighting up with Sophia's name. Emma's eyes flick to it momentarily before returning to me. Popular guy, she comments with that slight arch in her voice that I'm already recognizing as her default defense mechanism. I turn the phone completely over. Not with anyone who matters. The barista approaches, and I order Emma's coffee before turning back to her. About the consulting. Her eyes narrow slightly, sensing my hesitation. You said something about menu planning for a Grimaldi event? I run a hand through my hair, suddenly feeling the weight of what I'm about to propose. This seemed much more reasonable at 3 a.m. when I was pacing my apartment, thinking about her mother's medical bills and my parents' ultimatum. Here's the thing. I may have exaggerated about the consulting gig. I knew it. She reaches for her bag, already half rising. Look, if this was just some ploy to... Wait, please. I reach across the table, not quite touching her hand, but close enough that she pauses. I do need your help, just not with menu planning. At least, not primarily. She slowly sits back down as the barista delivers her coffee. Fine, I'm listening. I take a deep breath, acutely aware that what I'm about to say could make her walk out. Or worse, laugh in my face. I need a wife. Her coffee cup freezes halfway to her lips. Excuse me? A fake wife, I clarify quickly, lowering my voice. A temporary arrangement that would benefit us both. Her eyes widen, dark brows drawing together. Are you out of your mind? Probably. But hear me out. I lean forward, dropping my voice even lower. My parents have given me an ultimatum. They're threatening to send me back to Europe if I don't settle down in 6 months. And trust me, I'd do anything not to go back. I need to give them the illusion that I have a stable marriage to ground me here in New York. And you think marrying a complete stranger qualifies as stability? She takes a sip of her coffee, watching me over the rim with those perceptive eyes. Not a stranger. You. Someone real. Someone with actual substance. I hold her gaze, willing her to understand. I saw how you were with that homeless man, how passionate you are about your work. You're exactly the kind of person they'd never expect me to choose, which makes you perfect. Wow. Flattering. Her tone is dry, but she hasn't left yet. That's something. What I mean is, you're not from our world. You're better than our world. I run a hand through my hair again, frustrated by my own ineloquence. And in exchange, I can help with your mother's medical expenses. Get her into clinical trials specialists, whatever she needs. Emma's face shifts, vulnerability flashing across it before her walls slam back into place. You don't know anything about what my mother needs. I know cancer treatment is expensive. I know you're working insane hours to make ends meet. I soften my voice. I know you're scared of losing her. She stares at me for a long moment, something unreadable in her expression. That's low, even for a rich guy used to buying what he wants. I'm not trying to buy you, Emma. The intensity in my own voice surprises me. I'm offering a partnership. A business arrangement with clear benefits for both of us. A fake marriage. She says the words slowly, testing them. How would that even work? We'd keep our separate lives for the most part. Attend some family functions together, be seen at the right places. I have a penthouse with plenty of space. You could stay there sometimes or not. We'd work out the details. Emma's finger traces the rim of her coffee cup, her face a storm of conflicting emotions. And my mother's treatment? What exactly are you offering? Whatever she needs. The best doctors, experimental treatments, home care, all of it covered. I meet her eyes directly. No strings. That part isn't conditional on anything else. Emma stares at me, eyes narrowed with skepticism. Her fingers drum against the ceramic mug, the rapid tempo betraying her internal conflict. I can practically see the gears turning behind those expressive eyes, weighing my legitimacy, calculating risks, searching for the hidden trap. I don't understand why you'd go to all this trouble, she says finally. There must be 100 socialites who'd kill to be Mrs. William Grimaldi, even temporarily. That's exactly the problem. I lean forward, elbows on the table. Those women are precisely who my parents expect me to choose. They're predictable, safe, part of a world I'm trying to distance myself from. And I'm what? Your rebellion? You're real. The words come out with more intensity than I intended. I need someone who won't play into my family's games, who has their own life and ambitions outside of my last name. Emma takes another sip of her coffee, watching me over the rim. Let's say I'm interested, and I'm not saying I am. What exactly would this cost you financially? For your mother's treatment? I pull out my phone, opening a note I'd prepared after researching cancer treatment costs last night. The average cost for someone with your mother's type of cancer runs about $150,000 in the first year alone. Her sharp intake of breath is barely audible. That's before we talk about experimental treatments that insurance won't cover. Clinical trials at places like Sloan Kettering, home health care for recovery periods. I slide the phone toward her. Those can add another $80,000 to $100,000 annually, depending on the treatment protocol. Emma's expression doesn't change, but her fingers tighten around her mug. Those numbers would be staggering to anyone, but especially to a chef working her way up. And you just cover all that? Her voice carries disbelief mixed with the first hint of temptation. Without question. My family has connections with every major medical center in the city. Treatment would start immediately. I pause, letting that sink in. Plus, there's the career aspect to consider. My career? Her eyebrow arches. The Grimaldi name opens doors in every industry, especially hospitality. Being associated with my family would put your culinary work in front of the people who matter. Food critics, restaurant investors, wealthy patrons. Something flickers in her eyes. Not greed, but a flash of ambition that resonates with me. She's driven, this woman across from me. Driven in ways that have nothing to do with status or wealth. Think about what that visibility could mean for your career, I continue. Not just higher paying positions, but creative control. The chance to showcase your vision without compromise. She sets down her mug with deliberate care. And what about my community work? The food outreach programs? Of course she'd think of that. I remember how she treated that homeless man outside of the restaurant, with dignity, not dismissal. My family foundation donates millions each year. We could direct funding toward food security initiatives, expand meal programs in underserved neighborhoods. I find myself warming to this idea genuinely. You could lead it if you wanted. Design programs that actually work instead of just looking good in press releases. Emma's eyes widen slightly at this. I can see her imagining the possibilities. Not just solving her immediate problems, but creating something lasting. That's a lot to consider. Her voice is softer now, contemplative rather than defensive. I know it is. I give her a moment, watching as she absently twists one of her silver rings around her finger. Look, I'm not expecting an answer today. Take some time to think about it. And if I say yes? Her gaze meets mine directly. What happens then? Do we just get married? Just like that? We need to make it look convincing. Maybe slip some stories in the press on how I've been secretly seeing someone for a while now, I explain. But once we're engaged, your mother's treatment would start immediately. No waiting for the ceremony. Emma looks down at her coffee, then back at me. For the first time, I see a crack in her resistance, a glimpse of cautious hope beneath her practiced skepticism. I need to talk to my mother first, she says finally. She'd never accept charity, but she takes a deep breath. If I present it as part of a job, an arrangement, maybe. I nod, understanding completely. Take all the time you need.
Chapter 9. Emma. I unlatch the lock with trembling fingers, sneaking into my apartment like a teenager past curfew, though it's just Mom and me here. The hallway light spills across the worn hardwood floors, guiding me toward the living room, where a soft lamp glow indicates Mom's still awake despite the midnight hour. That you, Emma? Her voice sounds stronger tonight. A good sign. I drop my bag by the door, kick off my aching feet out of their kitchen-safe clogs, and pad into our small living room. Mom's curled in her favorite armchair, Afghan across her legs, a steaming mug of herbal tea on the side table, and her e-reader propped against her knees. You should be sleeping. I lean down to kiss her forehead, noticing her skin feels cooler than it has in days. How's the pain tonight? Manageable. Mom sets her e-reader aside, that knowing look already crossing her face. Something's up with you. You've got that same expression you had when you broke Mrs. Hernandez's window with a baseball in 5th grade and tried to decide whether to confess. A laugh escapes me despite the knot in my stomach. I'd forgotten about that. I haven't. She pats the couch beside her chair. Sit. Talk. I collapse onto our secondhand couch, the springs groaning in familiar protest. The imagined vision of William Grimaldi's pristine penthouse flashes through my mind. All that space, all that luxury. What would it be like to live there even temporarily? Mom, you remember that guy I told you about? William? The handsome one who drove you home? Hard to forget. Her eyes narrow slightly. What about him? The entire ridiculous conversation from earlier today sits on the tip of my tongue, jam-packed with impossibilities and temptations. I take a deep breath, then let it all tumble out. He wants to marry me. Not for real. I mean, legally real, but emotionally fake. His parents are pressuring him to settle down, and he thinks I'd be perfect because I'm not from their world, and my hands flutter in the air. searching for words. It would just be business, an arrangement, and in exchange, he'd cover all your medical expenses, everything. The treatments insurance won't touch, specialists, clinical trials at Sloan Kettering, everything. Mom's eyes widen with each word, her tea forgotten. When I finish, the silence stretches between us, broken only by the distant wail of a siren somewhere in the neighborhood. Emma Rose Richards. Her voice is quiet but firm. Tell me you didn't agree to this. I told him I needed to think about it. Talk to you first. She sets her mug down with deliberate care. And what exactly does this arrangement entail besides a marriage certificate? Appearances at family functions. Being seen together occasionally. Maybe living under the same roof sometimes, though he said that was negotiable. I tuck my legs beneath me. He said we'd keep our separate lives for the most part. And he just happened to choose you, a woman he barely knows, for this charade. I shift uncomfortably. He said I'm real, that I'm not like the women in his circle. I see. Mom's expression softens slightly. And what do you think of him, beyond the money and the famous name? William's face flashes in my mind, that intense, earnest expression as he leaned forward in the coffee shop, the way his confident facade occasionally slipped to reveal something more vulnerable underneath. The memory of him talking to the baristas with genuine respect, not condescension. I don't know him, I admit, but he's not what I expected. Mom reaches for my hand, her fingers thinner than they were months ago, but her grip still strong. Honey, I appreciate you thinking of my treatment, but I can't let you marry someone, even as a business arrangement, for my sake. It wouldn't just be for that. The words rush out before I fully process them. He also talked about opening doors for my career. Funding for community food programs. I could design myself. Things I've always wanted to do but never had the resources for. And you believe he would follow through? I hesitate, thinking about the intense sincerity in William's blue eyes. Yeah. Strangely, I think I do. Mom studies my face for a long moment. You know, I met his father once, years ago, before your father left. You did. This is news to me. Gerald Grimaldi came to a charity function where I was working as a server. Unlike most guests who looked through the staff like we were furniture, he noticed when I knocked over a tray. Instead of making a scene, he helped me clean up and spoke to me like a person. She smiles faintly at the memory. Not all wealthy people are monsters, Emma. This isn't about wealth, Mom. It's about... I trail off, unsure how to articulate the complexity of what I'm feeling. About doing whatever it takes to help me. She squeezes my hand. I know you, sweetheart. Better than you know yourself sometimes. The weight of her words hangs between us. Mom's fingers trace absent patterns on the Afghan, her expression thoughtful rather than dismissive. That's something, at least. I understand why you'd consider this. She looks up at me, eyes bright with the wisdom that's guided me through every major decision of my life. And I know you well enough to see you're genuinely thinking about it, not just rejecting it outright. I release a long breath. I am. It's crazy and unconventional, and probably something straight out of a movie, but you've never been one to follow the expected path. A small smile plays across Mom's face. Remember when you turned down that scholarship to business school to pursue culinary arts instead? Everyone thought I was insane. Everyone except me. She reaches for her tea, taking a careful sip. I've always trusted your instincts, Emma. They might lead you down unexpected roads, but they're rarely wrong. The knot in my stomach loosens slightly. So you don't think I'm completely out of my mind for considering this? A soft laugh escapes her. Oh, I didn't say that. It's absolutely wild. And I definitely have reservations. Like what? She sets her mug down with deliberate care. For starters, marriage, even a fake one, has real consequences. Legal, emotional, personal. What happens when one of you meets someone you genuinely want to be with? And what about the Grimaldis? They sound like powerful people who don't take kindly to being deceived. All valid points that have been swirling in my own mind. William seems to think we can handle all that with the right legal agreements. Maybe so. Mom shifts in her chair, wincing slightly as she adjusts her position. The subtle reminder of her condition sends a fresh wave of determination through me. But before I could ever feel comfortable with you making this decision, I'd want to meet him myself. See the kind of man who proposes business marriages to women he barely knows. You want to meet William? The image of him in our modest apartment, perched on our threadbare couch, seems almost laughable. If you're seriously considering this, absolutely. Her voice takes on that no-nonsense tone I've known since childhood. And I'd want to go through the details together, all three of us. No surprises, no fine print. I brush my fingers through my hair, considering. That's fair. And probably smart. I don't want you working yourself into an early grave for my treatments, Emma. Her voice softens, vulnerability peeking through her usual strength. I see what these double shifts are doing to you. How exhausted you are all the time. I'd work triple shifts if it meant getting you the care you need. I know you would. That's what worries me. She reaches over to tuck a stray curl behind my ear, a gesture so maternal it makes my chest ache. Sometimes I think you'd set yourself on fire to keep others warm. The apartment falls quiet, just the distant hum of the refrigerator and the occasional car passing on the street below. Mom's words settle over me, not as rejection but as concern. The kind that comes from love rather than control. Should I tell him no then? I ask finally. I didn't say that either. She leans back, studying me. I think we should talk to him. Together. See if this bizarre arrangement could actually work without causing more harm than good. Decision made, I pull my phone from my pocket. My thumbs hover over the screen for a moment before I type. My mom wants to meet you. She thinks we should discuss the details together, here at our place. Could you bring the contracts so we can review everything properly? I hit send before I can second guess myself, watching those 3 little dots appear almost immediately. He must have been waiting for my response. Of course. Name the time. I'll be there with everything we need to review. Looking forward to meeting your mother. I show Mom the response, and she nods approvingly. Well, at least he's prompt. And polite. So we're really doing this? Entertaining this whole fake marriage idea? Mom reaches for my hand again. We're exploring all options. That's what smart women do when faced with complicated situations. Her eyes find mine, unwavering. But promise me something, Emma. Anything. Don't agree to this for me alone. Whatever you decide, make sure there's something in it for you too. Something beyond money or connections. Something that feeds your soul, not just your bank account.
Chapter 10. William. I adjust my tie for the 3rd time before knocking on Emma's apartment door. The hallway smells faintly of curry from a neighbor's dinner and something else. Furniture polish, maybe? Not the marble and expensive cologne scent of my building's corridors. Something about this feels more honest. There's a shuffling sound. Then Emma opens the door. Her hair's pulled back in a messy bun, a few curls escaping to frame her face. No makeup, just her natural beauty, which hits me harder than any carefully crafted look ever could. You came. She sounds surprised, like she half expected me to bail. I said I would. I lift the leather portfolio tucked under my arm. Contracts, as requested. She steps back to let me in, and I take in her apartment with genuine curiosity. It's small, but meticulously kept. Worn furniture arranged to maximize the limited space. Family photos lining the walls, and windows dressed with curtains that add warmth despite their obvious age. Nothing matches exactly, but everything feels intentionally chosen. Our palace. Emma's voice carries a defensive edge as she watches me catalog her home. It's nice. Feels lived in. I mean it. My place has 3 times the square footage, but half the personality. Her shoulders relax slightly as she leads me toward the living room, where a woman who can only be Emma's mother sits in an armchair. The family resemblance is striking. Same expressive eyes, same determined set of the jaw, though illness has clearly taken its toll. She's thin, her skin carrying a grayish undertone beneath its natural warm brown. Mom, this is William Grimaldi. William, my mother. Patricia Richards. I step forward, extending my hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Richards. Patricia, please. She takes my hand, her grip surprisingly firm despite her frail appearance. So you're the man proposing to marry my daughter without the inconvenience of actual romantic attachment. Mom! Emma hisses, mortified. I laugh, appreciating her directness. When you put it that way, it does sound ridiculous. But yes, that's me. Patricia gestures toward the couch. Sit. Explain to me why I should let my daughter enter into this bizarre arrangement. Mom, I'm 27. You don't let me do anything. Humor me, Emma. Patricia's focus remains locked on me as I settle onto the couch across from her. Why my daughter? There must be countless socialites who jump at the chance to become a Grimaldi. That's exactly why. I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees. Those women want the name, the status, the social media posts. Emma wants none of that. She just wants to cook and take care of you. Patricia's eyebrow arches. And you know this after how many conversations with my daughter? Enough to know she's different. I glance at Emma, who's perched on the arm of her mother's chair. When I talk to her, I could understand the things that drive her. I know what she's passionate about. And I know she has a heart of gold. She feeds the homeless man outside of Flavor Fusion when everyone else just walks right by him. That counts for something. A small smile plays at Patricia's lips. She's always been like that. I need someone real. Someone who won't play the games everyone else in my circle plays. I pulled the contracts from my portfolio and placed them on the coffee table. This arrangement would benefit us both. Emma's reputation and culinary career would get a boost. She'd have connections to investors who could back her own restaurant someday. And what about my mother's treatment? Emma asks, getting right to her priority. Full coverage. The best oncologists, experimental treatments, clinical trials, whatever gives us the best chance. I turn back to Patricia. Plus a live-in nurse at my penthouse where you'd have your own suite. Complete privacy when you want it, company when you don't. Your penthouse? Emma interrupts. I thought we were keeping separate residences. We can if that's what you prefer, but logistically it makes more sense for you both to move in. 3 bedrooms, separate bathrooms. You'd have your own space. I run a hand through my hair. It would make the arrangement more convincing if we shared an address. Patricia studies me carefully. And what happens when this charade ends? When you've satisfied your family's expectations and want out? The contract guarantees Emma a settlement that would cover your ongoing medical needs and provide her with enough capital to start her own restaurant. I tap the document. Everything's in writing. Emma reaches for the contract, flipping through pages. Her fingertips trace over paragraphs detailing financial arrangements that would change her life completely. Emma's eyes dart between her mother and me, tension radiating from her small frame. She clutches the contract like it's both a lifeline and a ticking bomb. Mom, what do you think? Her voice betrays vulnerability I haven't heard before. Patricia adjusts herself in her chair, wincing slightly with the movement. It sounds convenient. Too convenient. What's the catch, Mr. Grimaldi? Please, call me William. I lean back, crossing my ankle over my knee, trying to appear relaxed despite the tension in the room. No catch beyond what's written there. My parents expect me to settle down, find a suitable partner, start acting like the heir to the Grimaldi empire. If I don't... I pause, remembering my father's cold stare across his mahogany desk only a few days ago, when he reminded me of my duty. The ultimatum still rings in my ears. Get your act together, or get back to Europe. If I don't comply, they're shipping me back to Europe. Back to working directly under my father's thumb, micromanaged to death. The thought alone makes my jaw clench. I want to start building something of my own here. Some independence away from their constant scrutiny. Patricia studies me, her gaze unnervingly perceptive. And what about my daughter's culinary career? Emma's worked hard to get where she is. That's exactly why she's perfect for this arrangement. She has her own ambitions, her own career path. I gesture toward Emma. I'd never ask her to give that up. In fact, I've included provisions for culinary school tuition if she wants to pursue further education, connections to restaurant investors when she's ready. The Grimaldi name opens doors in this city. Emma sets the contract down, folding her hands in her lap. It's not just about my career, William. I need guarantees about my mother's care. Your mother will have the best medical team in New York, private rooms for treatments, experimental therapies if necessary. I lock eyes with Patricia. Mrs. Richards, I promise if you both help me with this, you'll be taken care of for the rest of your lives. This isn't just business for me. I respect Emma. I respect what you two have built together. The room falls silent except for the distant hum of city traffic and the soft tick of a wall clock. Patricia and Emma exchange a look, one of those wordless communications that pass between people who know each other inside and out. You said it's for how long? Patricia finally asks. 18 months minimum, 2 years maximum. Long enough to convince my family I've settled down. Short enough that we can both move on with our lives afterward. I run my hand through my hair, a nervous habit I've never been able to break. Everything's outlined in Section 4 of the contract. Emma flips to that section, her brow furrowing as she scans the legal jargon. And what if one of us meets someone during this time? Someone real? The question catches me off guard. I haven't considered that possibility. The thought of Emma with someone else creates an unexpected knot in my stomach. There's a discretion clause. Obviously, we'd need to maintain appearances in public, in private. I shrug, forcing nonchalance. We're adults. We can handle it maturely. Patricia leans forward, fixing me with a maternal stare that makes me sit straighter. My Emma deserves happiness, Mr. Grimaldi. William. Not just financial security. Promise me you won't stand in her way if true love comes along. I promise. The words come easily because they're true. Something about Emma makes me want her happiness, even if it's not with me. This is a business arrangement, not a prison sentence. Emma takes a deep breath, then nods. Okay. I'll do it. For both our sakes. Relief washes over me. You'll sign? Yes. She reaches for a pen on the coffee table. But I want my lawyer to review this first thing tomorrow. We sign the final version after he approves. Fair enough. I pull out my fountain pen and offer it to her. This is just the preliminary agreement. We can make amendments your lawyer suggests. Emma takes my pen, her fingers brushing mine. The small contact sends an electric current up my arm that I pretend not to notice. Let me get this straight, she says as she flips to the signature page. I marry you. Live in your penthouse with my mother. Continue working at Flavor Fusion while you pay for my mother's medical care. After 2 years, Max, we part ways and I get enough money to open my restaurant. That's the arrangement. I watch as she signs her name with careful, deliberate strokes. In return, I get to stay in New York, run the American division of Grimaldi Luxury Group, and keep my parents off my back. After she finishes, I add my signature below hers. The contract feels heavier than it should, weighted with promises and complications neither of us can fully anticipate. Patricia pushes herself up from her chair. This calls for tea. I'll put the kettle on. Mom, I can do that. Emma starts to rise. Let me, please. I'm not completely helpless yet. Patricia waves her off. You two have details to discuss, and I could use the movement. I watch her shuffle toward the kitchen, her determination obvious despite her weakened state. The resemblance to Emma strikes me again. That same stubborn independence. Something tells me I've struck gold by bringing these two women into my life.
Chapter 11. Emma. I adjust the throw pillows on the living room couch for the third time, unable to quiet the voice in my head, insisting I don't belong here. A week into living in William's penthouse, and I still feel like an imposter. The pristine white furniture, huge windows overlooking Central Park, and sleek modern art pieces might as well be exhibits in a museum with invisible, do not touch signs everywhere. Emma, honey, stop fussing. Mom sits at the breakfast bar, flipping through a magazine. Her color looks better today. The new medication's already showing promise. Those pillows aren't going to arrange themselves into making you feel at home. I throw her a look. I'm just trying to make this place livable. By rearranging throw pillows every 5 minutes, she raises an eyebrow. This place is already more livable than anywhere we've ever been. Have you seen my bathroom? It's bigger than our old living room. She's right. William's penthouse spans the entire top floor of one of Manhattan's most exclusive buildings. My mother's suite includes a bedroom with a hospital-grade adjustable bed, a sitting area with a TV that appears from nowhere at the touch of a button, and a bathroom with heated floors and a shower with more settings than my old car had features. I know, it's just... I trail off, unsure how to explain that luxury isn't synonymous with comfort. The apartment feels like William, beautiful, polished, but guarded. It doesn't feel real. None of this does. Mom sets down her magazine. The nurse arrives tomorrow. The oncologist appointment is Monday. Those things are real, Emma. Very real. Guilt crashes through me. What right do I have to complain about silk sheets and marble countertops when my mother is getting the treatment she desperately needs? You're right. I'm sorry. The elevator doors slide open. William's penthouse has its own private elevator, because of course it does. And he strides in, phone pressed to his ear, looking every bit the powerful air in his tailored suit. That's not acceptable, Justin. The Tokyo meeting was scheduled months ago. He nods at us, lips quirking into a small smile before returning to his call. I don't care what Paris says. This is non-negotiable. I turn toward the kitchen, my one refuge in this palatial space. While everything else feels foreign, cooking grounds me. William's kitchen is a chef's dream. Wolf range, sub-zero refrigerator, marble countertops that stretch for days. I pull ingredients from the fridge, planning tonight's dinner. What are you making? William appears beside me, suit jacket discarded, sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms that I refuse to admire. Coq au vin. Figured we should eat something that matches our surroundings. I chop an onion with practiced efficiency. How was your day playing corporate overlord? He snorts, reaching around me for a wine glass. Exhausting. Paris is being difficult about the Tokyo expansion, and my father's breathing down my neck about projections. Though every time he gets on my nerves, I remind him that I'm getting married soon, so he gets happy again. He pours himself a glass of Cabernet. Want one? Sure. I push the cutting board aside. Cooking wine is for Philistines. A woman after my own heart. William hands me a glass, our fingers brushing. The contact sends a jolt through me that I immediately suppress. This is business, not romance. Have you seen the news today? He leans against the counter, watching me cook with unexpected interest. Been too busy nesting. Why? William pulls out his phone, pulls up page 6, and passes it to me. The headline blares, Grimaldi heir captures culinary cutie, fashion prince, and chef in whirlwind romance. Oh God, I nearly choke on my wine. There's a photo of us leaving Flavor Fusion together, his hand on the small of my back, me looking up at him with what the caption calls adoration. In reality, I was asking if he wanted tacos. Keep reading. It gets better. I scroll down. Sources close to the couple reveal Grimaldi proposed after just weeks of dating. When you know, says our insider. William has always been impulsive, but Emma grounds him. They're perfect together. I set down the phone to flip the chicken. Did your PR team plant this? William shakes his head, moving to pull ingredients from the refrigerator. Didn't have to. The Grimaldi name sells papers. Our romance is pure gold for them. He hands me mushrooms. Need these? Thanks. I'm surprised he knows what goes into coq au vin. You cook? I can follow basic instructions. He shrugs, rolling up his sleeves further. Want me to chop these? I hesitate, then hand him a knife. Quarter them. Not too small. We fall into an unexpected rhythm, moving around each other in the kitchen. William is more competent than I expected, handling ingredients with surprising care. Where did you learn to cook? I ask, genuinely curious. My nonna. He works methodically on the mushrooms. Summers in Tuscany, she'd drag me into the kitchen when I'd rather be swimming. I bet nonna would approve of your technique. I stir the sauce, watching William deftly handle the knife. There's something strangely intimate about cooking with someone in a shared kitchen. An unpredictable harmony of movements and intuition. She'd criticize everything I do, then secretly tell everyone I'm a natural. William tips the mushrooms into the pan with practiced ease, the sizzle filling the kitchen. Mom watches us from the breakfast bar, her eyes dancing with amusement. You two look good together, she says, resting her chin on her palm. Very convincing. Mom, I warn, feeling heat rise to my ears. What? She raises her hands in mock surrender. I'm just saying, if those reporters were here now, they wouldn't need to make anything up. William wipes his hands on a kitchen towel, smirking. Mrs. Richards, you're welcome to tell the press anything flattering you'd like. We need all the help we can get. Patricia, Mom corrects. And I could give them some great material. Tell them how William insisted on cooking dinner for you when you were working late. How he special ordered those fancy salts you love. I nearly dropped my wooden spoon. Mom, you can't just make up. Actually, William interjects, leaning against the counter. That's perfect. Personal touches make it believable. The press loves that domestic stuff. See? Mom looks triumphant. I know what I'm doing. Before I got sick, I read enough of those magazines at the salon to know how these things work. William tops off her wine glass. Patricia, you might have missed your calling in PR. I'm a natural. She takes a careful sip. So when's the big day happening? I assume you've got that all planned out. William and I exchange glances. We haven't discussed specifics since that night at his apartment. It'll be quick, William says, returning to the cutting board to dice bacon. City clerk's office. Just the paperwork. No fuss. Very small, I add, stirring the sauce with more focus than necessary. No reason to make it a production. Of course not. Mom's eyes narrow slightly. But what's the story you'll be telling? William reaches around me for the wine bottle, his chest briefly pressing against my back. My PR team thinks intimate ceremony with close family sounds good. They'll imply it was some magical romantic affair without actually stating any details that could be disproven. Just vague enough to be believable, I murmur. Exactly. William's voice drops lower. They'll talk about how we couldn't wait to begin our lives together, and how sometimes the most meaningful moments are the most private. My stomach flips at his words, the practiced ease with which he crafts our fictional romance. And what about your job, honey? Mom asks. Will you keep working at the restaurant? I add cognac to the pan, stepping back as flames leap up. Absolutely. Nothing changes there. The whole point is maintaining normalcy while giving William's family what they want. Plus, William adds, Emma continuing at Flavor Fusion makes our story more authentic. The independent chef who refuses to give up her career for marriage, it's modern, relatable. My career isn't a PR angle, I say, more sharply than intended. William's expression softens. I know. I didn't mean it like that. Your talent is real, Emma. That's why this works. An unexpected warmth spreads through my chest at his words. Well, I think it's sensible, Mom says, breaking the moment. Emma's always been practical. Even as a little girl, she'd pack her own lunch the night before school. Mom, I groan. Nobody needs to hear about 8-year-old me. I disagree entirely. William grins, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I find 8-year-old Emma fascinating. You just haven't been properly embarrassed by a parent in too long. I point the wooden spoon at him. It's easy to be amused when it's not your baby pictures being threatened. True, he concedes, reaching past me to adjust the heat on the stove. My mother would bring out the naked bathtub photos if she had the chance. I'll protect you from the bathtub photos if you protect me from the childhood stories, I propose. Deal. His hand brushes mine as he passes me the wine bottle again. Partners in crime.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. William. 3 weeks into marriage, and Emma still wears her ring like it might bite her. I catch her twisting it when she's deep in thought, as if reminding herself it's there, a beautiful burden she's agreed to bear. Tonight's no exception as we step out of the town car, her fingers immediately finding the platinum band. You ready for this, Mrs. Grimaldi? I whisper, offering my arm. Emma's eyes flash. That's Chef Richard Grimaldi to you. My mistake. I can't help the smile spreading across my face. Chef Richard's Grimaldi it is. The Metropolitan Culinary Gala glows before us, the museum transformed into a showcase of New York's finest gastronomy. Emma's shoulders relax the moment we step inside. This is her territory, even if the black-tie dress code isn't. She's stunning tonight in a deep burgundy dress that hugs her curves before flowing to the floor. Her hair is pulled back in an elegant twist, exposing the graceful line of her neck that I find increasingly difficult not to stare at. William Grimaldi, as I live and breathe. Javier Montoya, executive chef of Alba, claps me on the shoulder. And the brilliant Emma Richards. Or should I say Grimaldi now? Richards Grimaldi, we correct in perfect unison. Javier laughs. The newlyweds speak as one already. The press wasn't lying about your perfect match. He turns to Emma. Your saffron risotto I tried at Flavor Fusion was transcendent. I've been trying to replicate it ever since. Emma's face lights up and I step back, watching her engage in passionate cooking talk. This is why I suggested this event for our first major public appearance as a married couple, to give Emma solid ground beneath her designer heels. Here she's not just the woman who married a Grimaldi. She's a respected chef in her own right. Proud husband stance, Emma teases when Javier moves on, gesturing to my posture. Just admiring the view. Careful, Grimaldi. Comments like that might make me think you're enjoying this arrangement. Would that be so terrible? The words slip out before I can stop them. Something shifts in her expression. Surprise, maybe curiosity. But before she can respond, a waiter appears with champagne. We each take a glass, and I use the moment to scan the room. That's when I see her. Sophia Merriman stands across the room, statuesque in ice blue silk that matches her calculating eyes. Those eyes find mine instantly, like she's been waiting. She raises her glass in a mock toast, lips curving into the smile that once captivated me before I recognized the coldness behind it. Damn, I mutter, downing half my champagne. What's wrong? Emma follows my gaze. Wait, is that your ex? Unfortunately. I guide Emma toward the exhibition of molecular gastronomy, trying to put distance between us and Sophia. She's been calling and texting since I got back from Europe. I've been ignoring her. And now she's here. Emma raises an eyebrow. Quite the coincidence. Sophia doesn't do coincidences. She does calculations. I place my hand protectively on the small of Emma's back. Let's just avoid her. But Sophia, like a heat-seeking missile, intercepts us before we can escape. William, darling. She air kisses both my cheeks, her perfume washing over me. The same scent that once filled my penthouse. I've been absolutely dying to catch up. You've been so elusive. Sophia, I keep my voice neutral. You remember why that is. Her laugh tinkles like ice in a glass. Ancient history, surely. She turns her attention to Emma, eyes raking over her with surgical precision. And you must be the chef? Emma, is it? Sophia Merriman, William and I have history. Emma Richards Grimaldi. Emma extends her hand with a warmth that surprises me. I've heard of you. Didn't you curate that charity fashion exhibition at the Whitney last year? The reviews were exceptional. Sophia hesitates, clearly thrown by Emma's genuine compliment. She'd come armed for a fight, not kindness. Yes, thank you. She recovers quickly. William always did have excellent taste in women, even if his timing leaves something to be desired. I think his timing is perfect, Emma says, smoothly slipping her arm through mine. The right people find each other when they're ready. You know, they're featuring some incredible cocktail innovations at the North Exhibition. Your fashion background would give you a unique perspective on their presentation. You should check it out. Sophia's smile freezes. I can see her recalibrating, searching for the angle in Emma's friendliness and finding none. She prepared for jealousy or insecurity, not this confident grace. How thoughtful. Sophia takes a small step back. Perhaps I will. William, we should catch up properly sometime. I don't think that's necessary, I reply, feeling Emma's gentle squeeze on my arm. You haven't changed, Sophia says, her voice sharpening. Still so quick to dismiss what we had. What we had was a mistake, I say quietly, and I've learned from it. Sophia's lips curl into a knowing smirk. We'll see about that, William. She swirls her champagne before taking a delicate sip. Enjoy your evening with your chef. I feel my jaw tighten as she slinks away through the crowd, her blue dress disappearing among the sea of formal wear. You okay? Emma asks, her voice pulling me back. Yeah, sorry about that. I run my hand through my hair. Sophia has a talent for getting under people's skin. Emma tugs gently on my sleeve. Oh, come on. I want to show you something much more interesting than your ex's drama. She guides me through the crowd with surprising confidence, nodding at fellow chefs and food critics as we pass. Her fingers laced with mine feel warm, grounding. Jacques, Emma calls, waving to a stern-looking older man presiding over a table of intricate dessert sculptures. William, this is Jacques Beaumont. His sugar work is legendary. The French pastry chef's severe expression melts at the sight of Emma. Ma chérie, you have come to see my latest creations, no? Emma releases my hand to embrace the older chef. I wouldn't miss it. Jacques, this is my husband, William Grimaldi. I extend my hand, but Jacques bypasses it for an enthusiastic hug. The husband, Emma speaks of your appreciation for fine pastry. She does? I glance at Emma, surprised. Only that you demolished half a tray of my test macaron last week. Emma grins, turning to a stunning display of spun sugar sculptures that look more like delicate glass art than food. Jacques launches into an explanation of his technique, but I find myself watching Emma instead. Her eyes light up as she asks questions, her hands moving expressively. She's completely in her element, passionate, knowledgeable, engaged. The intimidating French chef treats her as a peer, not just another admirer. Your wife, she has the eye, Jacques tells me confidentially, as Emma examines a particularly intricate piece. Many chefs, they only see the plate. Emma sees the art and the heart behind it. I'm learning that, I admit. We move through the gala and it's like watching Emma transform. At my parents' society events, she's confident but cautious. Here, surrounded by food innovation and culinary talent, she blazes. A small crowd gathers as she discusses sustainable fishing practices with a seafood chef from Maine. Her knowledge is impressive, but it's her genuine concern that draws people in. You're interested in working to fix food insecurity in underserved neighborhoods? That's remarkable. An older woman in an impressive diamond necklace tells Emma as we sample molecular gastronomy cocktails. Emma's expression softens. Thank you. It's close to my heart. Everyone deserves access to nutritious food, not just those who can afford fine dining. My son sits on the board of the Metropolis Hunger Initiative, the woman continues. We should connect you. I'm sure great things can come from that partnership. I watch as Emma pulls out her phone, making a genuine connection where others would simply network. Her passion isn't for show. It's bone deep. Your wife is extraordinary, the woman tells me before departing. Hold on to that one. Planning too, I respond, surprising myself with how much I mean it. As the evening progresses, I notice people gravitating toward Emma. It's not just her burgundy dress, though it hugs her curves in ways that make my mouth dry. It's her energy, authentic and passionate. When she talks about her work with homeless youth, teaching cooking skills as a path to employment, even jaded socialites lean in to listen. You're the hit of the party, I murmur in her ear as we pause by a champagne fountain. Emma laughs, the sound warm against my neck. Hardly. I'm just excited about the new vertical farming initiative. Did you see their microgreen display? The flavor profiles are incredible. I wasn't talking about the farming. I turn to face her fully. You're dazzling everyone here, including me. Her eyes widen slightly, and for once she seems at a loss for words. What? Surprised, I noticed. I brush a stray curl that's escaped her updo. Surprised you admitted it, she counters, recovering quickly. The lights dim slightly as the gala's main presentation is about to begin. In the softer light, Emma looks even more beautiful, her dark skin glowing, eyes bright with excitement for whatever culinary innovation is about to be revealed. I noticed everything about you, I confess, the words slipping out before I can censor them. Emma's lips part slightly at my confession, and for once she's the one caught off guard. A soft "oh" escapes her, barely audible above the ambient chatter of the gala. The moment stretches between us, fragile and unexpected. The lights dim further as the presentation begins, casting shadows that dance across her face. I can't look away. The spotlight finds the museum director at the center of the room, but Emma remains illuminated in my vision, a warm glow in a sea of faceless guests. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the highlight of this evening's Metropolitan Culinary Gala. The director's voice fades into background noise. Emma's eyes are still locked with mine, searching for something. Sincerity, perhaps, or motive. But there's no calculation in what I've said. For once, I'm not playing any game. William, she whispers, my name a question on her lips. I reach for her hand, threading my fingers through hers. Her wedding ring presses against my palm, cold at first touch, then warming between our joined hands. A perfect metaphor for our arrangement, I think. What began as a cold transaction is slowly generating its own heat. The crowd around us bursts into applause. Emma blinks, the spell between us momentarily broken as she glances toward the presentation. A renowned chef is unveiling some molecular gastronomy masterpiece, but I catch Emma's eyes drifting back to me between polite claps. 3 weeks of marriage. 3 weeks of learning her habits, how she hums while chopping vegetables, how she reads cookbooks in bed like novels, how she calls her mother every morning no matter how early her shift starts. 3 weeks of discovering the woman behind the contract and finding myself increasingly drawn to her genuine self. I didn't expect this. Marriage was supposed to be a business transaction, my freedom purchased with my name, her mother's medical bills covered with my money. Clean, simple, emotionless. Yet here I stand, unable to focus on anything but the subtle weight of her hand in mine and the gentle curve of her smile when she thinks no one's watching.
Chapter 13. Emma. The rhythmic thump of my knife against the cutting board creates a steady backbeat to Flavor Fusion's morning kitchen symphony. Steam rises from pots, metal spatulas scrape against hot surfaces, and orders are called out in Olivia's commanding alto. Emma, where are we with those duck breasts? Olivia leans over my station, her chef's coat pristine despite the morning rush prep. I slide the perfectly scored duck skin side down into a cold pan. Rendering fat now? Sauce is reducing. Olivia nods, satisfaction flashing across her features before she moves on to inspect Zoe's pastry station. Olivia Blackwood runs this kitchen with military precision, but there's a warmth underneath her stern exterior that makes everyone want to exceed her expectations. So, Marcus sidles up beside me, deftly julienning carrots with alarming speed. How's married life treating you, Mrs. Grimaldi? Richards Grimaldi, I correct automatically, flipping the duck to sear the other side. And it's fine? Just fine? He waggles his eyebrows. That man is walking sex appeal, and marriage is fine? Girl, you're killing me. I concentrate on the duck, hoping the heat of the stove masks the warmth creeping up my neck. We're still adjusting. 3 weeks of marriage, and I still don't know how to talk about William to my friends. The confusion only deepened after the gala 2 nights ago. The way he looked at me during that presentation, the intensity in his eyes when he said he noticed everything about me, it felt too real. Translation: The honeymoon phase is still going strong. Marcus bumps my hip with his. Don't you have hollandaise to whisk or something? I deflect, but can't hide my smile. The hollandaise can wait. Your juicy marriage details cannot. Across the kitchen, Danny pipes up from where she's prepping vegetables. Leave her alone, Marcus. Emma's too classy to kiss and tell. Thank you, Danny. I shoot her a grateful look. Besides, Danny continues with a mischievous glint, those tabloid photos from the gala tell us plenty. That man couldn't keep his eyes, or hands, off you. My spatula clatters against the pan. What photos? Oh, honey. Zoe abandons her pastry station to pull out her phone, swiping rapidly before holding it up to show a glossy image. You haven't seen? You're all over page 6. Fashionaire and culinary star. A match made in Manhattan. The photo shows William and me during the presentation, his fingers intertwined with mine, his lips close to my ear. We look like a couple deeply in love, not two people bound by a business arrangement. The intimacy captured in the frame makes my pulse quicken. We were just talking about the presentation, I stammer. Uh-huh. Marcus peers over my shoulder at the phone. And I'm Julia Child. Duck's burning, Olivia calls out, not even turning from across the kitchen. I snap back to attention, rescuing the duck before it crosses from perfect to charred. Thanks, chef. Less gossip, more cooking. Olivia circles back to my station. Though I must say you did us proud at that gala. 3 prominent critics mentioned Flavor Fusion in their coverage because of your conversations. Pride swells in my chest. Really? Olivia nods. Really. Your marriage is good PR for the restaurant, which means you're finally getting the recognition you deserve. She lowers her voice. Keep up the good work, Emma. You're a star, and everyone is starting to realize it. My heart skips a beat. Thank you, chef. I won't let you down. See that you don't. Olivia's stern expression softens slightly. Your focus has sharpened these past weeks. Whatever's happening at home seems to be working for you professionally. As she moves away, Marcus leans in. Does whatever's happening at home have to do with those bedroom eyes Grimaldi was giving you in that photo? They were not bedroom eyes, I protest, though the memory of William's intense gaze makes heat pool in my stomach. And my focus has nothing to do with him. Please. Marcus rolls his eyes dramatically. You've been floating around this kitchen since the wedding. Even your knife work's gone from excellent to exquisite. Danny slides over with a tray of perfectly diced vegetables. He's not wrong, Emma. You seem happier. Am I happier? The thought catches me off guard as I plate the duck, garnishing it with precision. These past weeks have been a whirlwind of adjustments, sharing space with William, navigating our public appearances, maintaining the facade. But beneath the performance, something unexpected has emerged. Conversations over late-night cups of tea. His genuine interest in my culinary ideas. The warm weight of his hand at the small of my back as we entered the gala. Earth to Emma. Zoe waves her hand in front of my face. You literally just proved our point by drifting off to William Land. I was thinking about the duck sauce. I lie. Sure, and I'm thinking about molecular gastronomy when I stare dreamily at nothing. Marcus laughs. Just admit it. Your marriage is great. The expediter calls out a new round of orders, and we all return to our stations. I throw myself into the rhythm of the kitchen, grateful for the distraction. The familiar dance of cooking centers me. This at least is real and uncomplicated. But as I work, William's words from the gala echo in my mind. I notice everything about you. The naked sincerity in his eyes when he said it. The way my pulse quickened when his fingers brushed against mine. The lunch rush hits like a tidal wave, and I'm grateful for the distraction. Every plate I send out is perfect. The duck skin crackling with just the right caramelization, the sauce reduced to silky perfection, the vegetables vibrant against the white porcelain. My hands move with practiced efficiency, my mind hyper-focused on each element. But between orders, in those fleeting moments of quiet, my thoughts drift back to William, to the tabloid photos, to the look in his eyes that seemed so genuine. "Order up," I call, sliding a plate across the pass. Marcus catches my eye and mouths, "William Land," with a smirk. I shoot him a glare that would wilt lettuce before turning back to my station. This isn't real. None of it is real. I reach for my water bottle, taking a long swig. The cool liquid grounds me, bringing me back to reality. This marriage is a business transaction, nothing more. I agreed to it for one reason only: my mother's medical bills. The memory of sitting in that sterile hospital office, staring at numbers with too many zeros, tightens my chest. The oncologist's voice had been kind but firm. "This treatment protocol offers the best chance, Ms. Richards. But I understand the financial concerns." Financial concerns. Such a polite way of saying crippling debt that would haunt me for decades. I slice through a tomato with more force than necessary, the knife thudding against the cutting board. "Careful there, killer," Danny murmurs, eyebrows raised. "Sorry," I mutter, adjusting my grip. William swooped in with his proposal at exactly the right moment. A marriage of convenience that would solve his issue with his parents and give me the money needed for Mom's treatment. Clean, simple, transactional. I pause, knife suspended midair. Who am I kidding? Nothing about this arrangement has been simple. The sizzle of the grill brings me back to the task at hand. I place a perfect fillet of sea bass skin side down, listening for that satisfying hiss. Sophia's face flashes in my mind, her flawless features arranged in calculated disdain at the gala. The way she draped herself over William's arm, leaning in to whisper something that made his jaw tighten. Everything about her screamed wealth, breeding, and entitlement. That's his type. Women like Sophia. Polished, sophisticated, born into privilege. Not women like me who grew up watching their mothers work double shifts, who learned to cook on a hot plate because the oven was broken more often than not. I flip the sea bass, revealing perfectly crisp golden skin. That's what I'm talking about. Olivia nods approvingly as she passes. Pure artistry. The compliment should warm me, but I feel hollow. In another world, in a real relationship, William would never look twice at someone like me. He noticed me because I was convenient, a solution to his problem that happened to be standing right in front of him, desperate enough to accept. The memory of his hand on the small of my back, guiding me through the crowd at the gala, sends an unwelcome shiver up my spine. The warmth in his eyes when he introduced me as my wife Emma to his business associates. The way his fingers intertwined with mine, not for show, but as if seeking connection. No, I shake my head slightly, refocusing on the plate I'm assembling. Those moments aren't real. They're performances for an audience, nothing more. Emma, can you believe this? Zoe slides her phone in front of me during a brief lull. Another article, this one featuring a photo of William watching me as I spoke to a food critic at the gala. The caption reads, William Grimaldi couldn't take his eyes off his new bride at Tuesday's charity event. My throat tightens. The look on his face in that unguarded moment, it's not the expression of someone playing a part. Yep, I say, popping the P. That's my husband. I turn back to my station, arranging microgreens with precision that borders on obsession. Acting or not, I can't afford to read too much into William's behavior. That path leads to disappointment, to hurt, to the kind of vulnerability I swore I wouldn't allow myself when I signed those marriage papers. Mom's treatments are working. The bills are paid. That's what matters. Everything else, the way my pulse quickens when William enters a room, the comfort I find in our late-night conversations, the heat that floods my body when his eyes meet mine, is just biology, chemical reactions, meaningless. I have to remember what this marriage really is and what it can never become.
Chapter 14. William. The penthouse is quiet except for the gentle clink of my spoon against porcelain as I stir honey into my tea. Through the windows, Manhattan sparkles like a jewelry box spilled across black velvet. It's nearly midnight, but the city's energy pulses steady and bright, matching my inexplicably wakeful state. I can't stop smiling as I replay the evening's conversations with Patricia. She'd brought photo albums, actual physical albums with corners missing and pages yellowing, and spread them across the coffee table in the East Wing sitting room that's become hers since moving in. "Now this," she'd said, tapping a photo of a tiny Emma with wild curls and a determined scowl standing next to a lopsided cake, "was her first solo baking attempt. 7 years old and already telling me I wasn't folding the batter correctly." The memory of Patricia's laugh, rich and warm despite the faint rasp from her treatments, fills the empty kitchen. She's getting stronger, the color returning to her skin, her appetite improving. The specialists at Sloan Kettering are cautiously optimistic, worth every penny of the astronomical bills that arrive with clockwork precision. I take a sip of tea, the warmth spreading through my chest. "You outdid yourself, Grimaldi," I murmur to the empty kitchen. "Best business decision you've ever made." Except it doesn't feel like business anymore. I run my finger along the rim of the mug, one of Emma's, blue ceramic with a chip on the handle. When did her things start mingling so seamlessly with mine? When did this penthouse start feeling like a home rather than just another sleek, expensive box to keep my possessions in? Patricia showed me a photo of Emma at 16, competing in some high school culinary competition. The intensity in her eyes, the focus, it's the same expression she wears in the kitchen now. "She made those judges eat their assumptions," Patricia had said proudly. "They thought the black girl from the wrong side of town was there to make up numbers. By the end, they were fighting over who'd mentor her." My chest tightens with a peculiar pride. Not surprise. Nothing about Emma's talent surprises me anymore. But pride in her determination, her refusal to be overlooked. "She gets that steel spine from me," Patricia confided, her eyes twinkling. "But don't tell her I said so. She thinks she invented stubbornness." The memory pulls a laugh from me that echoes in the empty kitchen. This wasn't the plan. These feelings weren't part of our arrangement. I check my watch, 12:17 a.m. Emma should be home soon. There's a staff dinner happening at Flavor Fusion tonight, which is wrapping up around midnight. I picture her there, laughing with her colleagues, still in her chef whites, that slightly manic energy she carries after a successful service. What would my parents think if they could see me now? William Grimaldi, heir to a fashion empire, sitting up past midnight waiting for his wife to return from work like some lovesick teenager. My phone buzzes, a text from Emma. "Coming home soon." 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. Finally, "How's Mom?" Not my mom, just Mom. When did that happen? I tap out a response. "Great day." "Appetite good." "Showed me your awkward teenage face. You never told me about the blue hair." The response is immediate. "Please tell me she didn't." I grin at the phone. "Oh, she did." The combat boots were a particularly bold choice with the prom dress. "That's it. I'm moving out. Unacceptable betrayal." I laugh out loud, the sound bouncing off the marble countertops. Too late. Legally bound, remember? Also, I'm drinking from your chipped blue mug, and there's nothing you can do about it. "That's my favorite mug. You're the worst husband ever." The word husband sends an unexpected current through me. Husband. It's a role I've been playing, lines I've been reciting. When did the character start feeling so comfortable? When did the script start feeling like my own words? I retrieve another tea bag from the wooden box Emma organized by type, smiling at her meticulous labeling system. Earl Grey, English breakfast, chamomile, all in neat rows with the caffeine content noted. My phone buzzes again. Save me some hot water? I'll need tea when I get home. Home. Such a simple word for such a complicated concept. I filled the kettle again and set it to boil. The east wing of the penthouse is dark and quiet where Patricia sleeps, her treatments making rest a priority. The specialists say her progress is remarkable, given the advanced stage of her diagnosis when treatment began. Money can't buy everything, but it can buy the best doctors, the most cutting-edge treatments, the peace of mind that comes with knowing you're doing everything possible. The elevator chimes its arrival, and I straighten, suddenly aware of my rumpled shirt, the day's stubble on my jaw. Ridiculous. She's seen me in worse states. This isn't a date. Still, I run a hand through my hair as the doors slide open. Emma bursts through the elevator doors like a small tornado, chef coat unbuttoned, hair escaping its once neat bun in wild tendrils that frame her face. Despite the obvious exhaustion in the slump of her shoulders, her eyes are bright, animated with the post-service high I've come to recognize. "You're still up!" She drops her bag by the entryway, kicks off her clogs with a satisfied groan. "I figured you'd be dead to the world by now." "And miss the chance to use your favorite mug?" "Never." I hold up the chipped blue ceramic like evidence at a trial. "The prosecution rests." She narrows her eyes, fighting a smile. "That better be the last time you use it, Grimaldi. I've killed for less." "Killed what?" "A souffle? Tough talk from someone who apologizes to vegetables before chopping them." Emma flops onto one of the bar stools at the kitchen island, stretching like a cat. "I had a brilliant night. Absolutely crushed it. I wish you could have been there to taste the special. I did this thing with seared scallops and a brown butter sage sauce that made Marcus weep. Actually weep." I slide her cup of tea across the counter. "Marcus sounds emotional. Marcus has a flair for the dramatics, especially when it comes to perfectly executed French technique." She cradles the mug between her palms, inhaling deeply. "God, you make good tea. It's literally the only culinary skill you possess, but you've mastered it. I'll add it to my resume. Right under married a chef who does the rest." She laughs, loose and unguarded in a way she rarely allows herself. Something warm unfurls in my chest at the sound. "How was your day with Mom? Beyond the humiliating photo session, I mean." "Good. We watched that baking competition she likes, and she actually ate most of her lunch. The nurse says her vitals are improving." Emma's face softens. "Thank you for everything you're doing for her. For us." An uncomfortable prickle of guilt works its way down my spine. "It's nothing. It's not nothing." She reaches across the island, squeezes my hand briefly. The casual touch shouldn't affect me as much as it does. "Anyway, you missed quite a scene tonight. That food critic from the Times showed up. Mitchell Hargrove. The one who wrote that hit piece on Fleurette." "The very same." She sips her tea, eyes dancing with mischief. "He was with some 22-year-old Instagram model, trying so hard to impress her. Ordered the most expensive wine, sent back the first bottle claiming it was corked when it definitely wasn't. What a jerk." "Oh, wait for it." He comes into the kitchen after his meal, which he demolished, by the way, wanting to meet the chef. Starts with the whole "I didn't expect someone like you" routine. My jaw clenches. "Someone like you?" "You know the type. Surprised to find a woman running things, especially a black woman." She rolls her eyes. But then he pivots to this weird, flirty thing, asking if I'd like to discuss my culinary philosophy over drinks sometime. Something hot and ugly flares in my gut. I picture some pretentious bastard with elbow patches and an overpriced haircut leaning too close to Emma, smelling like expensive cologne and entitlement. "What did you say?" I keep my voice carefully neutral. I told him I'm married, obviously. She raises her left hand where our wedding ring catches the light. But he did this whole, "That's not an answer to my question" thing. Slipped me his card. The tea suddenly tastes bitter in my mouth. And nothing. I tossed it. Emma watches me curiously. Why? You look like you're plotting a murder. Just seems unprofessional, I mutter, staring into my mug. He's a critic. There are ethical boundaries. Since when do you care about journalistic ethics? Since he hit on my wife. The thought forms with such immediate clarity that I nearly say it aloud. Not my business partner. Not our arrangement. My wife. I just don't like the idea of him thinking he can leverage his position to get... whatever. I wave my hand vaguely, hoping my face isn't betraying the ridiculous possessiveness coursing through me. Emma tilts her head, studying me with those perceptive eyes that seem to catalog every micro-expression. William Grimaldi, are you jealous? Of course not, I snap too quickly. That would be absurd. Because you sound jealous. Well, I'm not. We have an agreement. Your personal life is your business. She takes another sip, watching me over the rim. I busy myself rinsing my mug, avoiding her gaze. The truth is an uncomfortable presence between us. I am jealous. Irrationally, inappropriately jealous. This wasn't part of our deal. We agreed to boundaries, to keeping emotions out of it. But my emotions right now are hot, furious, and raging. I'm starting to feel something for Emma, and I'm not sure I'll be able to keep them hidden for too long.
Chapter 15. Emma. I stare at my reflection in the full-length mirror, turning sideways to examine the sleek black dress that hugs my curves before falling gracefully to my knees. Not too flashy, not too conservative. The perfect balance for tonight's PR dinner at Lumiere, the French restaurant that's been dominating food blogs since its opening 3 months ago. Going somewhere special? Mom appears in the doorway of my bedroom, wrapped in her favorite blue cardigan. Her strength is returning, bit by bit, though she still tires easily. Just another marriage performance. I adjust an earring, trying to sound nonchalant. The Grimaldi PR team thinks we need to be seen at trendy spots occasionally. Apparently, staying home doesn't generate enough Instagram content. Mom settles onto the edge of my bed, giving me that look, the one that says she sees right through me. And this has nothing to do with that magazine article about Sophia. My stomach drops. Of course she's seen it. The glossy cover of Style Weekly had been impossible to miss at the checkout stand yesterday. Sophia looking impossibly gorgeous in a white bikini. The headline blaring, "Sophia Speaks. William Grimaldi's ex tells all about their passionate romance." That trash. Please. I fiddle unnecessarily with my hair, avoiding Mom's knowing gaze. I couldn't care less what William's ex has to say. Oh? Then why did you buy the magazine? Busted. Research purposes. Know thy enemy and all that. Mom's laugh turns into a small cough that she waves away when I look concerned. The way that woman described her relationship with William, quite detailed, wasn't she? My stomach clenches, remembering the article's more explicit passages. According to Sophia, she and William had enjoyed a passionate physical connection unlike anything else, and she doubted his rushed marriage could compare to their chemistry. It was just a PR hit piece. I apply another coat of lipstick with more force than necessary. She's trying to stay relevant now that she's not attached to the Grimaldi name. And that bothers you because it doesn't. I snap my clutch closed with a decisive click. It's just unprofessional and tacky and completely untrue. Mom raises an eyebrow. Which part? I freeze. All of it. I mean, I'm sure they dated, but the rest is just. The truth hovers uncomfortably on my tongue. The article stung in ways I hadn't expected. Not just the professional embarrassment of having my marriage publicly questioned, but something deeper, more personal. The thought of William with Sophia, their intimacy laid bare for public consumption, created a hollow feeling in my chest that I refused to name. It's just business, Mom. I switched tactics, checking my phone. William's waiting for me. You sure you'll be okay tonight? The nurse left dinner in the fridge and... Emma. Mom pats the spot beside her on the bed. Sit. Just for a minute. I sigh but comply, careful not to wrinkle my dress. When your father and I first started dating, his ex-girlfriend wrote him a 10-page letter detailing all their intimate moments together. Left it in his mailbox for me to find. She did what? Mom nods, eyes crinkling with amusement. Some women feel threatened when they see someone they once had moving on. It makes them desperate. I'm not threatened by Sophia. I didn't say you were. I'm saying she's threatened by you. The elevator chimes in the foyer before I can respond. Mom pats my hand and rises slowly. Just remember there's a reason she's the ex and you're the current Mrs. Grimaldi. Fake or not. William's voice calls from the entryway. Emma? Cars waiting downstairs. I take a deep breath and stand, smoothing my dress one final time. How do I look? Like a woman who has nothing to worry about. Mom winks. Now go show the vultures what a real power couple looks like. William stops mid-sentence when I walk into the living room, his eyes traveling from my face down to my heels and back up again. You look... He clears his throat. That dress is... Use your words, Grimaldi. I grab my coat, oddly pleased by his reaction. Stunning. He finishes, voice lower than usual. You look beautiful. The compliment shouldn't make my heart skip, but it does. I turn away quickly, busying myself with my coat. Let's get this over with. In the elevator, William stands closer than necessary. His cologne, something woody with hints of bergamot, making it difficult to maintain my irritation with him, which is ridiculous because he hasn't actually done anything wrong. It's not his fault his ex decided to broadcast their sex life to the world. Everything okay? He studies my face as we descend. You seem tense. I'm fine. Emma. What? You've been weird since yesterday. Did I do something? I bite my lip, debating whether to bring it up. Mentioning the article feels like admitting it bothered me, which feels like admitting feelings I'm not ready to acknowledge. Have you seen this week's Style Weekly? The question escapes before I can stop it. William's jaw tightens immediately. Unfortunately, your ex had quite a lot to say. Sophia always does. She was very detailed about your relationship. I examined my manicure with forced casualness, made for interesting breakfast reading. William exhales sharply, running a hand through his perfectly styled hair. The elevator continues its descent, the numbers blinking as we drop past each floor. Sophia and I were over long before that article. Hell, we were over long before you and I even met. His voice carries an edge of frustration. She's doing this for attention, Emma. That's her whole game. I stare at the polished elevator doors, seeing our reflections. Him tall and imposing in his tailored suit. Me beside him in my carefully chosen dress. Playing parts. Always playing parts. You don't need to explain your past relationships to me. I want to. William turns to face me fully. She wasn't... Look, what Sophia and I had was shallow, all surface. I realized it when I caught her leaking stories to the press about my family's business dealings. My eyebrows shoot up. She did that? For publicity. For leverage. For whatever she thought she could gain. His jaw clenches, a muscle ticking at the corner. That's when I saw her clearly for the first time. Beautiful, yes, but calculating. Everything was transactional with her. The elevator doors slide open, but William presses the close door button, keeping us in this suspended moment. I don't want you thinking what she said had any truth to it. Any significance. His blue eyes lock with mine, startlingly intense. What Sophia and I had was empty. I was relieved when it ended. Something warm and dangerous unfurls in my chest. I push it away, reminding myself this is dangerous territory. William, seriously, you don't owe me explanations? This, I gesture between us, isn't real, remember? Just business. The words hang between us. William's expression shifts, something flashing across his face I can't quite read. Is it not? The question lands like a stone in still water, ripples spreading outward. My heart hammers against my ribs. A month ago, I would have answered without hesitation. Now. The elevator doors try to open again, and this time William lets them. The moment breaks. Car's waiting, he says quietly, placing his hand at the small of my back as we cross the lobby. His touch burns through the thin fabric of my dress. I try to focus on the click of my heels against marble, on the doorman's polite nod, on anything but the question William left hanging between us. The car ride is filled with a heavy silence. The restaurant itself is everything the critics have raved about. Soaring ceilings with Art Deco chandeliers, plush velvet banquettes, and the soft murmur of New York's elite enjoying overpriced French cuisine. Heads turn as we're led to our table, whispers following in our wake. Mrs. Grimaldi, your dress is divine. The maitre d' comments as he pulls out my chair. Valentino? I murmur noncommittally, avoiding William's amused glance. We're seated by the window, Manhattan sparkling beyond the glass. Perfect for being seen. Perfect for the photographers who will, coincidentally, capture us looking like a couple in love. William orders wine without consulting the sommelier, a power move that shouldn't impress me but somehow does. When the waiter leaves, he leans forward. You know half the people here are talking about us right now. About me, you mean? I unfold my napkin, smoothing it over my lap. Wondering if I've read what your ex had to say about what was it again? Your unparalleled sexual chemistry. William chokes slightly on his water. Jesus, Emma. Just quoting the article. For the record, he says, voice dropping lower. She embellished. Significantly. Despite myself, a laugh escapes me. That's what you're worried about? Your reputation in bed? His eyes crinkle at the corners. My reputation with you. The words hang there, weighted with meaning I'm not ready to examine. I take a sip of water, needing something to do with my hands. You asked if this is real, I say finally, keeping my voice neutral. This marriage, this arrangement. William watches me carefully, waiting. It can't be, I continue. That was never the deal. You needed a wife because of family pressure. I needed money for my mom's medical bills. Clean, simple transaction. Things change, he says quietly. Not this. I fold my hands in my lap to stop them from trembling. Not for me. I can't afford complications, William. But even as I say the words, I feel the lie of them. Because watching him across the table, his face half illuminated by candlelight, I'm aware of how complicated things have already become. How my irritation about Sophia's article wasn't just professional pride. How I've started counting the hours until I see him each day. How dangerous this all is.
Chapter 16. William. I watch Emma across the dimly lit back seat, her profile illuminated by passing streetlights as our car glides through Manhattan's late-night traffic. She's been quiet since we left the restaurant, where we both drank too much expensive wine after the tension between us fractured into something lighter, more dangerous. The evening ended with her laughing at my stories about Fashion Week disasters, her guard lowered by good food and better Bordeaux. Now her head rests against the window, eyes half closed, that perfect dress riding up just enough to reveal more of her thighs than she'd normally allow. My fingers itch to trace the exposed skin. Almost home, I murmur, though I'm not sure I want this night to end. She turns to me with a lazy smile. Good. These shoes are instruments of torture. Worth it, though. Every woman in that restaurant wanted to murder you, and every man couldn't take their eyes off you. Including you? She asks it teasingly, alcohol making her bold. Especially me. Her eyes widen slightly at my honesty. We've been dancing around whatever this is for weeks now, and tonight, with the Sophia article hanging between us, with Emma's jealousy out in the open, something has shifted. The car pulls up to my building. Emma attempts to step out gracefully, but wobbles, and I catch her elbow. Easy there, Richards. I'm fine. She straightens her spine with chef's discipline, but leans into me slightly. Just these damn shoes and too much of that wine you ordered. It was good wine. It was show-off wine. She pokes my chest with one finger. You didn't even look at the price, did you? I shrug, guiding her toward the private elevator. Some things are worth paying for. In the mirrored elevator, I can't stop staring at us. At her. Her hair has come slightly undone, a few curls escaping to frame her face. The black dress showcases every perfect curve. Her eyes meet mine in the reflection, and neither of us looks away. What? She asks softly. Nothing. Everything. The elevator opens directly into my penthouse. Emma kicks off her heels immediately with a groan of relief. God, that's better. She pads across the floor in bare feet, suddenly several inches shorter, somehow more vulnerable. I need water. Lots of water. I follow her to the kitchen, watch as she fills a glass at the sink and drinks deeply. A drop escapes, trailing down her throat to her collarbone. I look away. You should drink some too, she says, refilling her glass and holding it out to me. Or you'll have a headache tomorrow. I take it, our fingers brushing. Always taking care of people. Occupational hazard. She smiles, but it's tinged with something sad. Chef, daughter, fake wife, all caregiving roles. When you think about it, you're more than your roles, Emma. She leans against the counter, studying me. Am I? Sometimes I think I've been playing parts for so long. I don't know who I am without them. I know who you are. I step closer, drawn by something I can't fight anymore. She tilts her head. Who am I, then? You're the woman who memorizes her mother's medication schedule and still remembers the sandwich preferences of the homeless man outside of Flavor Fusion. I move closer. You're the chef who can taste a sauce once and identify every ingredient. You're stubborn and talented and completely unwilling to take me. Her lips part slightly. William. And tonight, I continue, stopping just inches from her. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. The air between us feels electric. Her eyes, slightly glassy from the wine, search mine. I should go to bed, she whispers, but doesn't move. I'll walk you to your room. She nods and we move silently through the darkened penthouse. At her bedroom door, she turns to face me, one hand on the doorknob. Thank you for tonight. Her voice is soft, a little rough. For what you said about Sophia. For the wine. For... She gestures vaguely. Everything. Good night, Emma. But neither of us moves. She looks up at me and something snaps inside my chest. I can't pretend anymore. Can't maintain this carefully constructed distance when every cell in my body is screaming for her. I lean down slowly, giving her time to pull away. She doesn't. The first brush of my lips against hers is gentle, questioning. Her breath catches, and then her hands are in my hair, pulling me closer as the kiss deepens into something hungry and desperate. I press her against the doorframe, one hand at her waist, the other cupping her face. She tastes like wine and possibility, her body soft and yielding against mine. Her lips part under mine, and the gentle exploration transforms into something wild and urgent. Emma's fingernails scrape against my scalp as she pulls me deeper into the kiss, her body arching against mine. The taste of her, wine and sweetness and need, makes my head spin more than any alcohol ever could. William. She breathes against my mouth, and the sound of my name in that husky whisper breaks something loose inside me. I press her harder against the doorframe, my hands finding her waist, feeling the warmth of her skin through the thin fabric of her dress. She makes a small, desperate sound in the back of her throat. Then her hands are moving, fumbling with the doorknob behind her. The door swings open, and suddenly Emma's pulling me by my tie, walking backward into the darkness of her bedroom. This unexpected boldness, this hunger, catches me off guard. This is Emma Richards, my fake wife. Yet here she is, dragging me toward her bed with determination in her eyes. She closes the door behind us with her foot before continuing her ambush. Emma, are you sure? She cuts me off with another kiss, her tongue sliding against mine as she works the buttons of my shirt. Less talking. Her fingers leave trails of fire across my chest as she pushes my shirt off my shoulders. I let it fall to the floor, then wrap my arms around her, lifting her slightly. Her legs instinctively wind around my waist as I carry her the few remaining steps to the bed. We tumble onto the mattress together, Emma beneath me, her dark curls spilling across the pillow. In the dim light filtering in from the hallway, I can see her face. Lips swollen from our kisses, eyes heavy with desire. My heart pounds against my ribs like it's trying to escape. God, you're beautiful, I murmur, lowering my head to kiss the sensitive spot where her neck meets her shoulder.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 17. Emma. William's weight presses me into the mattress, his body hard and hot against mine. My head spins. From the wine, from his kisses, from the impossible reality that William Grimaldi is in my bed, looking at me like I'm something precious and necessary. I've wanted this so bad. I confess between desperate kisses, my hands exploring the firm planes of his chest. His eyes darken at my words, and he captures my mouth again, more demanding this time. My body responds instantly, arching up to meet his. I'm on fire everywhere we touch, need coiling tight in my belly. This dress has been driving me crazy all night. He murmurs against my neck, his hands sliding up my thighs, bunching the fabric at my waist. I tug at his belt impatiently. Too many clothes. He grins, that cocky, heart-stopping grin that first attracted me to him, and sits back on his heels to unbuckle his belt. I prop myself up on my elbows, suddenly self-conscious in the dim light, but the naked hunger in his eyes as he looks down at me melts any hesitation. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. I can feel the rapid rise and fall of his chest against mine, his breath warm against my neck. My body thrums with satisfaction, muscles pleasantly sore in ways I'd forgotten. William shifts, pressing a lazy kiss to my shoulder before raising himself just enough to look down at me. His hair is tousled, my doing, and his eyes are soft with a satisfaction that mirrors my own. Something tender passes between us in that moment, something that catches me off guard with its intensity. "You were amazing, Emma," he says gently, fingers trailing across my skin. "The best I've ever had."
Chapter 18. William. I can't focus on the sketches spread across my desk. Every time I try to concentrate on the fall collection mock-ups, my mind drifts back to Emma, the way her body felt under mine, the soft sounds she made, how perfectly we fit together. I drag my hand across my face, trying to pull myself back to the present. The office feels too quiet, too sterile after last night. The sleek glass desk, the minimalist furniture, the monochrome color scheme. It all feels empty compared to the warmth of Emma's bedroom, compared to Emma herself. "Damn!" I mutter, pushing away from my desk to stare out the windows at the skyline. This wasn't supposed to happen. Emma was supposed to be a convenient solution to my parents' ultimatum, a fake wife to get them off my back while I established myself at GLG. But something shifted last night, something that goes beyond physical attraction. The way she looked at me in the aftermath, all soft and trusting. I've never had anyone look at me like that before. I glance at my phone, tempted to text her. We parted with a lingering kiss this morning. I had an early meeting, and she needed to get to the restaurant. What are we now? Still fake spouses with benefits? Or something more? The thought should terrify me, but instead, it sends a thrill through my body. I want more of her sharp wit, her determination, her unexpected vulnerability, and yes, definitely more of her body against mine. A knock interrupts my thoughts, and before I can respond, my office door swings open. Sophia glides in, wearing a form-fitting red dress that once would have captured my full attention. Now, it feels like looking at a stranger. "William, darling." She approaches my desk with familiar confidence, hips swaying. "You've been impossible to pin down these days." "I've been busy." I straighten the sketches, creating a barrier between us. "You should have made an appointment with my assistant." She laughs, a practiced sound. "Since when do I need an appointment?" She rounds the desk, perching on its edge beside me. Her perfume, expensive, aggressive, invades my space. We used to be so close. The way she crosses her legs, letting her dress ride up her thigh, is calculated. I'd seen this performance before, back when it worked on me. Now, all I can think about is how different she is from Emma. Emma, who wears her emotions openly, who doesn't calculate her every move. "What do you need, Sophia?" I keep my voice neutral, professional. Her manicured fingers walk across the desk toward mine. "I miss you, Will." Things ended so abruptly between us. They ended exactly as they should have. I move my hand away, watching something cold flicker across her face before she replaces it with a practiced pout. "Don't be like that." She leans forward, giving me a view of her cleavage. We were good together. Remember Paris? That little hotel near Montmartre? I remember. I also remember how she spent most of that trip networking with fashion executives while I handled her shopping bags. That was a different time. I stand, putting distance between us. I'm married now. Please. She follows me across the room. That little chef? Everyone knows it's just for show. My jaw tightens. You don't know anything about my relationship with Emma. I know your type, William. She places her hand on my chest, letting it slide down to my belt. You need excitement, challenge. Someone who understands your world. I catch her wrist before her hand can travel lower. Stop. Why? She presses herself against me. Your little wife doesn't need to know. Some arrangements have flexibility. The suggestion that I would cheat on Emma, even in our complicated situation, sends a surge of anger through me. There's nothing flexible about my marriage. Sophia's eyes narrow. Since when did William Grimaldi become so boringly monogamous? Since I realized I deserve better than games and manipulation. The words come out before I can analyze them, but I know they're true. Emma might be complicated. She might be unexpected. But she's honest. What you see is what you get. I step back, releasing Sophia's wrist. You should leave. Excuse me. Her voice drops, dangerous and low. We're done here. Whatever you came for, the answer is no. I walk to my door and hold it open. Please don't come to my office unannounced again. For a moment, she doesn't move. Then she straightens, her beautiful face hardening into something ugly. No one says no to me, William. She walks toward the door with measured steps. Especially not for some nobody playing dress-up in our world. Something protective flares inside me. Emma isn't playing at anything, and she's twice the woman you'll ever be. I love her. Sophia's eyes widen, a flicker of shock replacing her usual calculated expression. Love? You can't be serious. She laughs, but it sounds hollow. You've known her for what? A few weeks? This is William Grimaldi I'm talking to, right? The man who once told me commitment was just another word for imprisonment. I cross my arms, surprised by the defensive posture I take. More surprised by the words that just left my mouth. Love? Did I just say I love Emma? The thought should terrify me, but instead it settles with unexpected rightness in my chest. People change, Sophia. My voice comes out steady despite the revelation spinning through my mind. I've changed. Because of her? She spits the word like it's poison. That waitress? Chef, I correct automatically. And yes, because of her. Because she sees past all this. I gesture to the sleek office, the view of Manhattan, the trappings of wealth that have always defined me. She challenges me to be better. I challenged you. Sophia steps closer, her composure cracking. I pushed you to take your position at GLG seriously, to stop playing the rich playboy and become the man your family needed you to be. No, you pushed me to become the man that fit into your plan. The clarity of this realization hits me hard. There's a difference. Her perfectly glossed lips press into a thin line. So what? You're in love with this woman who cooks for a living? Who probably sees your bank account when she looks at you. The accusation ignites something fierce in me. Emma didn't want this marriage. She didn't want my name or my money. She's building something on her own terms, with her own talent. My hands clench at my sides. She's the most genuine person I've ever met. And I'm not. Vulnerability flashes across Sophia's face so quickly I almost miss it. We weren't genuine with each other, Sophia. We were convenient. I softened my tone, not wanting to be cruel despite her earlier behavior. We played the same social games, moved in the same circles. But what we had wasn't love. It was strategy. She flinches as if I'd slapped her. For a moment, I glimpse the wounded woman behind the perfect facade. You never gave us a real chance, she whispers, her voice suddenly small. You left for Europe without a proper goodbye, and now you're back with a wife. A real chance is all I wanted. Is that true? I search my memories of our time together. The social events where we performed our relationship for others. The conversations that never went deeper than surface pleasantries. Had there been moments where Sophia wanted more that I'd missed? Or is this another manipulation? I'm sorry if I hurt you, I say carefully. But what's done is done. I'm with Emma now, completely with her. Sophia's vulnerability vanishes as quickly as it appeared. Her spine straightens, her chin lifts, and the familiar cold calculation returns to her eyes. You'll regret this, she says quietly. When she shows her true colors, when the novelty wears off and you realize what you've thrown away. She steps toward the door, then pauses. Nobody walks away from me, William. Especially not for someone like her. Be careful, Sophia. My voice drops lower, protective instinct surging through me. Don't mistake my politeness for weakness. I won't let you hurt her. She laughs, the sound brittle and sharp. Your precious Emma won't need my help to ruin this. Reality will do that all on its own. She runs her fingers along the doorframe. But when it does fall apart, don't come crawling back to me. I won't be waiting. I won't be coming back. The certainty in my voice is absolute. What I have with Emma is real. It started unexpectedly, but it's the most real thing in my life now. We'll see about that. Sophia tosses her hair over her shoulder. Enjoy playing house while it lasts, William. I'll be watching when it burns down around you. She turns on her heel and strides out, leaving the scent of her perfume and the weight of her threats hanging in the air. I close the door behind her, leaning against it as my heart pounds. Love. I'm in love with Emma Richards. The realization doesn't scare me like it should. Instead, it feels like putting a name to something I've known in my bones. Something that's been growing since that first night I see her outside of Flavor Fusion, giving food to Mr. Joseph when nobody else was looking.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 19. Emma. I'm in my element at Flavor Fusion's kitchen, tossing a pan of caramelizing onions with a practiced flick of my wrist. The sweet, rich aroma fills the air as I add a splash of red wine to deglaze. Marcus, how's that risotto coming? I glance over at him, who's stirring a pot with intense concentration. He gives the creamy rice mixture another stir. Almost there, Em. 2 more minutes and it'll be perfect. Good. Table 12's been waiting. I plate the duck breast I've been resting, arranging it with precision over a swoosh of blackberry reduction. The kitchen hums with familiar energy. Knives chopping, pans sizzling, occasional bursts of flame from the grill station. After the emotional whirlwind of the past few days with William, there's something grounding about being back in my kitchen. This space makes sense to me. Here, I know exactly who I am. Zoe slides past me with a tray of prepped vegetables. Emma, those new microgreens came in. They're gorgeous. I grab a pinch of the delicate leaves, inspecting them before adding them to garnish the duck. Perfect. Make sure we use these on the special tonight. My mind drifts briefly to William as I add the final touches to the plate. This morning feels like something from another life. Waking up beside him, his arms wrapped around me, his lips on my neck. Whatever's happening between us has shifted into something neither of us planned for. Something real. Earth to Emma. Danny waves a hand in front of my face, snapping me back to the present. That sauce is about to reduce into oblivion. Damn. I grab the pan off the heat, saving my demi-glace from certain death. Thanks. No problem. She raises an eyebrow. Though I'd love to know what's got you so distracted. Or should I say who? I feel warmth creep up my neck. Focus on your station, Danny. Yes, chef. She grins, turning back to her prep. I'm saved from responding when Olivia bursts through the kitchen doors, her usually composed expression replaced with concern. Her dark hair is coming loose from its neat bun, and there's a slight furrow to her brows. Emma, there's a situation. She keeps her voice low, but the urgency catches everyone's attention. I hand off my plating tweezers to Zoe. What kind of situation? There's a woman out there making a scene about your food. Says there's something wrong with what you sent out. My brow furrows. Which table? 7. The blonde with 3 friends. Olivia shifts uncomfortably. She's being incredibly loud about it. What dish? The sea-based special. She's saying it's undercooked, but Emma... Olivia hesitates, lowering her voice further. I checked that plate myself before it went out. It was perfect. A sinking feeling settles in my stomach. Table 7. I vaguely remember the ticket coming in. 4 women, one with specific instructions about no dairy. Marcus, you've got the pass. I wipe my hands on my apron. Let me handle this. Marcus nods, seamlessly taking over as I follow Olivia into the dining room. The moment we push through the doors, I hear an artificially loud voice cutting through the usual dinner chatter. I simply cannot believe a restaurant with these prices would serve such poorly prepared food. It's practically raw. My steps falter as I catch sight of the speaker. Sophia Merriman sits at table 7, gesturing dramatically at her barely touched plate, while her 3 companions look increasingly uncomfortable. She's wearing a stunning blue dress, her blonde hair falling in perfect waves around her shoulders. This isn't a coincidence. The sinking feeling in my stomach intensifies. Is there a problem with your meal? I approach the table, keeping my voice professional despite the adrenaline now pumping through my system. Sophia's eyes meet mine, a flash of malicious pleasure crossing her features before she arranges her face into exaggerated disgust. Oh, so you're the chef? Her voice drips with condescension. Yes, there certainly is a problem. This fish is practically swimming, it's so undercooked. I'm feeling quite ill already. I glance at her plate. The sea bass is clearly cooked perfectly, the flesh opaque and flaking. She's barely touched it. I'm sorry to hear that. I keep my voice level. I'd be happy to have the kitchen prepare something else for you. Something else? She laughs, the sound brittle and artificial. I don't think so. I lean in close to Olivia, keeping my voice to a whisper. That's William's ex-girlfriend, Sophia Merriman. This isn't about the fish. She's clearly here to cause problems. Olivia's expression hardens, her jaw setting in that way I've come to recognize as her taking charge mode. She smooths down her chef's coat and steps forward. Ms. Merriman, I'm Olivia Blackwood, executive chef and owner. Her voice carries authority without being raised. I personally inspected every dish that left the kitchen tonight, including yours. The sea bass is cooked exactly to standard. Sophia's perfectly arched eyebrow rises. Well, clearly your standards are subpar. She pushes the plate away with one manicured finger. I wouldn't feed this to a stray cat. My face burns as I notice other diners starting to look our way. A couple at the next table exchange glances, their conversation halting. I understand if the dish isn't to your preference, Olivia continues, her tone professional but cooling several degrees. We're happy to bring you something else, but I can assure you there's nothing wrong with the preparation. Sophia laughs, the sound cutting through the restaurant's ambient noise. Nothing wrong? I've eaten at Michelin-starred restaurants across Europe. I know what properly cooked fish looks like. One of Sophia's friends, a redhead in a black cocktail dress, touches her arm. Soph, maybe we should just order something else? Absolutely not. Sophia shrugs off her friend's hand. The entire meal has been disappointing. The wine list is pedestrian, the appetizers were forgettable, and now raw fish? She locks eyes with me, her gaze glacial. I expected better, especially given all the talk I've been hearing about the talented chefs here. The emphasis she places on the word talented makes it sound like an insult. I swallow hard, aware that we're becoming the evening's entertainment for nearby tables. Olivia straightens to her full height. Ms. Merriman, I've offered a solution. If you're not interested in another dish, I'll have to ask you and your party to leave. Sophia's eyes widen in feigned shock. Excuse me? You heard me correctly. Olivia's voice remains calm but firm. We take food quality and customer satisfaction seriously at Flavor Fusion. When there's a legitimate issue, we address it. What's happening here isn't about the food. My heart pounds against my ribs as I watch the confrontation unfold. Part of me wants to step in, to handle this myself. But I know Olivia has every right to defend her restaurant, and me. Are you suggesting I'm lying? Sophia's voice rises, drawing even more attention. I'm suggesting that you've made your point, whatever it may be. Olivia signals to one of the servers. Your meal is on the house tonight, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Sophia stands abruptly, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. Well, I have never been so insulted in my life. She grabs her designer purse from the chair back. Do you have any idea who I am? Yes, I believe I do. Olivia's response is measured, unflinching. As I stand next to Olivia, caught in this nightmare scenario, I kind of wish that the ground would open up and swallow me whole already. The restaurant has fallen into an uncomfortable hush. 60 pairs of eyes watching the drama unfold. Sophia turns to her friends who look mortified. Let's go. Clearly, this place doesn't deserve our business. As they gather their things, she turns back to me, her voice dropping to a stage whisper that's still perfectly audible. You always did aim low, didn't you, Emma? First with men, now with your career choices. My stomach twists into knots. As Sophia makes her way between tables toward the exit, she raises her voice again. I'll be sure to let everyone know about the treatment we received here tonight. Don't expect to see any of my friends coming through those doors. Olivia remains perfectly composed, nodding politely as they leave. Thank you for your visit. Have a pleasant evening. The door slams behind them, leaving an awkward silence hanging in the dining room. I stand frozen, humiliation washing over me in waves. If Sophia Merriman is capable of this stunt, what else is she willing to do?
Chapter 20. William. I glance at the row of purses lined up on the conference table, each one representing thousands of dollars of potential profit for Grimaldi Luxury Group. The latest collection features sleek, minimal designs with our signature G embossed subtly into Italian leather. Dad's going for understated luxury this season, a departure from the flashier styles we pushed last year. The Alessandra clutch needs to be available in at least 5 colorways. Dad taps the midnight blue sample with his pen. The Bordeaux is striking, but women want options. I nod, making notes on my tablet. Being back in this role feels both familiar and foreign. After my time away in Europe, I'd hoped to pursue my own vision within the company. But right now, keeping the peace with my father takes precedence. The hardware on these shoulder straps is perfect. I pick up a caramel-colored satchel, examining the burnished gold chain. Substantial, without overwhelming the design. Dad clasps my shoulder, his rare show of physical affection catching me off guard. This is exactly why I needed you back, William. You understand the balance between trend and timelessness. His voice drops slightly as the design team shuffles some papers at the other end of the table. I've been meaning to tell you, I'm proud of how you're handling everything. The company, your new marriage. My stomach tightens at the mention of my marriage to Emma. The lie sits heavy between us, even as he remains oblivious to it. Emma's a wonderful woman. His approval shines in his eyes. Smart, talented, ambitious, yet grounded. You made an excellent choice. I force a smile even as my chest constricts with guilt and something else, longing. Thanks, Dad. Your mother was skeptical at first. You know how she gets about these things, but even she's coming around. He straightens his already immaculate tie. A chef isn't what we pictured, but her background shows character, and sometimes the unexpected choices are the best ones. If only he knew how unexpected this all really was. The strangest part? I find myself wishing it were real. The fake marriage has awakened something genuine in me. Every morning I wake up next to Emma. I want it to be because she's truly mine, not because of some elaborate charade to secure my inheritance. William? Dad's voice breaks through my thoughts. Are you with us? Andrea was asking about the mini versions for the holiday capsule. I clear my throat. Sorry, just considering the logistics. I think the mini version of the Alessandra would perform exceptionally well as a gift item. The design team nods appreciatively, and I force myself to focus on the meeting. After another 30 minutes of discussion about leather suppliers and production timelines, we wrap up. The team files out, leaving Dad and me reviewing the samples. Dinner at the house this weekend? He asks, sliding designs into his leather portfolio. Your mother wants to host something for you and Emma. Nothing elaborate, just family. The prospect of another performance as devoted husband makes my jaw clench. I'll check with Emma about her schedule at the restaurant. Marisol, my assistant, appears at the doorway, her usual composed expression replaced with urgency. She catches my eye and makes a subtle gesture indicating she needs to speak with me privately. Excuse me, Dad. I stand, straightening my suit jacket. Looks like there's something I need to handle. He waves me off, already absorbed in a call with our Milan office. I follow Marisol into the hallway where she leads me toward my office, her heels clicking rapidly on the marble floor. What's going on? I ask once we're out of earshot. Marisol turns, keeping her voice low. I just received a call from Trent in PR. There's a situation developing with your publicity. What kind of situation? The knot in my stomach tightens. She glances around, ensuring we're alone in the corridor. Sophia Merriman has been making moves on Jackson Mills, one of the PR associates handling your marriage publicity. What the hell? The words escape before I can stop them. According to Trent, she's been very persistent. Dinners, drinks, showing up at his apartment. She's clearly trying to get information about you and Emma. My blood runs cold, then hot with anger. That manipulative. Trent says Jackson hasn't disclosed anything, but he's concerned. Sophia seems determined to find something she can use. Damn. I drag my hand through my hair. She's always been obsessed with status and gossip, but this is a new low even for her. Marisol nods grimly. Trent wanted you to know immediately. They're handling it, but Sophia doesn't give up easily. I finish her thought, pacing the few steps my narrow corridor allows. She's capable of anything. What would you like me to tell Trent? I stop pacing, my mind racing through potential damage control scenarios. If Sophia discovers the truth about our arrangement, she'd leak it without hesitation. The thought of Emma facing that kind of public humiliation because of me is unbearable. Tell him to pull Jackson off anything related to my marriage immediately. Reassign him to another account, preferably something that would require travel. And I want a meeting with the entire PR team tomorrow morning. There's more. Marisol's voice tightens. She checks her tablet, scrolling quickly. Sophia's been posting on social media about Flavor Fusion. Emma's restaurant? What the hell would she have to say about that? The hallway suddenly feels too small, too confined. I resist the urge to loosen my tie. She's claiming she got food poisoning there, specifically that she was served raw fish that made her violently ill. Marisol's expression remains professional, but I catch the flicker of disgust in her eyes. She's tagging food critics, health inspectors, and influencers in the posts. My jaw locks. Show me. Marisol hands me her tablet. Sophia's Instagram story is open, featuring a glossy selfie of her looking dramatically pale against pristine white hospital pillows. The caption reads, "When your ex's restaurant tries to kill you with raw fish." Hashtag food poisoning. Hashtag Flavor Fusion fail. A white-hot rage burns through my chest. That's complete nonsense. Emma would never serve unsafe food. Olivia Blackwood checks all the dishes, for Christ's sake. The woman is meticulous about kitchen standards. I scroll through more posts, each more inflammatory than the last. Has Emma seen these? I don't know, but they're gaining traction. Several food bloggers have already shared them. I hand back the tablet, fury crystallizing into resolve. Get our legal team on the phone, now! Marisol nods and steps away to make the call while I duck into my office, slamming the door harder than intended. Sophia's vindictive streak has always been a problem, but targeting Emma's livelihood crosses every line. Emma pours everything into her role at Flavor Fusion, all while caring for her sick mother and dealing with the stress of our arrangement. I pace the length of my office, fury building with each step. Emma deserves none of this. The restaurant represents her independence, her future security, especially after our marriage ends. And Sophia's trying to destroy it because she can't stand that I've moved on. Marisol knocks and enters. I have Jeffrey from legal on the line. I grab the phone. Jeffrey, I need options for a slander lawsuit, and I need them immediately. Jeffrey's voice comes through, measured and calm. What's the situation? I explain Sophia's posts, her targeting of Emma with demonstrably false claims. Has your wife documented that Miss Merriman was even at the restaurant recently? I don't know. I realize how little I understand about Emma's day-to-day operations. But Flavor Fusion keeps meticulous reservation records and has security cameras. If Sophia was there, we can prove exactly what she ordered and when. Good. And regarding the food poisoning claim, does the restaurant maintain temperature logs, preparation protocols? Absolutely. Olivia runs that kitchen like a military operation. Excellent. We'll need all of that. And Mr. Grimaldi... Jeffrey pauses. You should know that pursuing this aggressively will attract attention. Are you prepared for that? I don't care about attention. I care about protecting Emma's reputation. After hanging up, I sink into my chair, staring at the skyline through my office window. The truth hits me like a physical blow. I'm not just angry because Sophia's actions might expose our arrangement. I'm furious because she's deliberately trying to hurt Emma. Marisol interrupts my thoughts with another knock. Legal is preparing cease and desist letters. They'll be ready by end of day. Not good enough. I want a full lawsuit prepped by tomorrow. Hit her with everything. Slander, business interference, emotional distress. I want Sophia to understand exactly what she's up against. They also suggested alerting the health department proactively. If Flavor Fusion can demonstrate its impeccable standards, it strengthens your case and neutralizes her claims. Do it! I stand. Decision made. And Marisol? Clear my schedule for the afternoon. I don't need any more nonsense to deal with today. Of course, Mr. Grimaldi. But there's one more thing you should know, Marisol says quietly. Sophia's been telling people that your marriage is just for show. My blood freezes. What exactly is she saying? That it's a business arrangement. That you don't really love Emma. The irony isn't lost on me. Sophia's accusations are true, but hearing them stated so baldly makes something fierce and protective surge through me. Let her try to prove it. My voice comes out low, dangerous. In the meantime, we're shutting down her little vendetta. Permanently.
Chapter 21. Emma. I stare at my phone, jaw clenched so tight I might crack a tooth. My thumb scrolls through Instagram post after Instagram post, each one more infuriating than the last. My name. Olivia's name. My reputation splashed across social media by a woman who's turned vindictiveness into an art form. Emma, honey, your coffee's getting cold. Mom sits across from me at William's sleek kitchen island, wrapped in her favorite cardigan despite the penthouse's perfect temperature. Her concern pierces through my anger, momentarily pulling me back to reality. Sorry, I set my phone down, screen facing the marble countertop, as if hiding the evidence will make Sophia's attacks disappear. Mom reaches across, her hand covering mine. What's wrong? Your forehead's got that little wrinkle it gets when something's really bothering you. I slide my phone across to her. William's ex is on some kind of revenge tour. Mom picks up the phone, squinting slightly as she navigates through the posts. Her expression shifts from curiosity to outrage. Raw fish? Food poisoning? She scoffs. That girl wouldn't know quality seafood if it jumped up and introduced itself. You're meticulous about your cooking. Despite everything, I laugh. Mom's indignation on my behalf warms something inside me. It gets worse. I take the phone back, scrolling to find the post that punched me in the gut hardest. Here. Mom reads aloud. Sources close to William Grimaldi confirm his marriage to unknown chef Emma Richards is nothing but a publicity stunt. The fashion heir apparently needed to clean up his image. Wonder how much he's paying her. Hashtag fake love. Hashtag contract marriage. Hashtag Grimaldi scandal. The truth of her words stings, even though I've known our arrangement from the beginning. Hearing it laid bare like this, as gossip for strangers to consume, makes me feel cheap and foolish. This is slander, Mom says firmly. You could sue her for this. The worst part is, I lower my voice, even though we're alone in the penthouse. The marriage part is true. Not the way she's framing it, but we did marry for reasons other than love. Mom's expression softens. Honey, I know that. But what started as an arrangement doesn't necessarily stay that way. I furrow my brows together. What do you mean? I mean, I've seen how that man looks at you when he thinks no one's watching. She sips her tea, a knowing gleam in her eyes. And I've seen how you look at him too. Mom, it's complicated. The elevator doors slide open with a soft ping, and William strides in. His suit perfectly tailored, but his expression thunderous. He tosses his keys onto the entryway table with enough force to make them skid. Good morning, William, Mom calls. giving me a significant look that clearly says our conversation isn't over. William's face softened slightly. "Morning, Patricia. How are you feeling today?" "Better than you look." Mom's directness makes me wince, but William's mouth quirks up at one corner. "That obvious, huh?" He loosens his tie and makes his way to the coffee machine, pressing buttons with more force than necessary. "I'm guessing you've seen Sophia's social media crusade," I ask, watching his shoulders tense at the mention of her name. "I've done more than see it." He turns, leaning against the counter while the coffee brews. "I've got our legal team preparing a lawsuit. They're drawing up papers as we speak." "A lawsuit?" I blink in surprise. "Isn't that a bit extreme? Won't it just feed into her narrative?" "Emma, she's deliberately trying to destroy your reputation." His blue eyes flash with anger. "This isn't just petty gossip. She's attacking your livelihood and spreading rumors about our marriage," I add quietly. William's expression darkens further. "That too." Mom glances between us, then stands with deliberate slowness. "I think I'll go rest for a bit. My morning shows are about to start anyway." She squeezes my shoulder as she passes. "Don't let that woman get in your head, Emma. She's nothing but noise." Once Mom has disappeared down the hallway, William moves to sit beside me, his coffee forgotten. "I'm sorry about all this. Sophia's always been vindictive, but this is a new low." I stare down at my phone, where a notification shows another comment on one of Sophia's posts. Always knew there was something fishy about this relationship. No way Grimaldi falls for some nobody chef. Why is she doing this? The question comes out smaller than I intended. What did I ever do to her? William's hand covers mine, warm and steady. "You didn't do anything. That's the point. You're successful, talented, beautiful. Everything she pretends to be but isn't. And you're with me now, which is killing her." "But I'm not really with you," I whisper, hating how the words taste. That's what makes this so absurd. She's spreading the truth as if it's a scandalous lie, and somehow it still hurts. William's eyes lock with mine, his gaze intense. "You know that's not true anymore, Emma. We may have started this as an arrangement, but it's gone way beyond that now." My heart pounds against my ribs as he speaks the words we've both been dancing around for weeks. The line between pretend and reality has blurred so gradually that I can't pinpoint when things changed, when his touch started to linger, when my pulse began to quicken at the sound of his footsteps approaching. I know, I admit, my voice barely audible. But that doesn't change the fact that Sophia is wreaking havoc on my professional reputation. These accusations could ruin everything. What if Flavor Fusion decides I'm more trouble than I'm worth? I pull my hand away, standing to pace the sleek kitchen floor. The weight of it all crashes down at once. My mother's illness, my precarious career, and now this public spectacle. Do you know how hard I've worked to get where I am? My voice cracks slightly. I didn't have connections or family money. Every opportunity I've earned came from working so hard in kitchens where people constantly questioned whether I belonged there. William stands too, letting me vent without interruption. The morning sunlight streams through the windows, casting him in gold. Even disheveled and angry, he looks like he belongs in this penthouse with its panoramic city views. "And now," I continue, "some society princess with a grudge is posting lies that could undo everything I've built. People read this stuff, William. Potential investors, critics, other chefs. My cooking speaks for itself in the kitchen, but scandals have a way of drowning out everything else." William crosses the space between us in 3 long strides. His hands come up to frame my face, thumbs gently brushing my cheekbones. "Listen to me," he says, his voice low and firm. "Sophia can try all she wants, but she will not succeed. Do you understand? Your talent is undeniable. Anyone who's ever tasted your food knows that. It's not just about my cooking. I press my palms against his chest, feeling his heartbeat steady beneath my fingers. It's about the kind of chef I want to be. The restaurant I dream of opening someday. I don't want to be known as William Grimaldi's fake wife who couldn't hack it without connections. Is that what you think? William's brows draw together. That people will believe I'm carrying you? Aren't you? The words escape before I can stop them. This lawsuit, your family name protecting me, it's exactly what I never wanted. To succeed because someone powerful stepped in. William's jaw tightens, but then his expression softens. The lawsuit isn't about protecting you from criticism. It's about stopping defamation that could harm your career. There's a difference between letting you fight your own battles and watching someone deliberately try to destroy what you've built. His hands are warm against my skin, and despite my frustration, I find myself leaning into his touch. I respect your independence more than you know, he continues. But Emma, you don't have to face everything alone anymore. That's what this has become. Real partners who support each other. My eyes search his, looking for any hint of insincerity, but I find none. Just intensity and something deeper that makes my breath catch. I'm scared, I confess, of losing everything I've worked for, of letting my mom down when she needs me most, of this. I gesture between us, becoming something I never planned for. William's expression turns tender. He leans forward, pressing his forehead against mine. I know, but I'm right here with you. His thumb traces the outline of my bottom lip, and my eyes flutter closed at the sensation. I would do anything to protect you, Emma, he whispers. Not because I think you need saving, but because you matter to me, more than I ever expected. Before I can respond, his lips find mine, soft at first, then with growing urgency. The kiss deepens, his hand sliding to the nape of my neck, pulling me closer until there's no space left between us. My arms wind around his neck as I kiss him back, with all the complicated emotions swirling inside me.
Chapter 22. William. My lips crash against Emma's, the taste of her morning coffee mingling with the unique taste of her. The frustration that's been building since I saw Sophia's posts transforms into a different kind of tension, urgent and electric. Emma's hands grip my shirt, bunching the expensive fabric in her fists as she pulls me closer. Emma, I breathe against her mouth. I need you to know this is real. What I feel for you is real. Her eyes meet mine, vulnerable and wanting. She nods almost imperceptibly, and that's all the permission I need. I scoop her up, one arm beneath her knees, the other supporting her back. She feels perfect in my arms, solid, warm, mine. Her startled laugh vibrates against my chest as I carry her down the hallway toward her bedroom. William! She loops her arms around my neck, her breath hot against my ear. What about my mom? She's up! Her room's on the other side of the penthouse, I murmur, nudging her bedroom door open with my foot. Had she mentioned something about her morning shows? Emma's bedroom is bathed in morning light, the sheets still rumpled from where she slept. I set her down gently at the edge of the bed, my hands lingering at her waist. This isn't how I plan to spend my morning, she says, a smile playing at her lips as her fingers work at my tie, loosening it with deliberate slowness. I had meetings scheduled. I don't give a damn about those meetings now. Not with Emma looking at me like this, her eyes dark with desire. They can wait. I capture her mouth again, deepening the kiss as she slides my tie free and drops it to the floor. Her hands move to my buttons next, working them open with surprising dexterity. My jacket and shirt join my tie on the carpet. You're overdressed, I growl against her neck, my hands finding the hem of her t-shirt. She raises her arms, allowing me to pull it over her head. The sight of her in a simple black bra, Her dark skin in the morning light makes my breath catch. Words feel inadequate. Everything I want to tell her, how she's transformed my life, how real this has become despite our arrangement, gets tangled in my throat. Instead, I show her, trailing kisses down her neck, across her collarbone, savoring the small gasp she makes when I reach a sensitive spot. "William," she breathes, her hands working at my belt. I know what you need." I guide her backward until her knees hit the mattress. She sits, then slides back, her eyes never leaving mine as I step between her legs. I need it too. My pants join the growing pile of clothes on the floor. Emma reaches for me, hooking her fingers into the waistband of my boxer briefs, pulling me closer. Her thumbs trace the indentations where my hips meet my thighs, and I shudder at her touch. "How did this happen?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper as she looks up at me. "How did we end up here?" I cradle her face in my hands, thumbs stroking her cheekbones. "Because some things are inevitable, Emma. Some people are inevitable." She pulls me down onto the bed beside her, and I roll, bringing her on top of me. Her hair falls around us like a curtain as she leans down to kiss me. I reach behind her, unhooking her bra with practiced ease, sliding the straps down her arms. The moment it falls away, revealing her completely to me, I'm lost.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
For several long moments, we remain locked together, both of us struggling to catch our breath. My forehead rests against hers, our sweat mingling. Her hands have gentled now, running soothingly up and down my back where she clawed at me moments before. The weight of what I've confessed hangs between us, but I don't regret it. Whatever happens next, whether she returns my feelings or not, at least now she knows the truth. My arrangement with Emma started as a convenient solution to our separate problems, but somewhere along the way, it became the most real thing in my life.
Chapter 23. Emma. I push through the side entrance of the building, nodding at the night security guard who's become familiar with my late-night returns. My chef's coat is folded over my arm, the kitchen scent of garlic and herbs still clinging to my skin despite washing up before leaving Flavor Fusion. "Evening, Mrs. Grimaldi," the guard says. "Another late night?" Chef never leaves until the kitchen's spotless. I manage a tired smile. "Any exciting developments in the lobby tonight, Morris?" He chuckles. "Just Mr. Patterson's dog escaping again. That Pomeranian runs faster than you'd think." The elevator ride gives me a moment to decompress, my thoughts drifting to William. A smile tugs at my lips as I remember our morning together, the urgency of his touch, the unexpected confession that tumbled from his lips. "I love you." 3 words that have been replaying in my head all day, distracting me during prep, making me almost burn a sauce. I didn't say it back. Not because I don't feel it, God, I do, but because the moment overwhelmed me. By the time I gathered my thoughts, he was kissing me again. And then his phone rang with calls about some emergency at Grimaldi headquarters. The elevator doors slide open with a soft chime, and I step into the hallway, fishing my keys from my bag. Tomorrow, I'll tell him. Tomorrow, I'll find the perfect moment to let him know that somehow, against all odds and my better judgment, I've fallen completely in love with him too. A manila envelope sits propped against the penthouse door, my name scrawled across it in an elegant, unfamiliar script. I frown, picking it up and turning it over. No return address, no postmark. Someone delivered this personally. My key slides into the lock as I tear open the envelope's seal, curiosity overriding caution. Several glossy photographs slide into my hand. My stomach drops to my feet. The first photo shows William, unmistakably William, his head thrown back in pleasure, hands tangled in long blonde hair. Sophia's hair, her naked body straddling his lap, back arched. I flip to the next one with trembling fingers. It's worse, more intimate, more explicit. William's face buried between Sophia's thighs, her expression one of exquisite ecstasy. There are more. At least 6 photos documenting their past relationship in graphic detail. Each one feels like a physical blow, stealing my breath. I know these are from before we met. I know our relationship started as an arrangement. I know he dated Sophia seriously before me. Knowing doesn't stop the jealousy that burns through my veins like acid. Damn, I whisper, leaning against the wall beside the door. These photos were meant to hurt me. To remind me that William and Sophia share a history I can never be part of. To plant seeds of doubt about what he feels for me now. I shuffle through them again, noting the possessive way his hands grip Sophia's hips in one shot. The intimate familiarity between them evident in every frame. Did he touch her the same way he touches me? Did he whisper the same words? Did he tell her he loved her too? The elevator chimes again down the hall, and panic surges through me. I can't be caught standing here with these. I can't let William see them and know how much they've affected me. I stuff the photos back into the envelope and unlock the door with unsteady hands. Inside, I head straight for the kitchen, tearing the envelope and its contents into increasingly smaller pieces. I drop them into the trash can, burying the fragments beneath coffee grounds and vegetable peelings from the morning's breakfast. My hands won't stop shaking. My chest feels tight, like someone's wrapping barbed wire around my ribs and pulling it taut. This is ridiculous. I have no right to feel betrayed by William's past. We weren't together then. He didn't even know me. But the images are burned into my memory now. William's face twisted in pleasure, his hands on another woman's body. The same hands that held me this morning. The same lips that whispered love confessions against my skin. I lean against the counter, taking deep breaths until the shaking subsides. I won't let Sophia win. I won't let her poison what William and I have built with each other. I straighten, squaring my shoulders. Tomorrow I'll tell him about the photos. Tomorrow we'll face this together. Tonight, I just need to process. To push past this irrational jealousy that grips me, because despite the photos, despite the past they represent, one truth remains. William is with me now. He chose me. He loves me. And I love him too, God help me, far more than I ever meant to. The sound of a door opening snaps me out of my thoughts. I quickly wipe away the moisture at the corners of my eyes and turn toward the sink, pretending to wash my hands as footsteps approach from the hallway. Emma? William's voice is warm, sleep rough. I thought I heard you come in. I turn, forcing a neutral expression onto my face. William stands in the doorway of his bedroom, wearing just a pair of gray sweatpants that hang low on his hips. His dark hair is rumpled, and there's a crease mark on his cheek from his pillow. He looks soft. Vulnerable. Nothing like the commanding man in those photographs. Hey, I manage, keeping the counter between us. Sorry if I woke you. I was waiting up. He crosses to me in 3 long strides, reaching for my waist. Just dozed off. My body stiffens involuntarily as his arms encircle me. All I can see are his hands. The same hands that gripped Sophia's thighs, that tangled in her blonde hair, that explored every inch of her body with evident expertise. William bends to kiss me, his lips brushing against mine. What should feel like coming home instead makes my stomach twist into knots. I turn my head slightly, so his kiss lands off-center, more on my cheek than my mouth. You okay? His blue eyes search my face, concern etching lines between his brows. His thumb strokes my hip in slow, gentle circles, a touch that would normally melt me, but now just makes my skin crawl with unwanted thoughts. Fine. The word comes out clipped. I step back, breaking his hold, creating space between us. Just tired. It was a long service tonight. William's hands hover in the air for a moment, before dropping to his sides. Are you feeling sick? The irony of his question nearly makes me laugh. Sick is exactly how I feel. Sick with jealousy, with insecurity, with the knowledge that I can't unsee what I've seen. Maybe a little. I wrap my arms around myself, a physical barrier. I think I just need to rest. Let me make you some tea. He moves toward the kettle, all domestic concern and attentiveness. Or I could run you a bath. With that lavender stuff you like? The genuine care in his voice makes this harder. It would be easier if he were cold, distant, anything to match the horrible feeling churning inside me. Instead, he's being perfect. And I can't even look at him without seeing flashes of those photographs. No, really. I shake my head, backing toward the hallway. I just want to sleep it off. William follows, his expression increasingly worried. In the living room, he reaches for me again, his hand gently cupping my face. Emma, something's wrong. Talk to me. I flinch away from his touch before I can stop myself. The hurt that flashes across his face makes me hate myself a little. Is it something I did? His voice drops lower, uncertain. Yes? No, I don't know. It's something he did before he ever knew I existed. It's something he had every right to do. It's something I have no right to feel this devastated about. It's nothing you did. The lie tastes bitter. I'm just really exhausted. My head's pounding. Let me get you some aspirin. He's trying so hard, and it just makes everything worse. William, please. My voice cracks a little. I just need some space right now, okay? Some sleep. He steps back, hands raised in surrender. Whatever you need. I'm here if you change your mind. He hesitates, then adds, about anything. I mean it, Emma. The sincerity in his eyes nearly breaks me. If only he knew what was really going through my mind. The images I can't shake, the comparison I can't help making between myself and Sophia. Thank you, I whisper, already retreating down the hallway toward the guest bedroom. I can't face sleeping in his bed tonight, not with those images playing on repeat behind my eyelids. I feel his eyes on my back as I walk away, concern radiating from him in waves. The distance between us stretches with each step I take, and I wonder if Sophia knew exactly what she was doing, how effectively she could drive a wedge between us with a few well-chosen photographs from the past.
Chapter 24. William. I stare at the closed door of her bedroom, a cold emptiness settling in my chest. 3 days. 3 days of Emma pulling away every time I reach for her. 3 days of stilted conversations and avoided eye contact. 3 days of her working late and leaving early, practically running from room to room to avoid being alone with me. The penthouse feels like a goddamn minefield. My coffee has gone cold, forgotten as I try to pinpoint the exact moment everything changed. 1 minute we were perfect. I told her I loved her, for Christ's sake, something I've never said to anyone else. And the next she could barely stand my touch. A soft shuffling sound pulls me from my thoughts. Patricia appears in the kitchen doorway, her silk headscarf neatly wrapped around her hair, a robe cinched at her waist. Despite the early hour, her eyes are bright and alert. That's one thing about cancer treatments. They mess with your sleep schedule. Morning, I say, sliding a fresh mug toward her. Coffee's still hot. Patricia smiles, crossing to the counter with careful steps. You're up early. Can't sleep. I run a hand through my hair, feeling the stubble on my jaw. Haven't been sleeping much lately. Her eyes soften with understanding as she pours her coffee. I've noticed. Has Emma? I hesitate, hating how desperate I sound. Has she said anything? About me? About us? Patricia adds a splash of cream to her coffee, stirring thoughtfully. Not directly. But I'm her mother. She takes a sip, watching me over the rim of her mug. I know when something's wrong. I push away from the counter, pacing the length of the kitchen. The marble floors are cold against my bare feet, but I barely notice. 3 days ago, everything was perfect. I told her I love her, and now she can barely look at me. Patricia sets her mug down with deliberate care. William, forgive me for asking, but is there anything in your past that might disturb Emma? I stop mid-stride. What do you mean? Anything involving other women that might make her feel... Patricia chooses her words carefully. Inadequate or insecure. My mind races through possibilities. Sure, I've dated other women, Sophia being the most significant, but Emma knows that. We've talked about our past relationships. She knows exactly what my life was like before her. Nothing comes to mind, I say, leaning against the counter. Why? Did she say something happened? Patricia sighs, a small, pained sound. She didn't want to tell you. She didn't want me to tell you either. Tell me what? My voice rises sharply, and I force myself to take a breath. Please, Patricia. I need to know what's going on. She meets my eyes, her expression grave. A few days ago, Emma found an envelope addressed to her outside your door. There were photographs inside. My stomach drops. Photographs of what? Of you. And another woman, Sophia, I believe. Damn. The word escapes me before I can stop it. What kind of photographs? Patricia looks away, clearly uncomfortable. Intimate ones, explicit, from your previous relationship. The blood drains from my face as realization hits. Those photos, Christ, they were taken years ago, during a weekend trip to the Hamptons. Sophia had set up a camera, saying she wanted to capture our time together. I'd forgotten they even existed. Emma saw these? My voice sounds strangled. Patricia nods. She tore them up immediately, but the damage was done. Is that why she's been avoiding me? The pieces click into place, her flinching away from my touch, the distance in her eyes, the way she's retreated to her bedroom. She's upset about something that happened before I ever met her? It's not about when it happened, William. Patricia's voice remains gentle but firm. It's about seeing the person you love intimately involved with someone else. Someone who happens to be gorgeous, successful, and clearly still interested in you. Sophia. Her name tastes like venom on my tongue. She did this deliberately. I imagine so. Rage bubbles up inside me, hot and violent. Sophia crossed a line. No, she obliterated it. Using our past to sabotage my relationship with Emma is a disgusting move. Emma's been devastated, Patricia continues, her eyes sad. Not just by the photos themselves, but by comparing herself to Sophia. She feels less than, I repeat incredulously. Emma is everything to me. Everything Sophia never was and never could be. I know that. Patricia reaches across the counter, placing her hand over mine. But Emma's struggling to believe it right now. My jaw clenches so hard my teeth might crack. I'm going to fix this. And then I'm going to make sure Sophia never comes near us again. Patricia sighs, her fingers tightening around her mug. William, you need to understand something about my daughter. I lean forward, desperate for any insight that might help me fix this catastrophic mess. Tell me. Emma has spent her entire life feeling like she needs to prove herself. As a chef, as a daughter, as a woman worthy of love. Patricia's gaze turns distant, reflective. When you two started this arrangement, this fake marriage, she went into it with her eyes open. She knew the parameters. But then something changed. Everything changed, I mutter, dropping into the chair across from her. For both of us. Yes, but Emma's still carrying the weight of how things began. Patricia's voice softens. She's wondering if what you feel now is real or convenient. And those photos, they showed her a side of you she hadn't seen, with a woman who looks nothing like her, who comes from your world. The truth of her words hits me like a physical blow. Emma's insecurities make perfect sense. Our relationship started as a business arrangement, a fake marriage of convenience. Then I fell in love with her. Completely, desperately in love. But maybe I never made her understand how profound that transformation was. She thinks I'm settling, I realize aloud, the words turning sour on my tongue. That I want her because she's here, not because she's everything I've ever wanted. Patricia nods slowly. Emma needs to feel that you love her for real. Not just the words, William. She needs to believe it in her bones. I slam my palm against the counter, frustrated not with Patricia, but with myself. I do love her. Christ, more than I've ever loved anyone. How do I prove that to her? By seeing her. Really seeing her. Patricia's eyes, so much like Emma's, hold mine steadily. My daughter has been feeling insecure, less than. She looks at someone like Sophia and sees everything she isn't. Wealthy, connected, experienced in your world. That's nonsense, I snap, then immediately apologize. Sorry, it's just... Sophia is nothing compared to Emma. Nothing. I know that. Patricia smiles faintly. But Emma needs to know it too. I run both hands through my hair, tugging at the roots in frustration. The thought of Emma hurting, doubting herself, doubting us, it tears me apart. I'm going to fix this. The words come out as a vow. I promise you, Patricia, I will treat Emma right. I'll spend every day making sure she knows exactly how much she means to me. Patricia studies me, her expression unreadable. And if that's not enough? The question sends a chill down my spine. It has to be enough. I'm willing to do anything. Anything to make this right. Anything? Her eyebrow arches slightly. I'd give up everything for her. The truth tumbles out of me, raw and unfiltered. The company, the money, my family's approval. None of it matters without Emma. I lived that life before and I was miserable, empty, just going through the motions. I stand up, too restless to remain seated. Emma brought something into my life I never knew I was missing. And it wasn't her cooking or her beauty or any of that surface stuff. It was her heart, her strength, the way she cares for people, for you, for the homeless people she feeds, for me. My voice cracks on the last word. I don't deserve her. I know that, but I'm selfish enough to fight for her anyway. Patricia watches me pace, her expression softening. That's what love is, William. Recognizing the gift you've been given and cherishing it, even when you don't feel worthy. I stop, something clicking into place. I need to show her she's worthy. That she's not just enough. She's everything. Yes. Patricia nods, a small smile playing at her lips. And perhaps you need to realize that too. That you're worthy of her love as well. I hadn't expected that. But the photos were from your past. Patricia cuts me off gently. Emma knows you had a life before her. The question is, what life are you choosing now?
Chapter 25. Emma. The early morning sun spills across the farmer's market, bathing everything in a golden glow that would normally lift my spirits. Stalls overflow with vibrant produce, heirloom tomatoes stacked in pyramids, leafy greens still glistening with dew, and fragrant herbs that release their scent with each passing breeze. On any other day, this would be my happy place. These rainbow carrots are gorgeous, Olivia says, holding up a bunch with purple, orange, and yellow roots. Her braids are pulled back in a neat bun, and her chef's eyes scan the produce with practiced precision. Think we could do a carrot tartare special? Maybe with some cumin oil and preserved lemon? I nod absently, trying to focus on work rather than the constant ache in my chest. Maybe add some pickled mustard seeds for texture? Olivia studies my face, concern etched in the lines around her eyes. You with me today, Emma? Because your body's here, but your mind is somewhere else entirely. Sorry, just tired. I force a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. 4 days since I found those photos, and the images still burn in my brain. William with Sophia. William's hands on her body, his lips on her skin. This isn't tired. This is heartbreak. Olivia places the carrots in her market basket and links her arm through mine. I've known you for a while now. Talk to me. I open my mouth, ready to deflect again, when a familiar voice cut through the market chatter like a serrated knife. I mean, can you believe it? He actually married his little chef charity case. My entire body goes rigid. 10 feet away, examining a display of organic apples, stands Sophia. Her blonde hair catches the sunlight, and her designer sundress shimmers whenever she moves. She's surrounded by 3 women who hang on her every word, their laughter tinkling like expensive crystal. Olivia, I whisper, my voice strangled. We should go. But Olivia's already heard, her spine straightening as her protective instincts kick in. She's so basic, Sophia continues, her voice deliberately loud. William always had a thing for slumming it, but this is ridiculous. The girl can barely string a sentence together in front of his family. Such an embarrassment. The women around her titter, and one asks, is it true her mother's sick? Cancer, apparently. Sophia's perfect features arrange themselves into a mock sympathetic expression. Convenient timing, don't you think? Nothing like a tragic backstory to lock down a billionaire. My hands curl into fists at my sides. The marketplace blurs around me as blood rushes to my ears, pounding hard in my head. I've endured plenty of digs about myself, my background, my career, my looks compared to William's exes. But bringing my mother into this crosses a line I didn't even know existed. Olivia's hand tightens on my arm. Emma, don't. She's not worth it. But Sophia hasn't finished. She selects an apple, examining it with critical eyes. Between you and me, I give the mother 6 months, tops. The way I hear it, the cancer's aggressive, but silver lining, once she's gone, William will probably realize he doesn't need his little charity project anymore. Something inside me snaps. A primal protective rage surges through my body, obliterating rational thought. Before I'm fully aware of moving, I'm stalking toward Sophia. Vision tunneled to her smug face. You evil brat, I snarl, the words ripping from my throat. My mother's name doesn't deserve to be in your venomous mouth. Sophia's eyes widen with momentary shock before a satisfied smirk spreads across her face. Well, if it isn't the help herself, shouldn't you be in a kitchen somewhere? Emma. Olivia's voice is low and warning as she grips my arm. She's doing this on purpose. I know Olivia's right, but I can't stop the fury coursing through me. You can say whatever you want about me. Call me basic. Call me poor, call me unworthy. I don't give a damn. But if you ever mention my mother again, I will end you. Sophia's friends back away slightly, uncomfortable with the raw emotions spilling into their carefully curated morning. But Sophia herself leans in, her perfect features twisting with malice. What are you going to do, Emma? Hit me? Go ahead. Show William and everyone else exactly who you really are, a trashy little nobody who doesn't belong in his world. She laughs, the sound like broken glass. And for what it's worth, I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. Your mother's illness is the only reason William's still playing house with you. Once she's gone, I lunge forward, but Olivia's arms wrap around me, holding me back with surprising strength. Let me go, I hiss, straining against her grip. Not happening. Olivia's voice is firm but gentle. She wants you to make a scene. She wins if you do. Listen to your friend, Sophia says, examining her manicure. Violence is so common, though I shouldn't be too surprised you'd resort to that. Olivia's grip on my arm is firm as she pulls me away, cutting a path through the market stalls with determination. My legs move, but my mind stays locked on Sophia's smug face, on the venom that dripped from her perfect lips when she talked about my mother. The fury pulses through me like an electrical current with nowhere to ground. I swear to God, You should have done exactly what you did, which is nothing. Olivia cuts me off, her voice low but insistent. That woman wanted you to cause a scene. She was baiting you, Emma. We reach the far corner of the market, a relatively quiet spot behind a flower stand, where buckets of sunflowers create a temporary barrier from prying eyes. Only then does Olivia release her vice grip on my arm. I slump against the brick wall, fighting angry tears that burn behind my eyes. Breathe, Olivia instructs, placing her market basket at our feet. Just breathe. I inhale shakily, the scent of flowers and fresh bread filling my lungs, but it does nothing to calm the storm inside me. You heard what she said about my mom. I heard a jealous ex trying to get under your skin and succeeding spectacularly. Olivia crosses her arms. Emma, don't let her win. Win? The laugh that escapes me is hollow. What exactly am I winning here, Olivia? Because it sure as hell doesn't feel like I've won anything. Are you serious right now? Olivia's eyebrows shoot up. You're married to William Grimaldi. The man worships the ground you walk on. That woman is his past. You're his present, his future. I shake my head, wiping angrily at the moisture gathering in my eyes. You don't get it. This isn't about William being some prize. This is about respect. This is about being able to walk through a farmer's market without having someone talk about my mother like she's a goddamn inconvenience. The words hang between us, harsh and raw. Olivia's expression softens. Ever since this marriage began, it's been one thing after another with her. The texts, the accidental run-ins at events, the nasty comments to the press. It never stops. My voice cracks. And now she's bringing my mother into it? Who does that? Someone desperate and pathetic, Olivia answers simply. Someone who knows she's lost. I slide down the wall until I'm sitting on the ground, not caring about the dirt that will surely stain my jeans. William's been nothing but kind. His parents have been surprisingly supportive, especially with Mom's treatments. But Sophia, the name tastes bitter on my tongue. She's like this shadow that follows us everywhere. Olivia sits beside me, arranging her skirt around her legs. Have you told William about all this? What's the point? He'd confront her, she'd deny it, and it would just escalate. I pull my knees to my chest. Besides, he's got enough pressure from the company expansion. The last thing he needs is to deal with his psychotic ex on top of everything else. The man deserves to know what you're dealing with. A group of shoppers walks by, their idle chatter about heirloom tomatoes, a stark contrast to the heaviness of our conversation. I wait until they pass before speaking again. Sometimes I wonder if this whole arrangement was a mistake. The admission feels like ripping off a bandage. Quick, painful, but somehow relieving. The money for Mom's treatments, the security for her future. It seemed worth it. A business arrangement with benefits for both sides. His family got their perfect corporate image, and I got to save my mother's life. Olivia stays quiet, letting me work through my thoughts. But I never calculated the cost to my sanity. I pick at a loose thread on my sleeve. The constant scrutiny, the whispers, the judgment. And Sophia. Always Sophia, waiting for me to fail, waiting for proof that I don't belong in William's world. Emma? And the worst part is, she's right. The tears I've been fighting finally spill over. I don't belong in his world. I never did. This whole marriage is built on a lie, and every day I'm terrified someone will see through it. Well, it's happening. They're seeing it, and it's getting under my damn skin.
Chapter 26. William. I'm deep in the second round of revisions for the spring collection when the private elevator chimes. The sound barely registers as I toggle between fabric samples on my tablet, comparing a rich emerald silk against a more muted sage option. The Grimaldi Green collection needs to push boundaries while maintaining our signature aesthetic, a balancing act that's consumed my entire morning. The elevator doors whoosh open, and Emma's voice cuts through my concentration. Mom? Mom, are you here? We need to start packing. Now. Her tone, raw, frantic, furious, slices through my design fog. I drop my tablet onto the drafting table and push away from my workspace. Emma! I call out, rounding the corner into the foyer just as she storms past, her hair disheveled and eyes wild. What the hell's going on? She barely glances at me, moving with hurricane-force determination toward her mother's guest suite. Where's my mom? Physical therapy appointment. The driver took her about an hour ago. I step into her path, hands raised in a calming gesture. Emma, stop! What happened? We're leaving. She tries to sidestep me, but I match her movement. William, move. Not until you tell me what's going on. I grasp her shoulders gently, feeling the tremors running through her body. Up close, I can see tear tracks cutting through her makeup, the slight puffiness around her eyes. You're scaring me, Em. She looks up at me, and the raw pain in her expression knocks the air from my lungs. Your ex-girlfriend happened. Your psychotic, vicious ex-girlfriend who apparently thinks my mother's cancer is a convenient ploy to trap you in marriage. My blood runs cold. Sophia, what did she do? Emma wrenches away from me, pacing the marble foyer like a caged animal. I was at the farmer's market with Olivia. She was there with her friends, talking about me, us, loudly enough to make sure I heard every word. Her voice cracks. She said my mother has 6 months tops, and called her illness my silver lining for locking down a billionaire. Jesus Christ! The words escape in a horrified whisper. She said once my mom's gone, you won't need your charity project anymore. Emma's hands clench into fists at her sides. I would have broken her face if Olivia hadn't held me back. The rage that surges through me is immediate and visceral. My jaw clenches so hard I feel a muscle jump in my cheek. Where did this happen? Where is she now? Didn't you hear what I said? We're leaving. Emma brushes past me, heading toward the bedrooms. I can't do this anymore. The whispers, the judgment, the constant feeling that I don't belong here. And now this, attacking my mother. It's too much. I follow her, my heart hammering. Emma, wait! You can't just what? She whirls on me, eyes flashing. Can't just walk away from this arrangement. Because that's what this is, right? A business deal. A convenient solution for both of us. Well, the cost is getting too high. Her words land like body blows. That's not what this is. Not anymore. It doesn't matter what it is or isn't. I won't have my mother subjected to this toxic nightmare. She's fighting for her life, William. Her life. Emma's voice breaks. And your ex is making jokes about her death timeline at the farmer's market. I step forward, wanting desperately to pull her into my arms, but she backs away. Let me handle Sophia. This ends today. Handle her like you've handled her all the other times? Emma's laugh is bitter. She's been tormenting me since day one and nothing changes. No, I can handle it. I can fix this. I close the distance between us, this time grasping both her hands in mine. You matter to me. For a moment, the fight seems to drain from her. Her shoulders slump, and tears well in her eyes again. I just wanted to help my mom. I didn't sign up for psychological warfare with your ex. No, you didn't. I lift one hand to cup her cheek, relief washing through me when she doesn't pull away. And you shouldn't have to deal with it. Especially not alone. I almost attacked her today, William, in public. Surrounded by people with phones and cameras. Her voice drops to a whisper. Can you imagine the headlines? Damn the headlines. I tighten my grip on her hands, my voice dropping to a dangerous register I barely recognize. Let them come. I've got an ironclad lawsuit forming against Sophia for slander, harassment, and defamation coming soon. My legal team has been hard at work on it. Emma's eyes widen slightly, maybe at the cold fury in my voice, but she shakes her head. Her curls sway with the movement, catching the light streaming through the penthouse windows. A lawsuit. She extracts her hands from mine, wrapping her arms around herself. More public drama. More scrutiny. That's your solution? It's a start. She can't get away with this, Emma. What she said about your mother. I cut myself off, the words sticking in my throat like shards of glass. The thought of anyone speaking about Patricia's illness that way makes my stomach churn. There are consequences for that kind of cruelty. Emma backs away, her steps unsteady. I just need space to think about everything going on right now. All of it. She gestures vaguely between us, at the penthouse, at the life we've been building. I can't handle this right now. Space. The word comes out sharper than I intended. Emma, please. Running away won't solve anything. I'm not running away. Her shoulders straighten, a flash of defiance cutting through her distress. I'm taking a breath before I drown in all of this. She turns and strides toward her bedroom. I follow, watching as she pulls a small duffel bag from the closet and starts throwing items inside with jerky movements. Where will you go? I lean against the doorframe, trying to appear casual while my heart hammers against my ribs. What about your mom? I can book a hotel for a few days. Emma doesn't look at me as she grabs toiletries from the ensuite bathroom. And Mom can stay with you if she wants. I don't care. I just need to go. The sight of her packing, methodically removing traces of herself from our home, sends panic coursing through me. Emma, stay. Please. We can work through this together. Together? She pauses, a folded sweater clutched in her hands. William, this whole situation started because we weren't together. Not really. We were playing parts. That's not true. Not anymore. I push away from the doorframe, moving toward her. Whatever this started as, it's changed. You know that. Her expression softens momentarily, and I see the conflict there. The wanting to believe. The fear of being hurt. Then her walls slide back into place. I need to think clearly, and I can't do that here. She zips the bag with finality. Not when everything is so complicated. It doesn't have to be. I place my hand over hers on the bag's handle. Stay. Let me fix this. That's the problem. She gently pulls away. You can't fix everything with money or lawyers or the Grimaldi name. Some things just are what they are. And what are we? I challenge, desperation creeping into my voice. Just tell me that before you walk out that door. Emma's eyes meet mine, and the sadness there steals my breath. I don't know, William. That's why I need space. She shoulders the bag and moves past me into the hallway. I follow her, mind racing for the right words to make her stay. At least let me have my driver take you, I offer, reaching for any compromise. I already called a car, she says, checking her phone. It's waiting downstairs. We reach the foyer, and Emma presses the elevator call button. The silence between us stretches, filled with all the things I want to say, but can't find the right words for. Tell my mom I'll be in touch tonight, she says as the doors slide open. And that I'm sorry I left without saying goodbye. Emma, I reach for her one last time. She steps into the elevator and turns to face me. I just need time, William. The doors close, separating us, and I'm left standing alone in the vast, empty penthouse that somehow seemed warmer when she was in it.
Chapter 27. Emma. I stare at the expansive hotel room, all muted beiges and pristine whites that somehow make me feel even more alone. The Four Seasons was the first place I thought of when the Uber driver asked where to go. Probably because William mentioned having investors stay here. Even in my escape, I'm surrounded by reminders of him. The king-sized bed feels like an ocean as I curl up in the center, my small duffel bag still packed at the foot. Tears stream down my face, hot and relentless. I press my face into one of the dozen pillows, muffling the sob that tears from my throat. What am I doing? I whisper into the empty room. My phone buzzes for the 5th time in 30 minutes. I don't need to look to know it's William. I can't talk to him right now. Not when I'm this raw, this confused. Instead, I swipe to my favorites and tap my mom's number. The phone rings 3 times before her familiar voice answers. Emma? Sweetie, where are you? William told me what happened. The concern in her voice breaks something in me. Mom, I manage before dissolving into fresh tears. Oh, baby. Her voice softens. Take a breath for me. I drag in a shuddering breath, clutching the phone like a lifeline. I'm at a hotel. I couldn't stay there after what Sophia said. About you. About us. William explained. The gentle rustling in the background tells me she's settling in somewhere. He's beside himself, Emma. Good, I snap, then immediately regret it. I don't know, Mom. It's all such a mess. She said you had 6 months tops, like your cancer was just a convenient plot point in my scheme to trap William. Since when do you care what people like that think? Mom's voice carries that no-nonsense tone I've heard my whole life. That woman doesn't know me. She doesn't know you. And she certainly doesn't know what you and William have built. I roll onto my back, staring at the ornate ceiling. What have we built, though? It started as a business arrangement. A mutually beneficial lie. And now? The question hangs between us. I wipe tears from my cheeks with the back of my hand. Now I don't know what's real anymore. I think you do. Mom sighs. Emma Richards, you didn't run because of what that woman said. You ran because you're scared of what you feel for William. The truth of her words hits me like a physical blow. It's too complicated. His world is just a world, she interrupts, with good people and bad people, just like ours. The difference is the thread count on the sheets. Despite everything, a watery laugh escapes me. You make it sound so simple. Love usually is. It's people who complicate it. A pause. Which reminds me, I've decided to stay at the penthouse for now. My heart sinks a little, though I'm not surprised. With William, the physical therapy team comes there, Emma, and my doctor appointments are all scheduled with the driver. I hear the gentle practicality in her voice. Besides, I'm not taking sides in this. I care about you both. I know. I curl around a pillow, feeling very small suddenly. I'm not asking you to choose. Good, because I'd choose my daughter every time, but that doesn't mean I think she's being particularly wise right now. I close my eyes. I just need space to think. Take your space, Mom says. But don't hide from the hard parts, Emma. You've never been that person. The truth stings. I've always faced challenges head on. In the kitchen, in my career, with Mom's diagnosis. But with William, with these feelings that threaten to consume me, I don't know how to do this, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. None of us do, sweetheart. We just try our best. Mom's voice is gentle but firm. William is trying his best too, you know. He's already on the phone with lawyers about that woman. I don't want more drama. Sometimes standing up for yourself looks like drama to people who've never had to fight. Mom's wisdom cuts through my defenses. Think about that while you're taking your space. I wipe away fresh tears. I will. Good. Now, where exactly are you staying? Should I bring you anything? I'm fine, Mom. The Four Seasons has everything. I glance around the luxurious room that suddenly feels like a beautiful prison. I just need a day or two. All right. She doesn't sound entirely convinced. I love you, Emma. More than anything. I love you too. My voice cracks. Thank you for being you. After we hang up, I curl deeper into the bed, suddenly exhausted. The tears have subsided, but a hollow ache remains in my chest. My mom is right. I'm not running from Sophia or her cruel words. I'm running from the terrifying possibility that I've fallen in love with William Grimaldi, and that maybe, just maybe, he's fallen in love with me too. I stay in bed, staring at the ceiling for a while. Then, I grab my phone. My finger hovers over William's name in my phone. I've spent the last hour pacing the hotel room, rehearsing what to say, erasing texts halfway through, and finally accepting that this conversation needs actual voices. What exactly am I supposed to tell him? Sorry I ran away dramatically, but your ex is a psychopath and I don't know what's real anymore? I might be in love with you, but I'm terrified because this started as a business arrangement. I don't belong in your world and I'm scared of getting hurt? All true. None adequate. I collapse onto the edge of the bed, my reflection fractured in the full-length mirror across the room. Hair wild from running my hands through it, eyes puffy from crying, wearing the same clothes I stormed out in. Not exactly the composed chef who confidently handles a busy kitchen. Just call him, I mutter to myself. Stop being a coward. Before I can overthink it further, I tap his name and press the phone to my ear. It barely rings once. Emma. His voice wraps around my name with such relief that my chest tightens. Thank God. Hi, I manage, suddenly at a loss for all my rehearsed speeches. Are you okay? Where are you? I can come. I'm fine. I cut him off gently. I'm at the Four Seasons. I just needed space. A pause, then space from me. It's not a question, which makes it harder to answer. Space from everything. From Sophia. From what she said. From trying to figure out what's real and what's not. Emma, nothing she said? I know. I pull my knees up to my chest. Logically, I know. But William, we started this whole thing as a business deal, a mutually beneficial arrangement, and somewhere along the line it became more, he finishes when I trail off. Yeah. I swallow hard. More. And I don't know how to trust that. How to trust us. This world you live in, it's built on appearances and connections and deals. I cook food. I'm straightforward. What you see is what you get. His laugh is soft, almost pained. You think I'm not seeing the real you? Emma, you're the most authentic person I've ever met. That's not what I mean. I press my palm against my eyes, trying to organize my thoughts. I need to see that you love me, William. Really see it. Not just hear the words. Not just have sex that blows my mind. Not just arguments that make me feel crazy. I need something real I can hold on to when the next Sophia appears, or when your parents look at me like I'm not good enough, or when some business interest makes more sense than being with the chef from the wrong side of the tracks. The silence that follows feels endless. I hear him breathing, the soft rustle of movement. You're right, he finally says, his voice steadier than before. And I'm going to give you that. I'm already working on something that will show you, without any doubt, exactly how I feel about you. What does that mean? It means I need you to trust me a little longer. There's determination in his voice that wasn't there before. And it means I'm not letting you go, Emma Richards. Not over Sophia's lies, not over anything. Something warm unfurls in my chest. William. I know you need time. Take it. Stay at the hotel if that's what you need. But know that I'm fighting for us, and I'll keep fighting. I find myself smiling despite everything. That sounds suspiciously like an order, Mr. Grimaldi. Consider it a promise. His voice softens. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be better. Is that another promise? Absolutely. The confidence in his voice is almost enough to make me believe him. Good night, Emma. Good night, William. After we hang up, I stare at the silent phone in my hand. Then I fall backward onto the bed, letting out a long, shaky sigh that seems to carry the weight of the day with it. For the first time since Sophia's outburst, I feel like I can breathe properly again. Whatever William is planning, whatever happens tomorrow, at least we're talking. At least he's fighting for us. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough for tonight. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 28. William. The crisp collar of my tailored suit feels tighter than usual as I adjust my tie for the third time. Outside the conference room doors, the murmur of journalists grows louder. My legal team, 3 of Manhattan's most formidable attorneys, review their notes with practiced precision, but I'm barely listening. "You ready for this, Mr. Grimaldi?" asked Vanessa Patel, lead counsel and friend of the family for 20 years. Her sharp eyes assess me over designer glasses. "More than ready." I flex my hands, working out the tension in my fingers. 4 days since Emma left. 4 days of meticulous preparation for this moment. Emma hasn't come home yet, but we talk every night. Her voice softens more with each call. Last night she almost laughed when I told her about my mother interrogating the kitchen staff at Flavor Fusion about Emma's favorite dessert. Progress, however small. "Remember," Vanessa says, drawing me back to the present. "Stick to the statement." No improvising. I nod, though we both know I'll say exactly what I need to say. The Grimaldi name has weight in this city, and it's time I used it for something that actually matters. Let's do this. The doors open and camera flashes immediately assault my vision. I square my shoulders, channeling every board meeting, every high-stakes negotiation I've ever conducted. This isn't about business. It's about Emma, but I need that same control now. The room falls to a hush as we approach the table. I take my seat at the center, flanked by my legal team. The microphones form a small forest in front of me. "Good afternoon," I begin, my voice steady despite the hurricane in my chest. "I appreciate you all coming on such short notice. I'll be brief and to the point." I slide a folder forward and place my hands flat on the table. This morning we filed a lawsuit against Sophia Merriman for harassment, slander, and intentional infliction of emotional distress against Emma Richards Grimaldi. The room erupts with questions. I raise a hand, silencing them with a gesture that comes more naturally than I'd care to admit. Ms. Merriman has engaged in a calculated campaign to harm Ms. Richards both professionally and personally. She's made false statements about Ms. Richards' relationship with me, about her professional qualifications, and, most egregiously, about Ms. Richards' mother, who is currently battling cancer. A photographer's flash goes off directly in my face. I don't flinch. For those who follow society pages, Miss Merriman and I dated briefly years ago. Our relationship ended amicably, or so I believed. However, since meeting Ms. Richards, Ms. Merriman has demonstrated concerning patterns of behavior that escalated to a public verbal assault at a farmer's market last week. The memory of Emma's face that day tightens my jaw. The way her eyes blazed with pure rage as she told me what happened that morning. I want to be absolutely clear, I continue, leaning toward the microphones. This isn't about protecting my image or the Grimaldi name. This is about standing up against bullying and harassment. No one deserves to have their family's health struggles weaponized against them. No one deserves to be stalked or slandered because of who they choose to love. I pause, aware that I've just publicly acknowledged my feelings for Emma in a way I never have before. Too late to backpedal now. The lawsuit filed today is just the beginning. During discovery, we expect additional concerning behaviors will come to light, including potential violations of restraining orders from previous relationships. This bombshell, carefully vetted by our investigators, causes another stir in the room. I raise my voice slightly to maintain control. I'm taking this step not just for Emma, but for anyone who has ever been targeted by someone with social influence and a platform. Ms. Merriman has used her connections to attempt to damage my wife's reputation and career. That stops today. A reporter in the front row raises her hand. Mr. Grimaldi, some might see this as overkill for what could be described as a catfight between your ex and current wife. The dismissive term makes my blood boil, but I keep my expression neutral. If you believe harassment and slander against a cancer patient's family constitutes a catfight, I suggest you reevaluate your perspective. This isn't reality television. This is about real people with real lives being damaged for someone else's amusement or vindication. I lean forward, placing more weight on my forearms against the polished table. The cameras click in rapid succession, capturing what I know must be an intensity in my expression that even I can feel burning beneath my skin. What many of you might not understand is that beyond the legal implications, this situation has affected my wife deeply. My voice drops slightly, not from uncertainty, but from the raw emotion I'm no longer interested in hiding. Emma is the strongest person I've ever met. She works herself to exhaustion caring for her mother, pursuing her culinary dreams, and somehow still finding time to volunteer with the homeless. I clear my throat, aware of every microphone capturing each syllable. And yet, despite her strength, no one should have to endure targeted harassment while their parent undergoes chemotherapy. No one should have their character assassinated for simply falling in love. The word hangs in the air. Love. So simple, yet it took me too damn long to acknowledge it properly. I love my wife. The declaration ripples through the assembled journalists. More than any business deal, more than the Grimaldi empire, more than anything I've ever known. And while our relationship began unconventionally, it has become the most authentic connection of my life. My wedding ring catches the light as I shift my hands, and I twist it once, thinking of the woman who placed it there. The scandal hasn't broken us. It's revealed to me how precious what we have truly is. The world knows the Grimaldi name stands for luxury fashion, but I want it to stand for something more: integrity and protection of those we love. A reporter in a crimson blazer shoots her hand up. Mr. Grimaldi, what exactly did Ms. Merriman say about your wife's mother? Vanessa shifts beside me. We'd agreed to keep some details private, but I need this part on record. Ms. Merriman suggested, publicly and within earshot of multiple witnesses, that Emma's mother's illness was fabricated for sympathy and to trap me into marriage. The words taste bitter. She followed this by implying that even if the cancer was real, it was somehow karmic justice. The room falls eerily quiet. Even the most hardened journalists look uncomfortable. The lawsuit documents contain the exact phrasing, which I won't repeat here out of respect for my mother-in-law's privacy. A man near the back stands. Is it true that you and Ms. Merriman were engaged before your sudden marriage to Ms. Richards? Absolutely not. My response comes sharp and immediate. Ms. Merriman and I dated casually for approximately 4 months years ago. There was never an engagement, never a promise of one, and the relationship ended mutually. A slight stretching of the truth, but close enough. Any claims to the contrary are part of the pattern of fabrication that prompted this lawsuit. Another reporter jumps in. Sources close to Ms. Merriman claim she has evidence of your continued relationship during your early days with Emma. How do you respond? I feel my jaw tighten, but maintain my composure. No such evidence exists because no such relationship continued. Ms. Merriman and I had no contact for nearly years before I met Emma. I level my gaze directly at the camera. I expect these sources close to Ms. Merriman will be much less eager to repeat these claims under oath. Vanessa taps her pen once against her legal pad, our signal that we're nearing our time limit. My hope moving forward is simple, I continue, beginning to wrap up. I want my wife to feel safe in this city again. I want her mother to focus on healing without this additional stress. And I want Ms. Merriman to find whatever peace she needs, far away from my family. I straighten my shoulders, meeting the gaze of the room. I'm not perfect. Our marriage hasn't been perfect, but my commitment to Emma is absolute, and I intend to spend every day making things right between us. Vanessa stands. That's all for today. Mr. Grimaldi won't be taking further questions at this time. The clamor rises as we gather our things, but I tune it out, focused only on getting through the exit doors. In the private hallway beyond, I loosen my tie and exhale heavily. You went off script, Vanessa notes, though there's a hint of approval in her tone. Had to. I checked my phone. No messages from Emma. I think she saw it. It's being carried live on 3 networks. I'd say chances are good. I nod, staring at her blank contact photo. I meant every word, you know? Every damn word.
Chapter 29. Emma. I clutched the throw pillow against my chest, my eyes fixed on the massive television screen where William commands the attention of every journalist in the room. My mom sits beside me on William's absurdly comfortable couch. He looks good, Mom says, her voice stronger today than it's been all week. The latest round of chemo has been gentler, or maybe she's just fighting harder, knowing I've been away. He always looks good, I mutter, trying to sound casual despite the storm brewing inside me. Living apart these past 4 days has been clarifying. My hotel room felt both like a sanctuary and a prison. I miss this place, this ridiculous, gorgeous penthouse, more than I want to admit. I miss him more. When William starts speaking about me on screen, my stomach drops. His voice is steady, commanding. The voice of someone born to power, but choosing to wield it thoughtfully. This morning, we filed a lawsuit against Sophia Merriman for harassment, slander, and intentional infliction of emotional distress against Emma Richards Grimaldi. Damn, I whisper, nearly dropping my tea. He's really doing it. Mom leans forward, her attention utterly captured. We watch in silence as William systematically dismantles Sophia's credibility, his composure never wavering, even when that reporter dismisses the situation as a catfight. Then he says it. The words I've been waiting to hear, not just in private whispers, but declared to the world. I love my wife. 4 small words that punch through my chest wall and squeeze my heart. The tears come without warning, hot and sudden. More than any business deal, more than the Grimaldi empire, more than anything I've ever known. Emma. Mom reaches over, her thin fingers finding mine. Her hand feels smaller these days, but her grip remains surprisingly strong. Look at him, honey. He means every word. I know. I manage, wiping my cheeks with my free hand. That's what scares me. On screen, William continues, passionately defending not just me, but Mom too. The way his jaw tightens when he mentions what Sophia said about Mom's cancer makes fresh tears spill down my face. Ms. Merriman suggested, publicly and within earshot of multiple witnesses, that Emma's mother's illness was fabricated for sympathy and to trap me into marriage. Mom's fingers squeeze mine tighter. That woman is a genuine monster. The camera pans across the room of journalists, all captivated by William's commanding presence. This is his element, controlling the narrative, wielding influence. But I've never seen him use it quite like this before. Not for business, not for the Grimaldi name, but for me, for us. When the press conference ends and the network switches to commentators dissecting every word, Mom mutes the television. For a moment, we sit in silence, the enormity of what just happened settling around us like dust. He loves you, Emma. Mom turns to face me fully, her eyes bright with a fierce clarity I haven't seen since before her diagnosis. That man just stood in front of the entire world and chose you. Not his family name, not his business, not his reputation. You. See? She gestures toward the silent television where William's face remains frozen in a determined expression. William loves you and is willing to show that off to the world. I nod, unable to form words around the lump in my throat. These past few days, staying here while you've been at the hotel? Mom hesitates. He's been nothing but kind to me. Arranges transportation to my treatments, hired some more shifts from the private nurse when you weren't here, even sits with me some evenings, just to make sure I'm not alone. He didn't have to do any of that, I whisper. No, he didn't, Mom agrees. But he did. She reaches out, brushing away a tear I didn't realize had fallen. He's fighting for you, Emma. The question is, are you ready to stop fighting against him? The question hangs between us, heavy with implication. 4 days ago, I walked out because I needed space to think, to breathe without the complications of our arrangement turned marriage clouding my judgment. But watching him today, seeing him put everything on the line, I don't know what happens next. I admit, staring down at my wedding ring, the one I couldn't bring myself to remove, even when I packed my overnight bag. Well, I imagine he'll be walking through that door any minute now, Mom says with a small smile. Might be a good time to figure it out. I'm in love with him, Mom. The admission breaks from me in a near whisper, hanging in the air like a fragile thing just released. I'm completely, stupidly, overwhelmingly in love with William Grimaldi. Mom's eyes soften, crinkling at the corners as she watches me process this revelation. And it terrifies me, I continue, pressing the heels of my hands against my eyes. I've never felt this way about anyone, not even close. Love is always terrifying, honey. I drop my hands into my lap, staring at the dim television screen, where William's face has been replaced by a commercial for dish soap. This isn't just regular terrifying. This is jumping off a cliff with no parachute terrifying. This is everything I've worked for might change terrifying. Why does loving him mean giving up what you've worked for? The question catches me off guard. I've been mentally constructing these walls, love versus career, passion versus ambition, without questioning if they need to exist at all. I don't know, I admit. I guess I always saw my path so clearly. Work my way up from line cook to sous chef to executive chef. Eventually open my own restaurant. Make a name for myself based solely on my talents. I twist my wedding ring around my finger. Being with William complicates that. People will always wonder if I got opportunities because of who I married, not what I can do. Mom shifts on the couch, tucking one leg beneath her. Even with the weight loss from treatment, she moves with the same grace she's always had. People will always find reasons to doubt you, Emma. That's not new. The question is whether you'll let those doubts stop you from grabbing happiness when it's staring you in the face. I think about the kitchen at Flavor Fusion, how it felt to command that space, to create dishes that made people close their eyes in pleasure. I think about late nights practicing knife skills until my fingers cramped, about burns and cuts and 12-hour shifts that left me too exhausted to do anything but collapse into bed. Then I think about William's smile, not the polished one he gives the cameras, but the real one, slightly crooked, that appears when I make him laugh. I think about waking up beside him, about the way he listens when I talk about food with the same intensity he brings to billion-dollar deals. My career matters to me, I say slowly, working through my thoughts aloud. It will always matter. But loving William doesn't have to mean giving that up. He's never once asked me to be less ambitious or to step away from the kitchen. No, Mom agrees. In fact, from what I've seen, he's rather proud of your talents. A memory surfaces. William describing my bouillabaisse to his friend with such enthusiasm, you'd think I'd invented the dish rather than merely perfected it. The way he keeps the information from my pop-up dinners in his phone and sends it to anyone who might be interested. How he once sat at a table at Flavor Fusion for an entire service just to watch me work, earning me relentlessly teasing from Marcus and Danny. He supports my dreams, I realize aloud, even when they have nothing to do with his world. That's what love looks like, baby. I run my fingers through my hair, working loose a few curls that had been pinned back. I spent so much time thinking it had to be one or the other, career or love. But maybe I can have both. Maybe being by his side makes everything else better, not worse. The thought settles over me like a warm blanket. I can be Emma the chef and Emma the wife. The woman who creates culinary masterpieces and the woman who loves William Grimaldi with her whole heart. I want both, I say, more confidently now. I want my career, and I want him. And I think that's okay. Mom's smile widens, her eyes bright with unshed tears. It's more than okay. It's so good to see you choose your own happiness for once. What do you mean? Emma. She takes my hand again. You've spent your whole life taking care of others. Me, especially these past months. Your coworkers, the people you feed at the shelter. You're always putting everyone else first. She squeezes my fingers. Seeing you claim something that's just for you, something that makes your heart full, is the greatest gift you could give me.
Chapter 30. William. My heart pounds against my ribs as I step out of the elevator. Every cell in my body feels electric, charged with adrenaline from the press conference. For the first time in days, I'm coming home with purpose, with hope. I pause at the door to my penthouse. Our penthouse. 4 days of emptiness, of walking through these rooms that somehow still smell like her. 4 days of checking in on Patricia, making sure she had everything she needed while silently praying her daughter would come back to us both. I loosen my tie and take a breath before sliding my key into the lock. The sound of the door opening feels impossibly loud in the quiet hallway. And then I see her. Emma sits on the couch beside her mother, both of them turning toward me as I step inside. Her eyes are red-rimmed, her curls loosely framing her face the way they do when she's been running her fingers through them. She's wearing a simple black sweater and jeans, looking so perfectly at home in this space that my chest aches. Emma. Her name leaves my lips like a prayer. Patricia rises from the couch first, her movements careful but determined. Despite the toll of chemo, there's a new energy in her eyes today, a spark of something hopeful. I think I'll go rest for a bit. She pats Emma's shoulder, then walks toward me. As she passes, she squeezes my arm. Good job today, William. The warmth in her voice nearly undoes me. This woman who has every reason to doubt my intentions, to question what I've brought into her daughter's life, instead offers me approval in 4 simple words. Thank you, I manage, watching as she disappears down the hallway toward her bedroom. And then we're alone. Emma remains on the couch, her fingers twisting the fabric of her sweater, a nervous habit I've come to recognize. Her wedding ring catches the light, and seeing it still on her finger after these days apart makes something primal unfurl inside me. She's still my wife, still mine. I cross the living room in long strides, stopping just short of the couch. The television is on mute, still showing coverage of the press conference. My face on the screen looks more confident than I actually felt standing there, laying my heart bare for the world to see. You came back, I say, my voice rougher than intended. Emma stands, her eyes never leaving mine. Mom needed to be here for her appointment with the specialist. Right. The distance between us feels insurmountable and microscopic at once. And you? Why are you here, Emma? She takes a step closer, close enough that I can smell the faint scent of vanilla that always clings to her skin. I saw the press conference. I meant every word. Another step closer. Even the part about loving me more than the Grimaldi Empire? Especially that part. I reach out, tucking a stray curl behind her ear, letting my fingers linger against her cheek. I've tried living without you these past 4 days. I hated it. A tear slides down her cheek and I catch it with my thumb. I should have come to you first. Should have told you about the lawsuit before announcing it to the world. But I needed everyone to know, including you, that I'm serious about us. That nothing matters more to me than you do. Emma's breath catches. William. I don't let her finish. I've waited long enough. I pull her against me, one hand cradling the back of her head as I kiss her with everything I've kept bottled inside since she walked out. Her lips part instantly, a soft sound escaping her throat as her fingers clutch at my shirt. When we break apart, I keep my forehead pressed to hers, unwilling to create even an inch of space between us. I love you, Emma. Not because of some arrangement, not because of convenience or circumstance. I love you deeply, profoundly, in ways I didn't know I was capable of. I brush away another tear that slides down her cheek. I would move mountains to keep you by my side, and I'll spend every day making sure you never doubt that again. I'm drowning in the taste of her, the soft press of her body against mine. Emma's lips move against mine with a hunger that matches my own, her fingers now sliding into my hair, tugging me closer as if she can't bear any distance either. 4 days stretched into eternity without this, without her. I love you too, she whispers against my mouth, the words vibrating against my lips. God, I love you so much, William. My heart thunders in my chest. After everything, the lies, the revelations, Sophia's harassment, she still loves me. This woman who deserves so much better than the chaos I've brought into her life still chooses me. I slide my hands down to her waist, lifting her slightly so our faces are perfectly aligned. I should have fought harder for you when you left, I murmur between kisses trailed along her jaw. Should have chased you down the street, if that's what it took. Emma's fingers trace the line of my collar, her touch sending sparks across my skin. I needed time. To think, to process everything. Her eyes, those deep brown eyes that see through every defense I've ever built, search mine. But watching you today, standing up to Sophia like that, I've never seen anyone risk so much for me. I'd risk it all again. My thumb traces her lower lip. Everything I have means nothing if I don't have you. The intensity between us shifts, deepens. Emma's breathing quickens as she presses herself against me, her curves fitting perfectly against my body. The air around us feels electric, charged with everything we've been holding back these past days. Can we move this to the bedroom? I ask, my voice dropping to a register I barely recognize as my own. Emma's eyes darken and she nods, her fingers interlocking with mine. Yes! One word. That's all it takes for my control to snap. I lead her down the hallway, past the kitchen where we've shared countless meals, past the living room where we've laughed and argued and grown closer. Each step feels significant, a reclaiming of the space we've built together. When we reach the bedroom door, I pause, turning to look at her, her curls wild around her face. She's never looked more beautiful than in this moment, illuminated by the late afternoon sun streaming through the windows. Are you sure? I ask, needing to hear it one more time. In answer, Emma reaches around me and pushes open the door. I've never been more sure of anything. We step inside, and I close the door behind us, shutting out the rest of the world. Our bedroom looks exactly as it did when she left, her books stacked on the nightstand, her robe hanging on the hook by the bathroom door. Little pieces of her that kept me company during the long nights without her. Emma turns to face me, and the look in her eyes steals the air from my lungs. She reaches for me, and I go willingly into her arms, our bodies colliding in a dance we've perfected over this time together. We fall onto the bed, a tangle of limbs and desperate touches. I missed you, she breathes against my neck, her hands already working at the buttons of my shirt. Every night I would lie awake thinking of you. I capture her mouth with mine, pouring every ounce of longing, of devotion into the kiss. You never have to miss me again, I promise against her lips. I'm yours, Emma. Always. Her fingers trace the contours of my chest as my shirt falls open, her touch reverent and exploring. I slide my hand beneath her sweater, reveling in the warm silk of her skin. 4 days without touching her like this feels like a lifetime. My wife, I whisper, the word both a claim and a marvel. How did I get so lucky? How did I, William Grimaldi, end up with this extraordinary woman in my arms? Emma arches into my touch, her eyes fluttering closed. My husband, she whispers back, and the word feels like absolution, like coming home.
Chapter 31. Emma. I'm trembling as I pull back from William's kiss, my fingers lingering on the warm skin of his chest beneath his open shirt. His eyes are dark with desire, pupils blown wide, and the intensity of his gaze sends heat rushing through every inch of my body. 4 days without him feels like a lifetime. I've thought about this, I whisper, sliding the shirt from his shoulders. About you. About us. My hands trace the contours of his muscled chest, relearning the landscape I've missed. The hard plains, the soft trail of dark hair leading down his stomach, the way his breath catches when I run my nails lightly across his skin. Tell me what you thought about, William says, his voice a gravelly rumble that vibrates through me. His hands find the hem of my sweater, fingertips brushing the sensitive skin underneath. I lift my arms, letting him pull the sweater over my head. The cool air kisses my skin, raising goosebumps that William soothes with his warm palms. I thought about the way you touch me, I admit, watching his eyes darken further as he takes in the sight of me in just my bra. Like I'm something precious. You are precious. William's hands slide up my sides, tracing the curve of my ribs, the outline of my chest through black lace. The most precious thing in my world. I reach behind me, unhooking my bra and letting it fall between us. William's sharp intake of breath is intoxicating, empowering. I've missed this. The way he looks at me like I'm a revelation. I've missed you, I tell him, working at his belt buckle with determined fingers. Missed this. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. For long moments afterward, we remain connected, our heartbeats gradually slowing to match each other's rhythm. William's weight presses me into the mattress, a delicious kind of anchoring that makes me feel safe, protected. When he finally moves to roll off me, I make a small sound of protest. I'm crushing you, he murmurs, pressing a kiss to my forehead as he shifts to his side, keeping one arm draped possessively across my waist. I like it. I turn to face him, our noses almost touching on the shared pillow. I trace the line of his jaw with my fingertips, feeling the slight stubble that's grown since morning. I've missed this. Missed you. William captures my hand, bringing it to his lips to kiss each fingertip. It feels like it's been years, not days. Our legs tangle together beneath the sheets, neither of us willing to put any distance between our bodies. I press my lips to his in a kiss that's gentle now, the urgency replaced by tenderness. His arms tighten around me, pulling me flush against his chest, where I can feel the steady thump of his heart. This is where I belong. This is home.
Chapter 32. William. The elegant ambience of flavor fusion pulses with energy tonight. Olivia has transformed the restaurant for this special event. Ambient lighting creates intimate pools of warmth throughout the space, highlighting the modern architectural features while softening the edges. I take a moment to appreciate the decor, the subtle touches that elevate this place from merely a restaurant to a culinary destination. I adjust my position in the sleek chair, watching Emma move confidently through the kitchen, visible through the open design. Her movements are precise, efficient. Even from this distance, I can see her face light up as she tastes something Olivia offers from a spoon, their heads bent together in culinary conspiracy. "She's remarkable," Leo says, sliding into the seat beside me. His tailored suit and confident posture mark him as someone accustomed to commanding attention, but tonight his eyes follow his wife with the same devotion I feel watching Emma. "Which one?" I take a sip of my bourbon, savoring the smooth burn. "Both, obviously." Leo laughs, the sound rich and genuine. "But I meant yours." The phrase, "yours," sends a wave of pleasure through me. Mine. Even after everything, it still feels surreal that Emma and I found our way to each other. I don't think she'd appreciate being referred to as mine. I smirk, though the possessive part of me enjoys the designation more than I care to admit. Fair point. Emma's her own force of nature. Leo signals the server for a drink, though I notice you didn't correct me on the relationship part. The server appears with Leo's usual scotch, and he raises his glass in a silent toast before continuing. "When I suggested this arrangement, I never expected—" He pauses, watching as Olivia and Emma emerge from the kitchen, carrying small plates of what appears to be the first course. "Well, I hoped, but didn't expect it would turn into something real." Emma catches my eye across the room, her smile widening briefly before she returns to explaining the dish to a captivated guest. The simple gesture, that private moment of connection amid her professional duties, tightens something in my chest. "Neither did I admit, turning back to Leo, but I'm damn glad it did." "You seem happier." Leo's observation is casual but perceptive. Less like an entitled bastard?" I supply. Leo's laughter draws glances from nearby tables. "Your words, not mine. I was going to say, restless." My gaze drifts back to Emma, who's now demonstrating a plating technique to a small group. Her hands move with confidence, her voice carrying just enough to reach the assembled guests without dominating the room. She's in her element, and watching her mastery is captivating. "She grounds me," I say simply. "Makes me want to be worthy of her. That's love, my friend." Leo nods sagely, taking another sip of his scotch. "When Olivia and I first got together, I didn't think it was going to turn into something serious either. But she saw something in me worth cultivating. I remember those early days of their relationship, the whispers, the raised eyebrows. Leo, the self-made tech entrepreneur with his no-nonsense personality, seemed an odd match for the elegant, classically trained Olivia who was desperate to start her own restaurant. Yet watching them now, the way they orbit each other with practiced ease, it's clear they've built something unshakable. Emma challenges me, I confess. Makes me question things I've always taken for granted. My family's expectation, my own ambitions. And that's uncomfortable as hell, isn't it? Leo's knowing grin suggests he's walked this path, but necessary. Olivia approaches our table, her chef's whites impeccable despite hours in the kitchen. Her presence commands a respect without demanding it, a quality she shares with Emma. "Gentlemen," she greets, placing 2 intricate dishes before us. Seared scallops with citrus beurre blanc, fennel pollen, and compressed apple. Emma's latest creation. The presentation is stunning. The golden seared scallops nestled against vibrant microgreens, the sauce creating an artistic sweep across the plate. "It looks incredible," I tell her, genuinely impressed. "Just wait until you taste it." Olivia's pride in Emma's work is evident. She places a hand on Leo's shoulder, and he immediately covers it with his own in a gesture so natural it must be unconscious. Emma's technique with seafood rivals some executive chefs I've worked with. As Olivia returns to the kitchen, I watch the easy camaraderie between her and Emma, the mutual respect, the shared passion. There's no competition between them, only collaboration. It's beautiful to witness. Your wife is an incredible mentor, I say to Leo, carefully cutting into the perfectly seared scallop. Olivia sees Emma's potential. Leo nods. She loves taking chances on younger chefs, and Emma has proven to be quite the talent. I take my first bite of Emma's creation and nearly groan aloud. The scallop practically melts on my tongue, perfectly caramelized exterior giving way to a buttery, tender center. The citrus notes in the sauce cut through the richness with precise balance. Damn, this is incredible, I mutter, immediately going for another bite. Leo watches me with amusement, his own appreciation more restrained, but no less genuine. Emma's got the touch. Olivia said she barely had to guide her on this menu. She's been practicing this dish for weeks. I remember finding her in our kitchen at odd hours, muttering to herself about acidity levels and sear temperatures. I've eaten more scallops in the past month than in my entire life. The sacrifices we make for love. Leo's eyes crinkle with humor as he savors his own portion. We eat in companionable silence for a moment, the restaurant buzzing around us with appreciative murmurs and the gentle clink of silverware against fine china. Through the open kitchen, I catch glimpses of Emma directing her small team, her focus absolute. Still can't believe how this all played out, Leo says, reclining slightly in his chair. When I suggested you approach Emma with that arrangement, I thought you'd get caught up in contract negotiations for weeks. I snort, remembering that day in Leo's office. You practically shoved me in her direction. Best matchmaking I've ever done. He looks smug, swirling his scotch. Though I'll admit I was just thinking she'd be a good candidate for the marriage of convenience. Smart, practical, not likely to sell you out to the tabloids. And look how that turned out. I can't keep the pride from my voice. When did you know it was real? That this wasn't just the arrangement anymore? The question catches me off guard, not because it's difficult to answer, but because there are so many moments that could qualify. I think back through our journey, from that first meeting here at Flavor Fusion, to the contract negotiations in her old apartment with Patricia, to the quiet intimacy that grew between us despite our best efforts to maintain boundaries. There wasn't just one moment. I watch Emma laughing with a guest across the room, her hands animated as she explained something about the dish. It was gradual, then sudden, like falling asleep, then waking up in freefall. Leo nods knowingly. That's how it happens when it's real. I kept making excuses. It was just physical attraction, or I was getting too deep in the role. I shake my head at my own stubbornness. But then, one night, she fell asleep while we were watching some cooking competition. Nothing special about it. She was just there, curled against me, completely trusting. And I realized I'd burned the world down to keep her safe. Leo's expression softens. That's the real deal. Never thought I'd be the guy who falls for his fake wife, I admit with a self-deprecating smile. Sounds like a bad movie premise. Best kind of premise. Leo drains his scotch. So what's next for you two? Thinking about kids? The question doesn't startle me the way it might have months ago. Instead, I find myself smiling at the thought. Yeah, actually. We've talked about it. I think of Emma's face when we discussed our future. Hesitant at first, then glowing with possibilities. Not right away. She wants to establish herself more firmly in her career first. Maybe open her own place in a year or two. But eventually, yeah. The certainty in my voice surprises even me. I'd love to have kids with Emma. She'd be an amazing mother. I can already picture it. Emma teaching our child how to bake cookies, flour dusting their matching dark curls. The thought fills me with a warmth that has nothing to do with the bourbon. Well, I'll be damned. Leo claps me on the shoulder, his grin wide. William Grimaldi, family man. Never thought I'd see the day. Neither did I. A chuckle, the truth of it settling comfortably in my chest. Congratulations on finding the real thing. Leo raises his glass in a toast. And you're welcome, by the way. I arch an eyebrow. For what? For orchestrating this whole thing, of course. He gestures broadly between me and Emma. Your entire love story is basically my doing. I deserve best man status at the very least. I roll my eyes, but can't help laughing. You're taking credit for this now? Absolutely. Leo Blackwood, business advisor, life coach, tech billionaire, and romance expert. He winks. I saw the potential there before either of you did.